BB's supposed to be here at 9 o'clock. She's not here. I can't text him because he's driving from Augusta. So who's going to find out where she is in the meantime? Isn't that right? At least
Sir, you ever printed out your order book?
yeah, but we had to redo it. We had to change it up. So that's the right number now. Because this person didn't find it. And then this
Are you
person
trying to
isn't
join the
transferring
meeting?
until tomorrow.
Great.
So
So
we have
that'll
that.
add,
And then
This
this,
is it.
yeah, so it's
What, for
1, 2, 3,
today?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for today.
You don't have the.
yeah, I can't tell because I just tried to add the camera there that will,
Add you to the thread.
Yeah.
We have a text thread.
I think I have his.
see if I can do the same.
Text thread.
I'll call him. No, I know. Excuse me.
Her GPS says she's not getting here till 9:30.
Just BB.
Yeah.
But she. Oh, you text her. Or he text you.
Yeah, he texted me. Yeah, I'm adding you to the chat.
Excellent. We got Jerry and I can,
To the building until right now.
I don't know that I can add you.
Or maybe 10 o'clock. So they need to go get her. So we need to go get her and walk her through. Because how long is it going to take? 10
I
minutes.
could text him. Oh, he doesn't know she was there.
Can I get to Easter?
You're not in yet. That's just you.
See?
You want me to give, because I just added a camera. You want me to give you the number I used?
Yes.
Okay. So if you leave that and then join. Ready? It's 958-2934-7624. I'm going to hand it to you since we are now broadcasting live. There we go. You're in. Excellent. So eventually that should show it's on. Excellent.
I have a question, Judge, and maybe it's just.
Well, hold on one second. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Something happened on my Zoom call. It's not there anymore.
Something weird was happening. We couldn't, like, I added the jury camera, but then it wasn't in this, and Karen was trying to get in. And so I just went back to the code that you put in the meeting, and we just did it manually. So I added that, and Karen's added.
Two different Zooms.
Yeah.
Crazy. Okay.
We're not.
We're not in it. That's what I was gonna tell
Yeah,
you.
that's-
Okay, would you like to get in it?
Yes.
They're in a different room.
Well, get out of that room. I don't know. There must be two different, I think that Ms. Nelson sent an email, but there is already in our Outlook calendar, one, and they're different. So, let me give you the one that the rest of the world is following. The, meeting ID is 958-2934-7624. And then Deputy Gordon's gonna hand you the passcode so we don't have any uninvited visitors.
Yeah. Okay, I'm in. I'm in.
Yep, Ms. Okam's in. Ms. Russell. All right, sorry for the confusion. Do we want to add that one out there or leave that one not on? Is life better for, it's not going to be crowded in here. Leave it off? Okay, great. Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Then let's get on the record in State versus Beard, 14 SC 130911. It's a little after 9 on Tuesday, the 10th of January, 2023. And we are ready to get started with trial. I circulated with the lawyers the redacted indictment. It looks like Mr. Beard has signed it and entered a plea of not guilty. Ms. Feely, no objection to using this. I added the word copy. There's not the little sticker that shows the vote tally. So I added the phrase vote tally on original. No issues with using this version of a copy of the redacted indictment as the indictment that the jury reviews during their deliberations.
No objection.
Okay, then that's what I'll read to them in just a little bit. Ms. Ocom, anything that you need us to consider before I bring the jury in, swear them in, give them some preliminary instructions, and then hand it over to see if you're going to give an opening?
No, Your Honor, but just, I think the thing we wanted to touch on was the defendant's statement that it was voluntary. I don't know when you want to do that.
I'll work on that. I have that down here as something I need to take care of. And so I was going to put together a proposed order and let both sides look at it. Ms. Feely, Ms. Ocom flagged the fact that your client's statement to come in really should have layered over it a ruling on my part that it was voluntarily provided. It's not custodial, but there's still case law that says, look, words from a defendant, even though he wasn't even a suspect at the time, he's a defendant now, ought to pass through that filter. And what Ms. Ocom relayed to me was that there weren't concerns from the defense side about voluntariness.
One second.
Okay.
Just verifying something with Mr. Beard.
And I'm not going to say anything to the jury right now. I'll need to enter an order so that it's really more making the record clear.
So I don't think we have an issue with just the preliminary ruling that it was voluntary and
Okay.
wasn't custodial.
Right. Well, let me draft something and I'll circulate it, but that doesn't prevent you from talking about it in your opening or anything like that.
That's what I just wanted to.
Right. Well, I'm not hearing that there will be objections
Okay.
or anything like that. So let me put the paperwork together. I just didn't do that last night, but it's on my list of things to tackle. We're going to go till about noon today, and then I have a plea at noon. Once people show up for that, then we'll take a morning break, but then we'll try to reconvene pretty close to 1. I'm going to see if the jurors can go till about 5:30 with an afternoon break in there, and you'll have witnesses to fill the day.
Yes, Judge. Just one other thing, Judge. I know you asked the jurors to ask questions. Does the defendant waive his rights to go back there when we do the?
So the way I handle things in all cases, criminal, civil, et cetera, is that I don't take down sidebars. I'll meet with the attorneys back there. And then I always offer to get on the record our discussion. If there was a discussion where there was a dispute, I get on the record my recollection of the discussion, and then I give both sides a chance to flesh that out. I also am happy to let counsel confer with clients if there's some juror questions and there's a big dispute and you want to confer with Mr. Beard. He will not be joining us in the back hallway. So it's really not a waiver thing so much as structurally I handle it differently. And as long as I allow everyone to make a record, should they want to, of the, I'll call it a sidebar when we're looking at the questions back there, that addresses the legal concerns that might arise. Okay.
Judge.
Ms. Feely, anything from the defense before the jury comes in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone for being here on time. Thank you for the exhibit list and the breakdown of the cross-examination list. That's helpful. And I think we are ready to proceed. So if the jurors are ready, let's bring them in, please. Oh yeah, you guys got an email with a different Zoom meeting. which is why it was messed up. Look at that.
Where's your phone?
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You all can be seated. You guys can sit when you come in. The rest of us stand for you till you come and sit. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to courtroom 8D. Thank you for being here more or less on time. We are ready to get started with the trial of State versus Dexter Beard. I know yesterday was long, especially if you were 41 through 55 in your numbers. But it was important that we spend that time arriving at the jury that was selected. So appreciate everyone being here. I need to give you some basic operating instructions, describe a little bit about how criminal trials work. I can't remember if any of you had served on a jury before. Most of you had not. And so your knowledge of what trials are like is TV or movies, and that sells tickets and ads, but isn't particularly tied in with the reality of criminal trials. No one is going to run into the courtroom and point out the actual culprit. Someone's not going to break down on the stand crying, saying, I shot the president or anything like that. But we will work through this. And in the end, you will be presented with the evidence and we'll be deciding whether the state met its burden. Before I give you those basic instructions, let me talk about a couple logistical things. One is masks. We're now in a setting where the courtroom is less crowded. And if you don't feel like you want to wear a mask, you don't have to. It's a group dynamic back in the jury room, and that's a slightly smaller space. So you should discuss amongst yourselves how you want to do that. But here in the larger room, if you don't want to wear your mask, you don't have to. I won't require anyone to remove or put back on or anything like that while you're in this space of 8D. When you are on a break, you're welcome to spread out down that hallway as well. If you just want extra space, look out the window way down at the end of the hall, or you need to make a phone call. Just don't disappear on us. Breaks other than lunch will usually be 5 to 10 minutes. And so if you start exploring the building, we'll lose track of you and we'll need you back here. But you are not confined just to that table in the jury room. Everything in the jury room is yours to use, not necessarily take and leave with, but use. There's a refrigerator in there. There should have been bottled water. If there's not, we need to restock it. That's your water. You can bring the water out here. Don't bring anything that's brown, as in coffee or tea or whatnot, out here, because if you spill it, even though things are mostly brown, it makes a stain. But you're welcome to bring water out here. There's a fridge, as I mentioned, with water in it. You can bring your own things that you might want refrigerated. There's a coffee maker. It's one of those kind where it looks like K-cup, I think it's called. That's for you. Use it. If you don't like the K-cups that are there, bring your own. But you may use that. I think there's a microwave, your restrooms, etc. If any of it's not working or is understocked or whatnot, let Deputy Gordon know and we'll do our best to fix it. We're the county, we're not the Ritz, but we should be able to supply the basics. And a reminder that if at any time you need to pause what's going on because someone needs to use the restroom, whatnot, let me know. Let's all stand for a moment and raise our right hands. I need to give you a second oath. This is the juror oath. Yesterday was the voir dire oath that qualified you to participate. Now we're going to make you official jurors. Do you swear or affirm that you shall fairly try this case between the state of Georgia and Dexter Beard, who is charged with murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, and possession of a firearm during a commission of a felony, and give a true verdict according to the evidence? Please say yes if you so swear or affirm. Yes. Does anyone not so swear or affirm? Excellent. Take a seat, please. You are now all officially jurors. From here on out, when you make it into the building, please report to the jury room. Don't come straight into the courtroom. Deputy Gordon will be here. Some of you may get here early. I'll be here maybe super early, but one of us will get you into the jury room, and you ought to stay in the jury room or that hallway that I mentioned, all that sealed off from the lawyers and whatnot, until you're all brought in here together. It's real important that none of you hears more about this case than anyone else. And so we don't conduct any business until all 14 of you are here. Corollary of that is if one of you is running late, everyone is stuck. So please, that number that you wrote down yesterday, call it if tomorrow morning you're doing your best to get here and the big rig has blocked the freeway. Just let us know. I'm on my way, but unless you bring a helicopter, it's going to be 30 minutes. And we don't have a helicopter, so it'll be 30 minutes. But as long as we know you're okay and you're trying to get here, everyone just breathes a sigh of relief and we'll do other things while we're waiting for you. If we don't hear from you and it's 9:15 and it's 9:30, that's when instead of a helicopter, we get a sheriff's car with lights on and they come to your house. And every once in a while it has happened where then the deputy rings the doorbell and the sheriff answers the door. What is it? In his pajamas, like, you're getting in the car. You got to come on down. We had jury duty. Where are you? And that person hadn't called, so we didn't know. So please keep us posted. And we have your number. We'll keep you posted if for some reason we learn at the end of the day, tomorrow we can't start at 9. We're starting at 11. We'll give you advance notice. That seldom happens, but let's use that channel of communication. We will generally have court from 9 until as late as you'll let us go, because we're trying to fit as much into this week as we can. 5-ish is when we stop. There's not a bell that goes off and we all run out of here right at 5. What I'll do is ask the lawyers who are examining a witness, hey, it's getting close to 5. How much time do you think you need to finish your part of the examination? Because it's best if we can let a witness go for the day so she doesn't need to come back the next morning to finish, but that happens sometimes. We may at 4 o'clock start a witness and the prosecutor says, this is a 2-hour witness. Well, we're not going to finish that witness that day. She'll start her testimony today and finish it tomorrow. But you should let Deputy Gordon know if any of you have a pretty close to 5 hard stop, because I may let us flex a little bit towards 5:15, 5:20, not to grind anyone out, but just so we can fit more in each day. The exception to that is Wednesday. Wednesday, we're not starting until 1 o'clock. I'm one of the judges who does drug court, and every other Wednesday I've got drug court. This Wednesday I have drug court. So I'll be working with a bunch of, call them clients, who are working through important issues. I need to spend time with them. We usually don't finish until around 12:30. So you all should have had lunch before you get here. If you eat lunch, not prescribing a diet, but at 1 we're going to start and we won't have a lunch break at 1:30. And we'd love to go till 6 that day because we're not starting until 1. But again, the general commitment you all have made is 9 to 5-ish. So I'm going to ask you to confer amongst yourselves, and I'll bug you maybe after our lunch break today to see if 1 to 6, 1 has to work for you, but if folks can go until 6 on Wednesday. But today, Thursday, Friday are all 9 to 5-ish. And we'll have a regular morning break sort of midway through the morning, a lunch break of about an hour, and then a regular afternoon break. And any other breaks that arise, because trials are lumpy things and sometimes we hit a bump I need to get you guys out of the courtroom while I talk about some things with lawyers. But if it's a smooth trial and those don't happen, you'll still get the breaks I described. Just make a note to bug you after lunch. All right. Let me give you some basic instructions about criminal trials. The first thing I want to talk about are the notepads that you have. You are free to take notes of anything and everything. You're not required to take notes. This is not a lecture class, and I won't be making sure you were paying attention by looking at your notes. In fact, your notes are private. You should not share your notes with your colleagues until you begin your deliberations. But you are free to take notes, and we provide those notepads for two important reasons. Some folks stay more alert if they're able to. One of my kids, he needs to sort of doodle while the teacher's talking. That helps him focus. And so for some of you, it may be, I'm just going to write stuff down. It helps me focus better. The other reason is you will not get transcripts of witness testimony. So if Fred Smith testifies today and you're deliberating on Monday, and one of you says, I don't remember what Fred Smith said, and you send me a note saying, hey, can we have a transcript of Fred Smith's testimony? The answer will be no. You will have to rely on your collective recollections and your notes. So we need to facilitate folks' ability to recall things by providing the notepads. I don't encourage you to write everything down verbatim. There's only one person in this courtroom who is capable of doing that. That's Ms. Rivers. And no, the transcripts won't be ready by the time you deliberate. So you don't get transcripts of witness testimony. So if something seems important or noteworthy to you, jot it down. But please don't get so involved in taking notes that you're never looking up to see the witness. One of the things you're charged with doing is determining credibility or believability of witnesses. And one way that one human assesses another human's credibility is watching how that person reacts to questions. And you may have a witness who, in fielding questions from one side, is, yep, that's right, here's how things happen, and is open and engaging you all. And then the moment the other side starts asking questions, arms are crossed, the person turns away or starts sweating. Those could be to you tells about the credibility of that person. You will miss all of that if you're trying to write down everything that the person said. So you'll strike your own balance, but do know note-taking is fine. Notes are private until you deliberate. Then you're free to share your notes with your colleagues. And then we'll destroy them in the end. They do not end up in the Twitterverse or anywhere else. When you're done, they get shredded. The defendant, Mr. Beard, is charged in this indictment with 6 crimes. Crimes are violations of the laws of Georgia. I'm going to read to you what's in the indictment, but don't panic. It's a little bit legalistic, the language. You'll get this document when you deliberate. So write down whatever you want. But if I start using funny sounding legal words, that's because that's how those crimes are technically charged. I'm going to read to you the 6 counts. And before I start, keep in mind that these charges are not evidence of guilt. They are proof of nothing other than that these charges have been brought. And Mr. Beard has entered a plea of not guilty to them. Count 1 alleges that Mr. Beard committed the offense of murder. And the specific allegation is that here in Fulton County on June 3rd, 2014, and that same date is going to apply to all these counts. On June 3rd, 2014, Mr. Beard did unlawfully and with malice aforethought cause the death of Solomon Belai, B-E-L-A-I, a human being, by shooting him with a handgun. Count 2 charges Mr. Beard with felony murder. And the allegation is that here in Fulton County on June 3rd, 2014, Mr. Beard did unlawfully during the commission of a felony, and that felony is aggravated assault, which is count 3, that Mr. Beard did unlawfully during the commission of a felony cause the death of Solomon Belai, a human being, by shooting him with a handgun. Count 3 charges Mr. Beard with aggravated assault. And the allegation is that the accused, the defendant, here in Fulton County on June 3rd, 2014, did unlawfully commit an assault upon the person of Solomon Belai by shooting him with a handgun. The same, meaning the handgun being a deadly weapon. Count 4 charges Mr. Beard again with aggravated assault. And the allegation is that the defendant here in Fulton County on June 3rd, 2014, did unlawfully commit an assault upon the person of Lee Bailey, by shooting at, toward, and in the direction of Lee Bailey with a handgun, that handgun being a deadly weapon. Count 5 charges Mr. Beard with a third count of aggravated assault. The allegation is that here in Fulton County on June 3rd, 2014, Mr. Beard did unlawfully commit an assault upon the person of Benny Martin by shooting at, toward, and in the direction of Mr. Martin with a handgun, that handgun being a deadly weapon. And finally, count 6 charges Mr. Beard with the offense of possession of a firearm during commission of a felony. The allegation is that here in Fulton County on June 3rd, 2014, Mr. Beard did unlawfully have on and within arm's reach of his person a handgun, bless you, during the commission of at least one of the following felonies: murder, felony murder, and aggravated assault. I repeat, these charges are not evidence of guilt. Mr. Beard sits before you with the presumption of innocence in his favor, and this presumption remains with him unless and until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of one or more of the crimes charged. And the defendant should never be convicted of any crime until each element of those crimes has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. I'll be telling you the elements of murder, aggravated assault, etc., at the end of the trial. This burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, stays with the state throughout the trial. There's not a point at which I say, okay, time out, and the possession arrow points at the defense, and they suddenly need to come forward with something. The burden is always on the state, and they have to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. But their burden is not to prove guilt beyond all doubt or to some mathematical certainty. The burden is what I said, reasonable doubt. And that term means just what it says. It's a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It's not a vague, arbitrary, or speculative doubt. It's a doubt for which you can give a reason, and that reason arises from your careful consideration of the evidence, lack of evidence, and conflicts of the evidence in this case. And as I mentioned, the defendant, who remains with the presumption of innocence, has no burden of proof at all. If at the end of this trial, after hearing all the evidence and receiving the law from me, you find that your mind is wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, that is a doubt of the law, and you must acquit. But if no reasonable doubt exists in your mind about the defendant's guilt, you would be authorized to convict. The basic structure of the trial is that in just a few minutes, both sides will be given an opportunity to present what we call opening arguments. These are overviews of what the two sides think the evidence will be. You'll be receiving those from a prosecutor, and if the defense chooses to give an opening, and again, no burden, so they don't have to give an opening, but typically defense attorneys want you to hear their side of the story as well. The lawyers will get up and talk to you. Important, nothing the lawyers say in this case is evidence. If the lawyer tells you, you're going to hear that it was dark out when the shooting happened, you may well hear that, but that is not proof that it was dark out. Proof that it is dark out is a witness under oath telling you it was dark, or a photograph that gets admitted that shows it was dark, if that's what you think the photo shows. So the lawyers are free to give you this preview of what they think the evidence will show, but the opening statement is not in fact evidence. When the opening statements are complete, I will ask Ms. Ocom to call the state's first witness, and that process will repeat itself. Call your next witness. Ms. Ocom will say, we call Fred Jones, we call Sally Smith. Eventually, I'll say, Ms. Ocom, call your next witness. And she'll say, Judge, the state rests. At that point, you will have received all the evidence that the state is presenting in its case in chief. And that may well be the end of the evidence because, again, the defendant has no burden. He doesn't need to put on any evidence at all, but he has an absolute right to do so. So after the state rests, we'll take a time out because there's some legal things we need to work through. Then I'll turn to Ms. Feely and ask Ms. Feely, call your first witness. She may say the defense rests. She may say, we call so-and-so to include the defendant. but the defendant has no obligation to testify. So Ms. Feely may call no one to testify, and she'll say the defense rests. Then the evidence is truly closed. The lawyers will give their summations or closing arguments. That's when they get real passionate and they try to argue to you what the evidence has shown or failed to show. And their goal is to persuade you, and they're entitled to try to persuade you. But just as with openings, closings are not evidence. And so if an attorney is really coming at you with the evidence showed this, it showed this, it showed this, and that's just not your recollection, then you can nod politely, but it's fine to not be persuaded because the facts are the facts, not what the lawyers tell you. When the lawyers are done with their closing arguments, I will give you the law that you must apply. I'll read it to you. It will be longer than you want it to be, but you'll also get a hard copy of that. So you'll get the law back there with you. Then you begin your deliberations. And it's important to keep that in mind. And I will remind you of that before you start many of your breaks. It would be inappropriate for you at lunch today to say, well, what do you think so far? It's an amazing case for the state. Well, maybe it is, maybe it's not. You haven't heard anything from the defense. You've only heard from 2 witnesses. Or the reverse. I don't think the state has anything. Well, they haven't put all their witnesses up. You can be thinking that and processing it, but you don't engage with your colleagues on how are we going to sort this out until you've received all the evidence. And importantly, the framework in which you're going to put that evidence, because you can't know if the evidence has proven aggravated assault until I tell you, here's what the elements are. And maybe aggravated assault means it has to be committed with the left hand. Well, until I tell you that, you're like, why do they keep focusing that the gun was in his right hand? Because then it's not an aggravated assault. It has nothing to do with which hand the gun is in, if there was even a gun at all. But you get my point. It's not till you get the law that it really makes sense for you collectively to start figuring out, hey, did the state do what it needs to do in this case? During trial, the attorneys have the right to object to the admission of evidence if they think that evidence coming in would violate the rules of evidence. So this you've seen on TV. Objection, judge, that's a preposterous question, hearsay, whatever the objection is. I need to rule on those objections. My rulings are simply applications of the law as I understand it to be. And if I sustain an objection, that means that the question that was asked needs to be withdrawn and the attorney needs to ask a different question. If I overrule an objection, that lawyer who was asking the question can keep on going in the direction she was. By nothing I say in ruling on objections, should you think, oh, the judge is favoring one side or the other, or he thinks that's a better case. All I'm doing is applying the law to that particular situation. Every once in a while, the objection comes not during the lawyer's question, but after a witness has started to say something. And the lawyer who made the objection may say, Judge, I move to strike that testimony. And if I am sustaining the objection, I may tell you all to disregard what that witness just said. And that may seem sort of like a fool's errand on my part, like, Judge, I heard what he said. I'm not going to unremember it. I don't expect you'll unremember it, but I do expect you to write down, disregard that Sam Smith said it was dark out. And you need to police it, by which I mean during deliberations, if one of your members says, hey, remember when Sam Smith said it was dark out? You said, I do remember, but we're not going to consider that as evidence in this case because the judge said to disregard it. And I don't want you to start like, this is a ridiculous exercise because how can we forget it? If it is central to the case and a witness blurs it out, you will hear one of the lawyers say mistrial. And if it is central to the case and you should not have heard it, it may be that you get to go home early and we have to pick a different jury and try all over again. I don't think that's this kind of case. I don't think that there are things that are going to pop up where when I ask you to disregard it, I conclude there's just no way we can unwind what you just heard. But it could be that I tell you to disregard that the guy started to talk about how fast a car was going and it's something peripheral, but it shouldn't have come in. Please disregard it. Sometimes instead of making an objection, the lawyers will say, Judge, I have a motion. You should translate that as, Judge, we get a break. Because a motion typically is something where a lawyer needs to get into much more detail outside your presence. Judge, I think this witness is about to say X, Y, and Z. You've already ruled that X, Y, and Z shouldn't come in. Well, the lawyer can't talk about X, Y, and Z in your presence if it's not coming in. Otherwise, you'd hear about it. I'll usually ask the lawyer, hey, could we defer that motion until a break? So we're not giving you extra breaks, not because I'm opposed to breaks, but we'll get more work done that way. But please roll with us if we have to take a few breaks here and there because there is a motion. You have an important role as well. You are the fact finders in this case. You are deciding what happened on June 3rd, 2014. Well, I'll be instructing you as to the law you must apply. You are determining what the facts are, and you do that from the evidence in the case. That evidence consists of sworn witness testimony and the exhibits that are admitted. Pictures, there may be physical evidence. You may get a firearm admitted. It won't be loaded, it'll be secure, but that's what the evidence is in this case. And from that evidence, you decide if the state has proven its case. Part of what you'll be doing in working through all that evidence is determining the credibility or believability of witnesses. In determining credibility, you are free to consider all the facts and circumstances of this case, as well as the manner in which the witness testifies. That's you watching the witness and her demeanor. The witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case. Does this person have some bias? And the means and opportunity for the witness to know the things about which she testified. You, as fact finders, may from time to time have your own questions. 99% of the questions will come from the lawyers. What happened next? Why did you do that? When each witness has completed her testimony, I will turn to you all to ask you if you have any questions. It's perfectly natural to, wait a minute, no one asked if it's dark out, but I heard it was 4 a.m. and everyone's talking about how clearly they could see. And you may have questions about the lighting that weren't answered by the questions from the lawyers. The way we address that is not to have you go to the crime scene at 4 a.m. and conduct your own investigation. Those note cards that are on the little shelf there, you should share some with everyone. While a witness is testifying or when that witness is done, you're going to write down questions, if you have any, on one side of the note card. Deputy Gordon will collect them all. I'll review them with the lawyers because your questions can just as readily be objectionable as a lawyer's question. And any non-objectionable question that you wrote down, I will ask the witness. That's the way you get your questions answered. Please conduct no outside research. Do not Google something. If a witness or a lawyer uses some term that doesn't make sense to you, and you may be hearing from a medical examiner. The medical examiner may say the thoracic cavity. I don't know what the thoracic cavity is. I'm able to say, hey, what does that mean? I get to interrupt witnesses. You don't. So please, when you're asking, don't just stand up or raise your hand. It's when the witness is done. But you could say, what's the thoracic cavity? I will ask Dr. So-and-so, what's the thoracic cavity? That's how you get the question answered. Because if the lawyers think that that witness didn't give a great answer, they can follow up with everyone in the same room. If you go home and Google thoracic cavity, we don't know what you're looking at. And maybe you got the wrong info, or then you see a link of when thoracic cavity comes up in criminal trials, this is what it means. And that's nothing you should be looking at. So if you've got questions, please write them down on the cards. And if they're proper questions, I'll ask the witness and you'll get your answer. It's critical, because you will not get a transcript of anyone's testimony, that you stay as focused as you can. If at any point you cannot see or hear what's going on, hands up, do something. I'll get the witness to talk more loudly. We'll move the screens in some way so that you can better absorb what's going on. And if it's break time for you and I haven't noticed it yet, just say, look, we got to take a break because I am thinking more about my bladder than this guy testifying. And then we'll take a break because, again, we're not replaying the testimony. It's critical that you keep an open mind throughout this process. You're going to hear from a witness and you may say, done, this is over. But until you hear both sides say we rest and you get the law, you actually don't know that it's over. So stay open to processing each witness as he or she appears before you. And as I mentioned, no outside research. It would be improper. And if it comes to light that one or more of you engaged in any improper research because you show up the next morning with a printout of something and then that gets reported to me, the printing person is in trouble and we have to try the case all over again. So my guess is if you're the printing person, you'll get a timeout and you will watch the retrial of this case from out there. So no outside research. You may unintentionally get tips, pointers, and information from people if you aren't discreet about your role right now. And what I mean by that is just tell family members, loved ones, pets, I'm a juror right now. Don't get into criminal, civil, Mr. Beard, Ms. Ocom. Just don't share anything about it, because very well-meaning people will say, well, let me tell you. And no, don't let you tell me anything right now. Wait till I'm done with my trial. When you're done with the trial, if you want to write a book about this or start blogging and this and that, that's great. But during the trial, you need to be in a little bit of a bubble. This is not going to be on the media, so you don't need to worry like, oh, I'm listening to 99X and then you got to change the station. You're not going to run into media coverage of this, but just in interacting with a colleague or a housemate, that person could say, oh, well, that reminds me of, and that's fascinating, but they need to share that anecdote when you are done with the trial, so that you aren't getting a lay expert's perspective on, well, what does it mean that the shell casing was over here as opposed to over there? That's it. We'll get through this. I appreciate your attention. And it is time for us to receive opening statements, which means Ms. Ocom or Ms. Russell. And you all didn't meet Ms. Russell yesterday. We had Ms. Beza doing jury selection, but Ms. Russell is another assistant DA. Hi, Ms. Russell. And she will be Ms. Ocom's trial partner. Does this screen, I can't see this screen. Does it show the PowerPoint also? The one up on the wall? Okay. And I'm sorry, Ms. Ocom. Two more things. One, there are no assigned seats. The only folks who should be always at the end of the jury box closest to the jury room are people who might periodically need to stand up because of a knee or a back or whatnot. I almost insist, I strongly encourage that you guys change seats during the course of the trial, because the two of you at the end way down there are going to get a very different perspective. You're further from the witnesses than the four of you who's like, whoa, front row seats. Like I can see there's a little popcorn right there. So rotate. Don't always sit in the same spot. Again, unless for health reasons, you need to be at the end. Those are sort of reserved for people who periodically need to stand up. But please don't claim one seat just for yourself. And with that, should we angle the large monitor on the stand? Is it a way where some of the jurors that folks up close can see it just fine? But how about the four in the back? You can see it okay? We'll leave it as is? Okay. All right. Ms. Ocom, take two.
Ready? Good morning. Thank you all for being here. I will take the jurors yesterday, and now we're going to talk about the case. This, I'm going to project. I also want to warn you, I have an accent. I'm Nigerian, so if I'm talking too fast, I can tell you. And I'll slow down, okay? So this is State v. Dexter. You're here because on June 3rd, 2014, the defendant, Dexter, shot and killed Solomon Belai over a dice game and money and gambling. That's why we're here. Okay? Now, this is Solomon Belai. Now, let me tell you a little bit about him. He goes by the nickname Solo. He's originally from Ethiopia, his family, and he's been in Atlanta for, I don't know when he talks, he's been there in the neighborhoods, Auburn Avenue and Bell Street, for about 10 years, depending on who we talk to. He was 26 years old. You also hear, it's gonna come out, that he just got out of prison, right? You'll also hear that he stopped to gamble with what he believed were his friends. That was his neighborhood. He knew that. They knew him. He just got into a relationship with his wife, Casa. She goes by Bibi. There's a lot of nicknames here. Everybody has a nickname. Everybody actually has their given name. He knew the defendants. He knew Dexter Beard. He also has a nickname. His nickname is Deck. Deck knew Solo, Solo knew Deck. So Solo is Mr. Belai. So they're gambling. It's a dice game. We all get very acquainted with the dice game. It's called SIBA. Never heard of it before. But apparently it's a 3 dice game. You shoot it at a wall, and there are numbers. Depending on what number you get the money from the bank. The bank is the money. And there are 2 rules to the gambling and to the dice game. You don't touch the bank, the money, unless you win. You don't touch the dice unless you're playing. Right? It's an understood rule. Everybody knows this, everybody understands this. So the lie, Solo got upset. He was upset because he believed the defendant was cheating. He believed the defendant was cheating because apparently money, you place your bets on top of the money, and then the pot, the bank, keeps growing. So the lie was upset that Depp was cheating because he couldn't see what was under the pile, so he couldn't figure out what he was winning or what he was betting or what he was losing. And so he told the defendant he was cheating, and he did what you're not supposed to do, he bet down. Take his money. While he was on the ground, he finished. Shot him in the back. You will also hear that Solo had guns. So after the defendant shot him, he pulled out his weapon and shot back. That's how we got here, okay? Now this is a 6-count indictment, judges read it. The most serious movement of the murder, that the defendant killed Salman Bilal. It's felony murder due to the commission of a felony. We'll talk about all of that in closing when judge using law. The defendant killed Salman Bilal. It's 3 counts of aggravated assault because 2 other people got shot. Mr. Bilal got shot. Betty Martin got shot. Lee Bailey got shot. And the defendant got shot because Solo shot back. Those are the 3 counts of aggravated assault. And then the last count is the possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. So the defendant had a weapon. Now what happened? We talked about her. Bizwaye Mukasa, like I said, everybody has a nickname, AKA Bibi, right? She's also known as Bibi, she goes by Bibi. She's also Ethiopian, originally. She just met the defendants, she just met Mr. Bilal. They've been dating for about a couple of months, and she met these mutual friends. It's Ethiopian community. We knew each other, and she met Mr. Bilal and Miss Debbie. She liked him, she was into him. Miss Bibi lives in Stone Mountain. Didn't take Mr. Bilal home. She liked him, so she started hanging out with him in his hotel. You know, a place to stay, so they went from hotel to hotel. She'll tell you that the night the defendants killed Mr. Bilal, they were about to move into an apartment. They had another Ethiopian lady who was going to rent them some room, and they were going to live together and try to get things better. And they had gone to a bar that night. So all of this happened in the early morning hours between 2 and 4 o'clock in the morning. Went to a bar, and while she and Mr. Bilal were leaving the bar, it was her vehicle. He was driving, she was in the passenger seat. He drives by his old hangout neighborhood. He sees his people, he sees the dice game, he has money on him, and he's like, I'm gonna stop. So he stops. She didn't want to stop. And he was like, oh, a few minutes, I'll be right back. Well, a few minutes turned into more than a few minutes, it turned into more than an hour. He was out there. And depending on who you talk to, it's good money. It ranges from $2,000 to about $5,000. Apparently, it's good pot. The bank is good. So he was gambling, and she texted him, she called them, she's like, I'm in the car. What are you doing? It's supposed to be, this was a quick stop. But he's out there, and then they're drinking. You see photos of it. There are multiple, call it a single shot. It's like on, you know, on the airplane. Little shots they give you of alcohol. We have epic liquor. There's sky liquor. There's Jack Daniels. Frankly, there's some guys walking around and they're taking shots. There's cigarette butts. You see it out there, they're smoking, they're drinking. And they're what? They're playing this dice game, I'm sorry, I'll speak up, just from a step back. This dice game is going on. And then Mr. Belay starts to get upset, right? He's angry because of what he used, that he was cheating. Bibi will tell you that she was in the front passenger seat, she didn't want to be there, right? So the windows were rolled, and she was there. You can hear from the detectives, this neighborhood is not the greatest of neighborhoods. Detectives, secretaries will tell you that, and the other officers. So her windows are up and she hears a commotion. She can't tell what they're saying because her windows are up, but it's enough to make her look, and she looks, and she sees Mr. Belay saying something and Dex saying something, but she can't actually make out the words, but it's clear that it's an argument. She sees Mr. Belay drop down to pick up the money. She sees the defendant stretch out his hand, pow. As that happens, she sees, she tells you, Saul had a gun. And we had a gun, and his gun was in his right side. It's a black gun. She'll tell you it's a black gun, it's a small gun, it's a handgun, but he had a gun. And she sees Solo reaching out to, and then it's just a barrage of shots, and she does. She stays there until there are no more shots. And then she gets in the driver's side now because she was on the passenger side. Gets in the driver's side. Bell Street, Auburn Avenue. Cuts a right, cuts a right, cuts a right, and comes back up to pick up Solo. When she gets there, Solo's a few feet from where she saw him drop to pick up the money. Tries to get him in the vehicle. No go. Sly ends up dying at the hospital. We'll hear from Mr. Jeffries as well, also known as Cedric. Cedric will tell you he was there, they were gambling, everybody was drinking, the gambling, partying, people sort of, when you're out of money, sort of leave the gambling game. And it was Bly and the defendant. And they were going back and forth because it was Bly believed the defendant was cheating. Also tell you the rules. Do not touch the bank, you do not touch the dice. And then he got shot in the finger, by the way. Mr. Jeffries. He got shot as well too. So what I'm talking about. So everything happened right there. The roll of cars, dice game happened on that wall right behind the pole. This would be Bell Street. That's a power plant right there, the wall to the power plant. And there's Auburn Street is across streets. That's where all of this happened at. Right about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning on June 3rd, 2014. Now you also hear from Benny Martin and Lee Bailey. Now, Benny Martin, right after the incident happened, he talked to Detective Demeester. At the time, he told Detective Demeester that Mr. Solo, Mr. Belay, and the defendant were in an argument because Mr. Belay was that defendant was cheating. It seemed Belay with his black gun. He's also seen Deck with his silver gun. And that Deck shot Solo while Solo was on the ground. That's what he told Detective Demeester a couple of days after the shooting. In another hearing, he says, well, I don't know what happened. I don't know who shot me. I got shot. And I just know that there was a gambling game and they were arguing. And he's going to testify again in this trial. So we'll find out what he's going to say this time. So Bailey also spoke to Detective Demeester right after the shooting. Right after the shooting, he remembered That having a gun, still having a gun, and he got shot. At another court hearing, he doesn't know how he got shot, how it happened, doesn't know much, all he knows is that he was walking, he was gambling, he got shot. Again, he's going to testify, we're going to find out what he's going to say in this trial as well. But we do know at the time, right after the shooting, that's what they told the detective to Mr. Martin got shot in the right shoulder, Mr. Bailey got shot in the left. So we have 4 people shot. Mr. Bly is shot, Mr. Martin is shot, Bailey is shot. Now the investigation, Detective Demeester gets the call, happens to be his turn, it's a homicide detective. He arrives at about 5 o'clock in the morning. It's a small scene, but there's quite a bit of evidence. There's shell casings. 12 total, but that morning they found 11 shell casings of a .40 caliber, which is Mr. Bly's weapon. Spinal Bly had the .40, he emptied it. 12 shell casings out total. And like I told you, we talked to Detective Demeester went to the hospital that day, because everybody was transferred to Grady. Grady's right down the street. Can't talk to anybody that day because they're in surgery. They need to see my doctors. We talked to them June 6th, June 5th, right around the time after the shooting happened. But he collects evidence, right? He has his crime scene tech, Peng Ma, who's now an officer in a different jurisdiction. He's a crime scene tech, collects the evidence. You see all of it. You see the 11 shell cases, the 12 shell cases, because the next day they went back and found the 12 shell cases. You see the projectiles, you see all of it. You see the cartridge, you see all the different liquor bottles that they were drinking that night. You will see the dice they were playing. They collected the dice as well. You see the cigarette butts, you see the styrofoam cup, you see the Red Bull, you see everything. There are pictures of it, and then there's the actual evidence. They will present all of that to you. So you have a better picture of what was going on that night. As he's investigating, he still can't see the scene. You have to keep in mind the neighborhood he's at. I didn't see nothing, I didn't hear nothing, I don't know nothing. But as a detective, you do this for a while, so he keeps going around talking to people. And then we have Mr. McLeod, AKA Car Wash. At the time, he was Car Wash, now he's not before. Unfortunately, Mr. McLeod he's homeless. He was homeless then, he's homeless now. He happened to be sleeping behind BQE by the dumpster, and then the owner of the place told him to clean up the area, and then he finds a 40 caliber weapon. He needs money, and then he sells it to Mr. Nelson. Nelson, who also has a nickname, his nickname is True. Mr. Nelson is the owner of Mangoes. Mangoes is right on Auburn Street. So this is Bell, this is Auburn, a block and a half approximately from the crime scene. He's the owner of Mangoes. He sells the gun to Mr. Nelson for $40, $50. Mr. Nelson buys it. Mr. Nelson says, "Think you did? There was a shooting right off the street. Everyone called the cops." So he calls one of his buddy friend cops. We get there, they pick up the gun, it's a 40, and they take it to homicide. Mr. Rowland is a power plant employee. He works. That's the power plant right there. That wall is the wall of the power plant. On the other side of it, you can actually see some of the wires is a power plant. He comes to work the next morning, and lo and behold, there's a 357 in a power plant. He calls the police. Found a weapon. The police show up, sets the meester, and they take pictures. And it's a 357 with 6 spent cases. So it's a revolver, so all of the bullets were shot. Take that, they collect all the evidence and send to GBI. So that's the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, probably called crime lab. The defendant's car is right at the end of the road. It's a white vehicle. Actually not his car, it's his girlfriend's car, the mother of his child's car. His car was driving that night. There's a bullet fragment in that vehicle. Detective Teresa closed that car as well to the cage, is what they call it, at homicide. The glass door was broken, the defendant was found right behind there, his clothes. And the weapon is the defendant's weapon. We know it's the weapon because the fragment that was found in Mr. Belay comes back as a gun that was shot in 1957. So that's 6 cases that was spent, right? So now we have 12 shell casings from Mr. Belay's gun and 6 spent cases from the defendant's gun. So that's how many shots happened that night. The attic was at 18. Now, a couple of people are going to testify from forensics, right? Science. You hear from Dr. Weiss, the DNA analyst, that the defendant's DNA was found on one of the walls, one of the alcohol bottles that was there. When Detective Denise was investigating, he monitored all of the evidence and sent it to GBI. You hear from the firearms examiner, the 2 weapons and the weapons that were used. The one that belonged to Mr. Belay, the 40, and the one that belonged to the defendants, the 357 revolver. You hear from Dr. Karen Sullivan, she will tell you that the cause of death, the reason why Mr. Belay died was the gunshot wound to the back, torso. That's the shot that killed him. You also hear from Detective Demeester. He kept canvassing and he talked to the defendant while the defendant was in the hospital. When he talked to the defendant said, I was walking to my car on Bell Street. All of a sudden, he was there shooting. I don't know who shot me. I don't know where it came from. I don't know what happened. All I know is I was shot. Detective Demeester asked, then what did you do? I shot back. How many times? 1 time. What weapon did you have? A .38 semi-automatic. Where is your weapon? I don't know what happened to it. You don't know what happened to your weapon? No, I don't. Did you see Solo there? No, I didn't. Did you see anybody there? No, I didn't. That's what he told me. Listen, you know anything about anything? You know we shot him and you let out 1 shot. The evidence will come out that he tossed his weapon, right? Because where he was, tossed it over the fence and left it there. And that weapon is the weapon that killed. Now, I always have to say this. So unfortunately, we have a lot of CSI, first 48 hours jurors, which is fine. You can enjoy your show. This is not a TV show. This is a real life murder. The lives killed. It's witnesses. This is real life. It's not a TV show. It's not any of that. This is a real life murder trial. It was in 2014. I'm in the Coke District. There will be no body on cameras. There will be no dash cams. There will be no ring lights, ring alarms, bell alarms. That was not possible in 2014. Now, I also need to talk about technology, because now we use Zoom to sort of beam things to our jurors. Invariably, it always happens to me, knock on wood. It wouldn't happen this time. Technology has a way of not working when we need it to work. I'm going to now crave and ask for your indulgence. I am not trying to waste your time. We'll correct it. I will correct it as soon as possible. But please do not hold that against me if somehow the computer on my laptop just feels working. Judges already talked about this, taking notes. But it's important that you also evaluate the credibility of the witnesses. That's your job. You need to decide. Stand with the truth, what to believe and what not to believe. And the only way you can do that, as the judge said, is by actually looking at them. But you should also take notes. I get it. But it's very important that you also listen to what the witnesses are say. I'm so going to tell you that I will be calling some witnesses out of order. And the reason is because they're scheduling issues. So some things you would hear and it might not tie in at the time, but it will all come together. It's just some witnesses cannot be here certain days, so you have to move things around to get them there. There will also be science, so there'll be DNA and there'll be doctors. They'll also talk. And doctors and scientists, as we all know, usually use we will try to get them to speak in plain English, but I also have to pay attention to that. Now, after I present all of the evidence, I'm going to come back up here. I'm going to ask you to find the defendant guilty of all. Guilty of murder, guilty of felony murder, guilty of the 3 counts of aggravated assault, and guilty of possession of a firearm in the commission of crime. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ocom. Ms. Feely, defense opening at this time?
Yes, we can take down.
We will.
Thank you. June 3rd, 2014. Solo felt cheated. Solo was upset, and Solo opened fire on the dice game. So let's talk about the rest of the story. Mr. Beard was shot 4 times, was in the ICU for 4 months. The state didn't tell you that, but that you will hear that. This was a chaotic scene, but you will hear from all of the witnesses that there was an argument and Mr. Beard didn't feel cheated. Solo felt cheated. Mr. Beard was winning the dice game. So what makes sense when you're listening to the evidence? You will hear about the argument. You will hear that Solo felt provoked, not Mr. Beard. As you've already heard the state say, some of their witnesses, they don't know what they're going to testify to. Mr. Martin, Mr. Bailey. So there will be varying stories about what happened on June 3rd, 2014. But let's talk about the rest of the story with their star witness, Ms. Casa, BB. She is the girlfriend of Solo. She's a sympathetic witness, but she's a problematic witness for a lot of reasons. To start with, the fact that her vantage point, the state told you she saw it, but she was sitting in a car in the passenger seat with her back to the dice game. And she claimed she saw it from the side mirror in the dark on Auburn Avenue at 3 or 4 in the morning. When she testifies, it's so important that you pay attention to the circumstances surrounding what she saw, what she says she saw, and whether it makes sense. When she's testifying, because again, she is sympathetic, but she is problematic as a witness in a criminal case. Think about the conditions that she's viewing this scene in. Think about her mindset, because this is traumatic. However, whoever shot first, for her, it is a very traumatic event. So her mindset, when she is seeing this in the dark, in a rearview mirror, and you'll hear more about her mindset at the time as well, and her unconscious bias to adopt a version of what she thinks she saw in the side mirror, talking about this side mirror where objects are smaller than they appear, or larger. So that's her vantage point. And most importantly, whether it matches the physical evidence that you will hear about. Let's talk about the rest of the story about Mr. Beard tossing the gun. Sounds bad, right? But now you've heard he was shot 4 times and almost died himself. When you start looking at the physical evidence, you're going to see that this area where the gun was totally thrown, Mr. Beard could not have thrown it from the area where he dropped in his own blood and waited for an ambulance. There's no blood trail leading up to where he might have been able to toss it. But we're talking about a matter of seconds, minutes before the ambulance gets there. His clothes are cut off, very close to where the scene happened. He didn't run and throw the gun and run back and then drop. There would have been ample evidence of that. That's not true. What you're also going to hear is about, you've heard about, this is a neighborhood where a lot of stuff is happening. A lot of people are drinking, whatnot, at 3 or 4 in the morning on Auburn Avenue. You're going to hear that after this happens, everything gets gone. That pile of money for the dice game, the guns, both guns are not at the scene at the time. Mr. Beard didn't do anything with that gun afterwards. And it's going to be very clear when the evidence comes out. And the state already talked about, they're going to bring forth witnesses. I say witnesses, they didn't witness anything at 3 or 4 in the morning on Auburn Avenue on June 3rd, but they're still important. We're talking about ballistics people, people who process the crime scene, medical people, GBI people, certainly listen to what they have to say and what they can offer. But please remember that this case comes down to what happened in those seconds on Auburn Avenue at 4 in the morning. Now, you're also going to hear about 2 cameras in the area. Because while this is 2014, this isn't 1914. This is a high crime area you'll hear. There is a surveillance camera on the southeast corner of a building. So the southeast corner facing Auburn Avenue. There's also a City of Atlanta VIC camera is what they're called, VIC. And it's actually on a pole on the northwest corner of Auburn Avenue and Bell Street. That's it. You'll just hear that they exist. You will not see footage from those cameras. When we have so many different stories about what was happening, there were 2 cameras in the area. Mr. Beard's in the ICU. He doesn't have an attorney yet. The burden is on the state. Cameras that could have answered so many questions. Questions like whether Mr. Beard should be sitting right there. And at the close of the evidence, I expect you will be wondering about those cameras. Because the state is not going to be able to put up evidence that even shows Mr. Beard should be sitting there. And at the close of evidence, I will come back up and ask you to do the only thing that the evidence does support. And that is find Mr. Beard not guilty of all charges. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Feely. Ms. Okam, if you'd call your first witness, please.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Bisoye Hukasa.
It's Biayehu. Last name is Kassa.
Ms. Casa, I'm Judge McBurney. It's nice to meet you. If you're comfortable with it, it would help us if you remove your mask while you testify. Just we can hear you a lot better. Thank you so much. And the witness camera isn't connected yet, so I'm about to do that. You can get started. Just don't be shocked, Ms. Casa, if all of a sudden you see your face on the screen there.
Yes.
And you may actually need to hit a mute button on it when it comes up, but let's get going.
Thanks, Judge. Ms. Casa, can you tell us a little bit about yourself? Where are you from?
I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, originally Ethiopia.
I'm gonna need you to speak up.
Okay.
Can't hear you. I'm gonna assume they can't hear you either, okay?
Yes.
So let's do that again.
Okay.
Tell us where you're from.
I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, but I'm Ethiopian.
Okay. And were you born in Ethiopia or were you born here?
I was born in Sudan.
How long have you been in Atlanta?
I've been here almost all my life.
And where are you from in Atlanta, in Georgia?
Stone Mountain.
Where?
We're good.
From Stone Mountain?
Stone Mountain.
Okay.
Yes.
Where did you go to school?
I went to Clarkston High School.
Okay, is that in Stone Mountain as well?
That's in Clarkston.
And do you have any, do you go to college?
I did some college
All right, where was that?
at Georgia Perimeter.
And what do you currently do?
I'm currently a tax preparer.
And what does a tax preparer do?
Prepare taxes and file it to the IRS.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been doing that about 10 years now.
And do you have a nickname? Do you go by a nickname?
Yes, I go by BB.
Does everybody know you as BB?
Yes.
And you don't need to give me the address, but what area do you currently live now?
In Stone Mountain.
I want to take you back to 2014.
Yes.
How old are you now?
33.
And how old are you then?
I was probably about 20, mid-20s,
25, 26?
25, 26, yes.
And what were you doing back then in 2014?
I was unemployed at the time
And where were you living back then?
with my mother.
Was anybody else in the house, just your mother?
My mother, my brothers, and my father, my stepfather.
And you're soft spoken. I keep moving
Sorry.
further back because I assume the farther I get, if I can hear you, then everybody else can hear you. Okay?
Yes. Louder. Okay.
It's louder, please.
Sorry.
So you said you were living with your parents back then.
Yes, I was living with my parents.
So do you know Solomon Balai?
Yes, I do.
What did you know him as?
I know him as Solo.
Solo?
Yes.
And when did you meet Solo?
I met Solo that January when he was released from jail.
How did you meet him?
I met him through mutual friends.
Is this mutual friends? Is this an Ethiopian community? Or?
Yes, through the Ethiopian community.
All right. So what was the circumstances of meeting?
Could you,
What were the circumstances of meeting you?
I just met him through friends.
Did you know him before you met him? Had you seen him around before?
No, I didn't.
And what happened after you met him in January?
After I met him, we just got to get to know each other a little bit. We hung out, and pretty much we just spent more time together and became friends, and then kind of evolved into a relationship.
And when did this relationship begin?
Around probably about February, March-ish.
So did you consider him your boy? Was he your boyfriend?
Yes.
Was it pretty serious or had you just started dating?
We just started dating.
And so did you take him home?
Not yet,
Why not?
because parents are very judgmental, and I just wanted to make sure he was the one before I even introduced him to my parents.
And so then what happened when you were dating? Where was he staying? Where was Solo staying?
When we were dating, he was going from house to house at the time. He didn't really have a place to stay.
Then where did you two meet to hang out?
We would get rooms sometimes. Sometimes we would be at mutual friends' house.
And was there any plan of stop staying at mutual friends' house or rooms?
Yes, we had a plan to actually purchase a lease house about the next day before that happened. And that just never worked out because what happened.
Where were you supposed to get this lease house from?
We were getting it through somebody from the Ethiopian community that was leasing their house out.
And is the Ethiopian community a pretty tight community?
Yes.
Do you all do you know each other, or do you know somebody that knows somebody that everybody sort of knows each other?
Yeah, somehow everybody kind of is connected because of this growing up together, growing up around each other, or somebody knowing somebody.
And so you were going to rent this house. So let's talk about, if you look in front of you, you should see a picture that's remarked as States Exhibit 1.
Yes.
It's a single photo.
Yes.
That,
Yes.
oh,
I don't think you may want to get closer because it's 6 photos that she's looking at.
may I approach Judge?
Yep. Lawyers from both sides have continuing authority to approach witnesses.
Let's keep going. So Mr. Belai, you've been dating him for a while.
Yes.
And that night, on June 3rd, 2014, what was the plan?
The plan was just to go out. We were at a bar, and then pretty much go home because we already had a hotel that we rented for the night, because we were getting the house the next day.
Now, the photo should be in front of you. One of the students marked as States Exhibit 1. Can you look at it? The photo I just gave you, not that one.
Not this
It's upside down. It's a piece of paper she handed you up.
Okay.
Not that one.
No, the piece of paper is upside, like that white piece of paper.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
Got it.
Flip that over.
Okay.
Can you take a look at that picture, please? Do you
Yes.
recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that? What is it?
That's Solomon Belai.
That's a true accurate description of him when he was alive.
Yes.
We go on to the statement, so this States Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Any objection to states 1?
No, you're.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
And so who will be looking at, ma'am? Who's that?
Solomon Belai.
And you said you had plans. You have plans to meet that day.
Yes.
So where did you all meet?
That day when we initially met,
No. The day of the incident on June 3rd, 2014.
where were we at?
What was the plan? You said you.
Oh, yes. We went to the bar, and then after the bar, we stopped to meet with his friends, but that wasn't in the plan. The plan was just to go out to the bar, have a good time, and then go to the hotel room, wake up the next morning and get the house.
What bar were you at?
We were on Edgewood. It was at the corner of Edgewood and Boulevard.
And you said you were at the bar. Did you have any drinks?
Yes,
Did he have drinks?
he had drinks as well.
Let's talk about you first.
Okay.
How many drinks did you have?
I had approximately 2 drinks
Of what?
of Hennessy at the time.
Was it a shot or was it a mix?
It was a shot.
What about Mr. Blige? So what did he have to drink?
He had Hennessy as well. He was a Hennessy drinker. He had about 2 shots as well.
And how long were you at the bar?
We were probably there about 30 to 45 minutes.
Were you alone? Was it just the two of you?
It was just the 2 of us initially, yes.
You said you left the bar.
Yes.
Approximately what time did you get to the bar and approximately what time did you get to the bar?
Approximately, I would say about 9 or 10-ish.
And then you were at the bar.
Yes.
And then you left the bar.
We left the bar like maybe about an hour and a half later.
And when you left the bar, where were you supposed to go?
We were just supposed to go back to the hotel and then just end the night at the hotel.
And what route did you take? What route were you supposed to take to go back to the hotel?
We were supposed to go back down 85 towards Shallowford Road because the hotel was on Shallowford.
And how did you all end up? Well, let me back up first. What vehicle were you all in?
We were in my car at the time. It was a Chevy Cruze.
And who was driving?
He was driving.
Was there anybody else? So you were in the passenger seat?
I was in the passenger seat.
Anybody else in the car?
No.
So you're driving and then what happens?
He decided to stop by his neighborhood and check on his friends and see if they were there. So when we drove by, he saw a group of his friends and was like, let me stop and say hi to my friends. And I said, sure. So he parallel parked the car and then went out to meet with his friends.
Now, if you look in front of you, there are two maps. This is exhibit 2 and 3. They're two maps. If you would look at them, please tell me if you recognize them.
Yes. Yes, I do.
And what is this exhibit 2 and 3?
Okay, could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
What are they? 2 and 3.
Maps.
Okay.
Mm.
And what are they maps of?
They're maps of the area that we were in.
Is that a true and accurate description of what the area looked like back then in 2014?
Yes.
The audience state that most would be 2 and 3 for demonstrative purposes.
What's the difference between the two?
2 is the overall big map area, and 3 is the smaller, just where the incident happened.
Zoomed in.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Feely, any objection to states 2 and 3?
No, yeah.
They're admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
Start with the big one.
3.
Yeah.
And this is a touch screen, so I don't know if you're going to want Ms. Is it Casa? Ms. Casa to do that. If you can help her get started, if you tap the screen, there's a little pencil icon in the corner that shows up lower left-hand corner. Tap the screen and there should be a little circle. And then the finger should draw. Did it work or not work? Would you slide the screen a little? That microphone is blocking it. Yeah. Now just try drawing once. Yep. And then do undo. You can make it go away. Yep. Excellent. Thank you.
We'll start with, we're looking at Stacy's big 3. Can you show us in what area using you're coming from, you're drawing it, and which way you ending up at Bell Street and Auburn Avenue?
Okay. Is there any way I can zoom it? I mean, take it in?
I think you had, when you were moving it around, it actually magnified. If you can figure out how to, oh,
I can zoom in.
Ms. Russell's doing it. Great.
Starts on this end, more towards Edgewood.
All right. And then you go under the highway or above the highway?
Under the highway.
And then how did you end up getting on Bell Street?
We made a left into Bell Street.
And can you show us on the map where Bell Street is?
Bell Street is here.
You come up Bell Street,
Yes,
is Bell Street a one-way?
it's a one-way.
And so when you come up Bell Street,
Yes.
over 6th Street. I'll keep going until she puts up. When you come up Bell Street, is it a one-way street?
Yes,
And so when you come up Bell Street, where did he park?
he parked on the parallel parking on the same Bell Street.
Closer to the Auburn Avenue Park, so that's up there.
Yes.
Can you show us on State's Exhibit 2 where you all parked? Yeah. Okay. And what is that building?
That building was a restaurant.
What type of restaurant? Is it?
I think it was a Chinese restaurant. Exactly.
What's on the other side of the?
It's Pal's.
Okay. What's Powell's?
Pal's like a lounge on Auburn.
Was it open?
At the time, it was closed.
And the Chinese, you said it's a Chinese restaurant. Do you remember the name of
Yes.
the Chinese restaurant?
Wok,
Okay.
something with wok. Yes.
Was that open?
Was it open? I think it was open, if I'm not mistaken.
Now, about what time of the day was this when you got there?
I would say about 12 o'clock-ish.
Clock-ish?
Yes.
And where did he park? Did he park closer to so that cross street, that's Auburn Avenue, right?
Yes.
And then the parallel one, that's a one-way is Bell Street.
Yes.
Is Auburn Avenue a one-way street as well?
No, it's a 2-lane street.
So did you park closer to the Auburn Avenue area?
Yes. So he was parked on the one-way right here on the one-way.
Okay,
Like,
where your circle is where he was parked.
yes.
So he was parked close to the Chinese restaurant.
Close, yes.
And you said he got out to see he saw his friends.
Yes.
Did you see his friends on his way in?
Yes, we saw a group of them.
You said
It's 5 to 6 people.
you recognize any of the friends that he saw?
Not really, no.
Had you seen them before?
I have seen them before.
And how have you seen them before?
I've seen them just from him, just being around him.
Have he introduced you to the friends?
No, not formally.
But did you know their names?
I've heard their names or overheard their names, but not really put a name with a face.
You know, overhead names that you had heard.
Mhm.
What were the names that you heard that were there?
I heard that Kiki was there for sure. I would say the Bailey, but I don't really know him. So
So you saw Kiki, you saw Bailey, you don't
Yes.
know them, but you know they were there.
yeah, I know Kiki. I don't know Bailey.
And how do you know Kiki?
Kiki, I know him because he's Ethiopian from our community.
So what is Kiki's real name? Do you know?
I don't know his real name.
Just know his nickname.
Yes.
Okay. So he's parked by the Chinese restaurant. He gets out. Where are you?
I was still in the car in the passenger side.
Now it's pretty late at night, right?
Yes,
Is it dark out?
it was.
Tell me about the light.
It was kind of lit for the area. It was like a few poles that had light lamps. So it was pretty lit.
So where were the lamps on State's Exhibit 2? Show me where the lamps were.
I would say around here.
I mean, I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I would say right around here. And I think there was another one at the back of it.
Since I can't tell, can you put L? Can you raise that and put L for lamp, L for lamp, so we know where the lamps are? And was there any other lighting?
No,
Were there lights in front of the Chinese wall? Were the lights on?
the lights were on.
What about Pals? You said the lounge Pals on the other side.
Pals, I think it had like some kind of lighting on the outside that just stays on.
Okay. And approximately how many people were out there when you said you saw his friends? How many were there?
About 5 or 6 people.
You tell what they were doing?
Yeah, you could kind of tell they were in a group. I assumed that they were gambling.
Have you seen Solo gamble before?
I have.
Okay. And when he's gambling, what kind of game is he doing when he gambles?
More than likely the dice.
So you've seen him play the dice game before?
Yes.
Have you played it on that Bell Street before?
No.
Played it at other places?
Yes. I've seen him once before then.
When you look at the photos, you have 3 photos in front of you, States Exhibit 7, 8, and 9. It should be photos of the areas.
Oh, this one.
Two photos,
These photos.
7, 8, and 9.
They should have numbers on them. If they don't,
Yes.
then Ms. Ocamp can help you find them.
Okay. 8 and 9.
You see the 7, 8, and 9?
Yes.
Great.
You look at 7, 8, and 9 for me.
Okay.
You recognize 7, 8, and 9?
Yes.
What about 7, 8, and 9?
It's the scene.
Is this an accurate description of the scene and how it looked?
Yes.
Your Honor, statement should admit 7, 8, and 9 into evidence.
Any objection to state 7 through 9?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted?
Permission to publish, Judge.
You may.
So now we're looking at, can you orient us for state citizen 7? What angle are we looking at in state citizen 7?
It's the angle facing towards Pals.
So on the map, you said the Chinese restaurant was on one side, Paul's was on one side. So using 7, show us where the Chinese restaurant is and show us where Paul's is. So C for Chinese.
Thanks.
So which way is the one way? One way coming which way,
Coming this way.
right? And then which one's Auburn?
This way.
And where's the car parked? On which side?
On this side.
Which car are we talking about?
Sorry, Your Honor. Where's your car parked?
My car was parked right where the police officer's car is.
So you close to the crosswalk?
Yes.
Was there any car in front of you?
No.
Were there cars behind you?
Yes.
How far would you say you were away from the crosswalk
I would say
vehicle? When he parked the vehicle?
we were probably 1 car length before the crosswalk.
So now we're having, can you erase all of that on there, please? I'm looking at 8 now. Show us where you said the light poles were. Can you put L for me, please?
For it.
And then the lights you were talking about, they're coming from the Chinese restaurants. Can you put a, I don't know, lower, smaller L, and then the light that was coming from Powell's, you put a smaller L there as well. And your car that you were in, can you put C for your car then? And you said Solo went out because you saw his friends. Where were the friends? Where were they? You put F there. So you're in the front seat passenger.
Yes.
So how far away were you from where his friends were?
I would say this car length.
How many feet is that?
I would say maybe about 5 to 10 feet.
I'm gonna walk towards you and then I'm gonna walk backwards.
Okay.
At least I'll stop when we get to the distance.
Okay. Stop.
So this would be about the length,
Yes.
and you were facing, I guess, towards Auburn.
Yes.
And then, so the game was going on behind you.
Right behind me. Yes.
And this would be 5 to 10 feet.
About, yes.
And Did Sol tell you anything before he got out of the vehicle?
He just told me he'll be right back. Just wait a few seconds, like a few minutes.
And was it a few seconds?
It was not.
How long, let's talk about the vehicle. You were in the vehicle?
Yes,
Have you been in the area before?
I have.
Can you tell us about Auburn and Bell Street? What kind of area is it?
It's a little rough.
What do you mean by a little rough?
There are a lot of Jays that walk around. There's just a lot of like criminal type of activity that happens.
I don't know what J means.
Like junkies.
Okay.
Mm.
And he left you alone in the vehicle?
Yes.
And what were you doing while he left you alone in the vehicle?
I was on my phone mainly. I locked the door and I was just on my phone listening to a little music. That's about it.
And you said he was in a couple of minutes. So what happens while you're waiting for him? He said go for a couple of minutes. What happens?
I kept calling him and telling him, let's go. I called him probably about 3 times.
The answer?
He did. He answered like the second time and said, oh, I'm on my way. Just give me a second. I'm almost done.
And could you tell what he was doing?
I could tell, yes.
How could you tell?
Just by looking back.
Did you turn your head
To look.
back and look?
Yes.
When you turned your head back and looked, what was he doing?
He was just gambling with his friends. He was like in the middle.
Now, let's position it, right? Okay, can you zoom with your, spread it, with your hands. You erase. Show me where the gambling game was going on now. It's a closer look. Right there,
Yes.
on the other side of the vehicle,
Yes, on the other side of the pole as well.
under that sort of lamp pole.
Yes.
Is that the L that you were showing us that was a lamp pole?
Yes.
All right. And
So it's on the sidewalk.
On the sidewalk, right on the other side of this pole.
Got it.
you said you could tell he was gambling.
Yes.
So what side was he on? So orient me. So if you're sitting in the passenger seats, the front facing Auburn Street and you look back, is he on the left side of the pole or is he on the right side of the pole?
They're on the right side of the pole.
And so so all of them are on the right side of the pole.
On the right side of the pole.
So where is he? Is there a group of people? Is he on the left side of the right side of the pole or is he on the right side of the right side of the pole? Do you understand what I'm saying? Or,
On the right side of the right side of the pole.
okay. And you said you could see him?
I could see him.
What was he doing?
He was pretty much gambling. It was just gestures, probably talking to them about something.
So you couldn't hear what they were saying?
I couldn't really hear what they were saying. It was kind of muffled.
Were your windows up?
Yes, my windows were up.
You said music was on, so the music, was it on your phone blasting out or was the music coming from the stereo of the vehicle?
I had it on the stereo, but I had it on low so I could hear a little bit, just if anything.
And how did he feel? So when I asked, you said there was the sound. Was it any sort of sound or was it like we're gambling and people were talking?
Yeah, like gambling and people are just talking or just having like conversations like, oh, no, this, da, da, da. It's more like gambling conversation, I would say.
Could you tell if everybody was involved in the gambling or just certain people were involved in the gambling?
I wasn't sure. I couldn't tell.
And approximately how many people were around that pool for the game?
I would say about 5 or 6 people.
And were they doing anything? Were they drinking?
Yeah, I think they had drinks because I saw some people bring in some drinks.
You said you saw some people bringing some drinks out of Pals?
Out of like Pals from this door.
I'm sorry, I did not hear that.
From this door on the side of Pals.
Right. And drinks were coming out.
Yes.
We tell if Solo was drinking?
I couldn't tell.
You tell, but you knew that there was alcohol out there.
Yes, definitely.
And so you say you call him a couple of times you call him a couple of times and he should come. He come?
He didn't.
So how long had you been sitting in the car then?
I'd been probably an hour and a half.
And so the whole hour and a half you're sitting in the car, all you do is call him, text him?
Yes, I was calling him and then I was on the phone for a while on my Instagram and then called him again.
Why didn't you just get out of the car?
I just was kind of like scared too.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that normal that he would go gamble and you be in the car?
No. Just once before, but it was just like random. Yeah.
So you didn't get out of the car?
No, both times I never got out.
And you didn't go grab him and say, "Look, I've been waiting here for an hour and a half, what's going on?"
No, I just kept calling him.
Okay. Then what happens? So you're now there for an hour and a half and he hasn't come.
Yes.
What happens after that?
After that, I started to hear commotion, and that's when I looked back, and it was just everything happened.
Let's break that down. You said you heard commotion.
Mhm.
Tell me what you mean by commotion.
It was like yelling. It was more aggressive. You could tell it was like fighting or like arguing. It wasn't gambling.
So what's the difference?
I would say the tone.
Did you actually hear what was being said?
I didn't.
What about the tone? Was it higher?
It was higher. It was louder.
Did it seem, could you tell how many people were in this commotion?
No.
You said it was louder.
Mhm.
And the music was still on?
My music was on low, so I could hear.
What happens when you sort of hear this commotion and you can tell that?
I just looked back because I was kind of like, what's going on? And I looked back.
Turn your head?
Yes.
And your
Complete.
head back?
Yes.
And so if you turn your whole head back, do you have a line of sight? I'm asking, what's your line of sight?
My line of sight was
What is it?
oh, sorry, let me delete this one.
So that's LOS saying line of sight?
Yes.
Was that way?
Yes.
What do you look out? Do you look out through the window or do you look through the back window to
It,
look?
it was the back corner window.
And after you hear the commotion and you turn back and you look, what do you see?
I see him pulling up to, I saw Dick pulling up to him and him with his back to him. And people started making like, oh. And that's when I kind of got down when I heard the gunshot.
Okay, so I'm gonna break that down.
Okay.
Okay, so you say you saw Dick.
Yes.
Okay, let's start with Dick. Who's
Yes.
Dick?
That's Dick.
Have you seen Dick before?
Yes, just through association
Association with who?
with Solo.
How many times have you seen Dick before?
Maybe like 3 times,
Have you been formally introduced to Dick?
not formally.
How did you know his name was Dick?
I just from overhearing.
And have you seen Solo and Dick together before?
I have.
Was that in a social setting or was that around the area of Auburn and Bell Street?
It was around the area of Auburn and Bell Street.
And did they talk to each other, Dick and Solo?
Yes.
Was it, in your opinion, friendly?
Yes.
Did you tell that they knew each other?
Yes.
And you said you weren't formally introduced to him?
No.
The person you know as Dick that you just pointed out, that was there that night, you see person present in court today.
Yes.
Could you please point him out for,
Yes.
tell me what he's wearing?
He's wearing a gray coat with a red tie or a burgundy tie.
You want to let the record reflect that the witness has identified Dick?
She has identified Mr. Beard.
And did you know his full name or did you just know him as Dick?
I didn't know his full name, just Dick.
Now you said Solo had his back to you.
Yes.
Now let's break that down. Where exactly is Solo?
Solo was right here facing this way.
Facing which way? So the arrow, that's the arrow facing the wall?
Yes,
Okay. And what position is that and Solo in?
he was crouched when I looked back.
Your Honor, permission for the witness to get off the stand to show us what she was right now.
Sure. The only rule of the road is everyone needs to speak clearly. If you're asking Ms. Casa questions when she's not on the stand, it's going to be hard to hear her. So you may have her demonstrate, try to limit the number of questions you're asking when she's not on the stand.
Yes, Judge.
Ms. Casa, if you'll just follow Ms. Okam's questions.
So the question is, you say he was crouched and he was facing the wall. If you would just come out, before you come out, show us what you mean by he was crouched and facing the wall. And your hand, if you move a little bit forward, so all the jurors can see the wall. Yes. Was in that position? And he was facing the wall? Yes. Go back. Was anybody, so your line of sight here looking, was anybody in front of Solo, so by the side of Solo when he was crouched facing the wall?
Yes, there was people on both sides of him.
And could you tell who those people were on both sides of him?
Not exactly, but I knew there was people on both sides.
Right. So he's crouched and he's facing the wall. What is he doing? Is there anything on the ground?
Yeah, there was like money and like, I'm not sure what else, but it was like money pretty much.
So now the money, so he's crouched. How far away was the money from Solo?
It was right under him,
Right under his foot?
like right where I was crouched, where my hand was positioned.
So he's bent and you're looking,
Yes.
right? So you said you see deck. Where is deck? Using 9, show me where deck is.
Okay.
So is he on the iris point? Is he on the other side of what is the red car?
Yes, he came from somewhere from this angle because he was standing right there.
Okay.
And nobody passed by me to get to there.
Okay. So we're talking about angles. You just said angle. I don't know
Yes.
what angle you're talking about. So show me
So like
angle he came from.
I was from this
So he's on the sidewalk side then?
on the sidewalk is where I saw him.
Okay, so on the sidewalk side and so Solo is crouched down facing the wall.
Yes.
That a yes?
Yes.
And he's bent,
Yes.
right? And you say you see deck coming from what would be the right side of Solo crouched down?
He wasn't crouched.
No.
Oh.
Solo is crouched.
Yes. Solo was
Deck is on Solo, so Solo is crouched, deck is on his right side?
on his right side.
Okay. And you see deck approaching.
Yes.
You see what was deck doing when he was approaching?
It was fast. So he approached. I just saw a gun and aiming at Solo, and then I just heard fires. So I ducked real fast.
So you had the shot,
I heard a shot, and that's when I got down.
and that was with deck approaching Solo while he was down.
Yes.
What about Solo? What did he do?
He was in midst of grabbing his. So when there was commotion, I'm assuming people were telling him like, oh, somebody's coming up on you or something to that liking. And all I saw was him grabbing. It was quick and I heard a shot. So I just got down.
Okay, I'm going to ask you again to demonstrate because you're shaking and I can't scoot from behind. I
Okay.
apologize. You can come
problem.
down again and show
Okay.
me what you mean by deck was getting out in the shake. From the right side. So he's Solo's like this, he's like, okay. And you said Solo is reaching.
Solo was reaching.
Okay. Did Solo have a gun?
Yes.
Had you seen the gun that day?
I have seen it before.
Okay. So he always had a gun in him?
For the most part, yes.
You tell me what type of gun Solo had.
It was like a black, smaller gun.
You say small, size-wise for me.
I would say about size of my palm.
And it was black.
Palm.
You're soft-spoken.
Sorry.
It's fine. I just speak up a little bit so that my court reporter will be able to take down anything you say, okay?
Okay.
So he had a black gun. You see the black gun on him before.
Yes,
You see the gun on him that night?
I have.
You know he had a gun.
I did.
Did Solo have money on him that night?
He did.
Approximately how much, if you know, did he have?
I would say maybe about 3,000.
Was that routine for Solo to have that amount of money on him?
Just because we're trying to get the house the next day, and it was 1,500 to get the house.
So he had a little bit more this time?
Yeah, I'm assuming he was trying to have extra just to whatever he was doing, but he had more.
We had approximately $8,000.
Approximately.
And so you said you heard the shots,
Yes,
and then you said many movements.
yes.
Okay, so what happens?
I immediately ducked down. As soon as I kind of heard it subside, I jumped over to the driver's end and pulled out and tried to pretty much get away from the fire, just in case anybody was still shooting, and made a U-turn down Bell. Went down Bell to Auburn, from Auburn, went down the next street, and then made a complete U-turn and slowly came back up the street.
Let's break that down. So
Okay.
you heard the first shot, then you ducked,
Yes,
right, after that's pointing the gun,
yes.
okay? And then you duck, you say you hear shots. Let's
Yes.
do it. How many shots would you say you heard?
It was a lot of shots. I would say maybe about 20 or so.
Was there a cadence to the shots? So was it, tell me, the cadence, was it pow, 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 or was it pow, pow?
It was pow, 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 pow. It was continuous.
And approximately how long would you say that took before you sort of got up from where you crouched down?
I would say probably like 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes.
This is a long time.
Yeah. Okay.
Feel like 2 or 3 minutes?
Yes.
It felt like a long
It
time.
felt like, yes. It was a lot.
It felt to you like it was forever, but you don't know if it's 2 or 3 minutes.
I'm not sure exactly how many minutes, but I would say about
Okay.
2 minutes.
And then you said you got up from your crouch position
Yes,
and you jumped into the driver's side.
yes.
Then were the keys left in the car?
The keys were in the car with me.
Did he leave it to you or was the car just running?
He left it to me so I could listen to music, and
Okay.
yeah.
And you said you drive out, so show me how you come out.
Okay. So I drove out this way, made a U-turn, and then came back around.
And you say you come back around. Which way did you come back up
I-
around?
I came back up this street.
And when you came back up that street,
Mhm. When I came back up the street, I saw 2 people, but I knew what Solo had on. He had on black, so I was looking for somebody with black, and I just kept driving up until I saw him in the middle, and I just stopped my car like right here and went to him to see if he was okay or if I could help him into the car, take him to the emergency room.
so now let's break that down. Can you put C for where your car is when you parked, when you drive up, back up again?
We drive up. Let's see.
And you said you saw him. You can tell me where you saw him?
I saw him over here.
So that's where Solo is when you come up. So the first one when he was docked down, he was behind, he was right by the land.
Yeah, he was approximately over here.
But when he was docked down, he was by the land.
Yes,
And then when you came around after the shooting, he was by,
right here.
and was he on the sidewalk?
He was.
And just so that I'm clear, when you said Deck was approaching, was his arm out or was he down?
When Dick approached, his hands was out.
And was he out pointing straight or out pointing down? Can you show me?
I would say pointing at an angle because Solo was down.
I need you to stretch out.
Okay.
Right.
No problem.
And you said his arms were pointing, and you said he was pointing straight. Did you see what was in his arm?
I did see something, I just didn't know what it was.
Okay. So there was, and you can't have a seat. Thank you.
So I'm clear. You are describing or replicating what you're saying. Deck, Mr. Beard was standing like that. And then Solo, Mr. Belay, is on the ground. And that is at whom Mr. Beard is pointing.
Yes.
And so, and Claire, you said was pointing and you could tell that it was an object in the hand, but you couldn't tell what it was.
Yes,
Could you tell what color it was?
I didn't.
And whatever was said, said Solo turn his head?
Yeah, like it was commotion, so I feel like Solo turned around to react.
Okay. And when he was coming, Deck was on the sidewalk as well?
Yes, when he came up on him.
Okay. And how close did Deck get to Solo?
I would say probably from here to here.
I'm gonna do the walk
Okay.
back again, because that doesn't work.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're here, and how close am I to you? And I'm Solo, and I'm bent. Okay, and we'll call that, we'll call that 2 to 3 feet, 2 feet? About 2 feet. So you had the power, and that's where you dock, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now you've come out, all of the shooting is done, you get in the vehicle, and you turn back up, and Deck is moved.
Actually,
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase. Where was Deck? How far had Solo gotten from the last position you saw him when you came back around?
I would say from here to here. He was initially here, so.
He was back at the light post,
Yes, sir.
and then he's where that lots of circles are.
And what position is Solo then at the time when you come back up around?
He was on one arm. He was kind of on his side.
And then what do you do?
I tried to pick him up, but he was really, really heavy.
And what happens?
Kiki came around the corner and tried to help me. And when he couldn't help me, we had to flag down a police officer.
And where were you trying to take him to?
To the Grady, which was literally up the street.
Up the street, which way?
Down Bell this way.
Were you able to take him to Grady?
I wasn't even able to pick him up.
And how is Solo when you were trying to pick him up? Did he speak?
Solo is the one that wasn't responsive
He wasn't responsive
at all.
You tried to talk to him?
I tried to like nudge him, but it didn't work. He wasn't responsive at all.
And what happens after you said you flagged out somebody? What happens next?
As soon as the police officer came, he called for an ambulance. The ambulance came.
And did you follow the ambulance?
I did.
What happens after you follow the ambulance?
I followed them to Grady. They went in. They wouldn't let me inside. They said that nobody can go inside.
And did you find out what happened to Solo that night or the morning hours that morning?
The morning, yes.
So what happens after you find out that he's what happened to him?
I was very sad. I was just like depressed for a long while.
Now, so then Claire, just to go back to when you turned back and so were you looking through the mirror or did you turn your head back? Which is it?
I turned my head back. I saw it through the mirror first, the commotion, but I turned back to look what was going on.
So So the commotion was seen through the side view mirror, the passenger side mirror.
Initially, yes.
But then when you saw, Claire, when you saw Deck approaching Soul, when he was crouched down, your head was already actually turned.
Turned, yes.
And was the commotion that you saw through I'll rephrase that, was it the commotion that you saw through the side mirror that caused you to turn your head back?
Yes.
Now, did a detective Scott Demister get a hold of you?
Yes.
You want to talk to you?
Yes, he did.
Did you agree to speak to him?
Yes, I agreed.
And where did you meet?
I met him at a Starbucks.
And why did you meet him at a Starbucks?
It was closer to where I was at the time.
And he showed up?
Yes.
Talked to him?
Yes.
You tell him what happened.
Yes.
And after you told him what happened, Detective Demister asked you to look at a line of photos.
Yes.
And in front of you should be a line of photos as well as an admonition behind it.
Yes.
And what did you look at the photos?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's in front of you. It's State's Exhibits 144. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
It's the photo he asked me to identify Deck on.
Okay. And did he tell you who to identify?
No.
Did he say, look, these are the pictures, it's in here, just point them out for me, and we'll just go from there?
No.
Did he give you any idea of who was in the picture?
No.
And so, is that the photo lineup you looked at?
Yes.
So the second page of that, what is that?
What I signed.
On that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state who said this case is being 1.4 into evidence.
Just getting there. Hold on. Any objection to 144, Ms. Feely?
There.
It's admitted.
Published, Judge.
You may.
So is that the admonition he gave you?
Yes.
All right. And if you scroll up, please scroll down. And is that your writing?
Yes.
And when did you see the photo lineup?
On June 3rd.
Okay. What's the date on it?
June 3rd.
If you would read up.
Oh, sorry. June 18th.
Okay. And he was talking about June 3rd, 2014. That's when.
That happened. Yes.
Okay. And is that signature yours?
Yes.
And those were the photos he showed you, and you circled number 2.
Yes.
You identified person as dead. That's the person that shot. So.
Yes.
And how sure were you that dead was the person that did it?
Very sure.
Brief second, Judge. Thanks, Judge.
Ms. Feely, we're going to take a quick break before you do your cross-examination. Jurors have been out here for a little while. We are going to need to break for lunch pretty close to 12 because of something I'm dealing with in another case. But this will be your first break. We're going to keep it kind of short because you'll get lunch real soon. Please don't talk about the case while you're having the break. If you want to go out down that hallway, great. I'm going to have Deputy Gordon check with you in about 5 minutes. If anyone needs more time, we haven't all been able to use the restroom, then there'll be more time. But I'd love to see if we can get through this witness before lunch. Thank you. All right, you all can be seated. Ms. Okam, anything before we break?
No, Judge.
Ms. Feely?
There.
All right, let's be back at 11:25. I got the sense she was getting close. I figured, let's just finish direct exam. Then we.
Fruit snacks. Fruit snacks. I don't have, I got safety. I don't have safety. That's what I got. It was so bad for lunch. But I need it. You ready? You're excited. I'm excited about that hot pocket. Just double. All the councils. Right. They do the same. Which one is it? So this is the appreciate. So this is. If not. Other levels. That's it.
I still work with it. What you say? Right, yeah. No.
Okay, so they said I should go back.
Thank you.
The streets.
No.
Oh, yeah. But the problem is you might get a speculation. She don't know that. Yeah. Right. No, and you can say, where was the car? You can be like, where was him? Is the body close to where the car was? Do something like that.
My back is killing me.
Is it?
It's killing me.
Get off your shoes.
I cannot. These heels were terrible here. And now I can't take them off. Like, how weird would you be if I started with heels?
Girl,
Like,
I
how
have
weird.
done it before.
You done it
On my
before?
last day of the trial, I was like, I can't do this anymore. Let me see what's out in the chat.
Oh no, I hate
I know.
that.
I know. I'm gonna start doing it.
Wash my hair. What's the case bleeding this afternoon? What's the case bleeding at noon?
I hope that helps. I said, I hope that helps. Yeah. Michelle told me. All right. Let's get back on the record in State versus Beard. Ms. Ocom, anything before we bring the jury in?
No, Judge.
Ms. Feely, do you think we'll finish by noonish, the cross exam? No pressure. If you don't, we can run a little into noon. If not, we'll bring Ms. Casa back after lunch, but we'll aim for that. Excellent. Let's see if the jurors are ready.
That's nice.
Okay.
Do you want something?
No, I said I should have asked you if you needed so.
Girl, I've learned to bring my own snacks because I'll be.
I was like, I'm a terrible person. Bring snacks for the pregnant lady. So horrible. I forgot what it was like. It's been almost 5 years. I have no money. I want to go shopping so bad, but I have no money. Look, don't worry. I'm gonna look forward to being broke. Them kids. Okay. Just spring break alone. Spring break alone. Yes, we're going to Florida. Like we have this house with a couple of our friends and their kids. Some grandson came and they so it's like this they'll have kids, they the same age group, so we rent a big house, and so it's like more fun because they're more amenities, we all just strip in. But I'm just like, these kids.
It's not, is it expensive?
Yes.
All right, adjourn.
We just have a new car. I will pick it up to the Tesla.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You all can be seated. You guys get a pretty good grade for shuffling up the seats. Glad you're doing that. I think it'll help out. We are turning now to see if either of Mr. Beard's lawyers have any questions to ask Ms. Casa. Ms. Freely.
Sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Solo was about 5'10", would you say?
About, yes,
And he had just gotten out of prison.
yes.
Now, I want to talk with you about your testimony just a few minutes ago that you were approximately 5 to 10 feet from the incident as it was happening.
I saw them about 5. Yeah, about 5.
So
Yes.
it's your testimony that you were about 5 to 10 feet from where they are.
Yes,
Now, you remember testifying at a prior hearing on this
Yes.
case? And it was also in a courtroom
yes,
and it was under oath
yes,
and there was a court reporter
yes,
and I have a transcript of that
yes,
and the state has a transcript of that.
yes.
Do you remember preparing for that testimony, going out to the scene with another prosecutor?
No,
And it's your testimony, you do not remember going out to Bell Street and Auburn Avenue with a tape measure and measuring?
yes, actually, I do.
And that was, it's okay if you don't remember the exact date, but it was
Okay.
closer in time than now is to the incident.
Yes,
And so you went out at that time with the members of the DA's office to prepare for that particular proceeding
yes,
and to prepare your testimony.
yes,
And at that time, you told the people involved in that proceeding that it was actually 28 feet based on the measurements that you guys conducted.
okay.
You remember that?
I don't.
But you do remember going out there
I do remember going out there.
and that there was a tape measure.
I do. I don't remember the accurate numbers
Okay.
on it.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the transcript?
Sure.
What is that? How far is 28? I don't know. I can't do the math.
At that particular hearing, closer in time, it was, your testimony was, it was 28 feet.
Yes,
And you also, at that hearing, testified about Solo's position at the time.
yes,
And at that particular hearing, well, here you demonstrated a squat down. Is that fair to say?
yes,
And at the previous hearing, I believe you testified that both, or at least one of Solo's knees were down on the ground. Do you remember that?
yeah, I do.
And I think you already testified that you saw Solo with a gun that night.
He had a gun, yes.
Now, I don't want to mispronounce his name, Awet. That's a friend of Solo's.
He is.
How do you say the name?
Awet.
Awet.
Yes.
So Awet is a friend of Solo's who was also out that night, not
He was
necessarily at the
out
incident.
with us, yeah.
Okay, so it was you and Solo and Awet and Manny.
Yeah, they ended up meeting us later though.
And they are both part of the Ethiopian community,
Yes.
and they both carry guns as well.
At the time, I'm not sure.
I'm confused though. Were you saying that Awet and Manny were at the dice game, or you met them sometime before the dice game, but they were not at the dice game?
Before the dice game at the bar.
At the bar? Were they part of the group of people who were gambling on Bell Street?
Awet initially came, but he left before we left.
Okay. So when the shooting happened, Awet wasn't there.
Wasn't there.
So you, at this point, don't remember if Awet and Manny had firearms that night.
I don't remember.
Would it refresh your recollection to see your testimony at the prior hearing?
Uh, yeah, they have guns, but I didn't know if they had it on them.
And so you testified, from what I know, yes. Is that fair?
Yes.
And I think you already said Awet left about 15 minutes before this incident happened,
About, yes.
but Manny was still there.
He was, and I'm not sure where he went after. If he left before or not, but I didn't see Manny.
So at this point, you do not remember if Manny was still there?
Yeah, I do not remember.
Would it refresh your memory again to look at your trial or
Sure.
your prior transcript of the proceeding?
Sure.
Would it refresh your recollection to see?
Yes.
Sorry, what page are you looking at? This is page 3. So Manny was still there at the time.
Yeah, from what I remember, yes. But I didn't see him after.
So he was still there at the time of the incident. Did you say you didn't see him afterwards?
Yeah, like after everything happened.
But he saw what happened.
I'm
Objection,
Thinking.
Your Honor, speculation. How would he know what Manny saw?
Would it help me if I refresh your recollection with the prior transcript?
sure.
Well, but before that, we need to address, why don't you phrase your you don't have to rephrase it, just ask your question again, because if it calls for speculation, whether Ms. Casa is speculating by looking at a previous hearing transcript or just thinking about it, it could be an issue.
Let's find the exact line. Okay, so Manny was out there, right?
Yes,
And he was a part of the group of 7 around when the gambling was happening.
when it was happening, yes.
So he saw what happened.
Objection, Judge. Speculation. How would she know what Manny saw?
Okay, so he was in the 7 people around where this happened. Is that right?
I would say yes.
And so he was there when shots rang out, right?
I would say.
Okay. Now, before that, you actually asked Awet to go get Solo, right?
At one point, yes, before he left,
Because you were trying to get
him to leave.
leave, right?
Yes.
And Solo didn't listen to Awet,
Mm-mm.
and then he left.
Yes.
He meaning Awet left?
Yes.
And you remember seeing, is it Kajana out there?
I know his name, but I didn't see him.
Now, you talked about talking to the detective at Starbucks,
Yes,
and the detective asked you if you knew of anyone else who saw what happened.
yes,
Meaning, did you see anybody else who was out there with the people gambling?
yes.
And you never gave him Manny's name, right?
No,
But you did tell him that you heard the commotion.
yes,
And you told him about Solo going to pick up the money.
yes,
And at that time, you told the detective that Deck was to the side of him, the right side,
yes,
and other people were there.
yes.
And you saw Solo grab his gun,
And I saw Solo, you said?
grab his gun.
Yes, while the commotion was happening.
And at the prior hearing, would you remember there were two other people involved in the initial commotion argument, right?
Mhm.
And you said the argument lasted about 2 minutes,
About,
and it took you, I think you said about 2 minutes to drive around the block,
maybe less, because I made an immediate U-turn.
and you saw Deck laying in the street, right?
I noticed there was somebody, I didn't know it was him until I got out the car.
And in the time that it took you to go back around, when you got to Solo, he no longer had his gun,
No,
and there was no pile of money anymore,
nothing was there, yeah, just him.
and no other people around other than Kiki.
Yeah, Kiki came from around the corner.
In just a second.
Solo's body from the dice game. Because it shows that he was one of his.
So it's your testimony that you were looking in the side mirror during the time the 2-minute commotion was going on?
Yes, initially looked at the side mirror.
And then at the exact time of the shooting, though, you had turned your body around like that?
I turned around right before when the commotion happened. I turned around to look to see what was going on. And that's when I heard the fires.
And at a prior proceeding, you testified about this very issue as well.
Mhm.
And at that time, would it refresh your recollection to see what, at that time, you remembered about what you saw when? Just.
Ask her what page.
What page are you on?
I'm sorry, that's page 267.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
So you could actually look in the side view mirror from the passenger seat and see behind you.
Right directly behind me.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Yes, Judge, just briefly. I'm going to show you that's the statement that Ms. Field was talking about. If you could read page 267.
Objection, is there a question or leading?
No, yeah, I just want to show her. This
But what's your question going to be before you show her the?
I apologize, Judge. I will ask the question. Did you actually, did you say in the prior hearing that you actually turned behind and looked and saw what happened?
Yes,
And that's what you said?
yes,
I'm going to show you 267, page 267, lines 11 and 12 to yourself.
Right now, she's just reviewing this. There aren't any questions.
Can't ask her any more questions. Because she was consistent. Inconsistent. Okay, so you're not refreshing it.
Your Honor, permission to ask question omitted, indirect, just a quick question.
Permission to ask what?
A question that was omitted in my direct.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
But just because we've left Ms. Feely hanging here, you had,
I
Emmy,
apologize.
that's okay. You had Ms. Casa review 2 lines from transcript from an earlier proceeding. Are you going to now ask her about that, or you're shifting gears and
I'm
you're,
shifting gears because I'm shifting gears, Judge.
so we're moving beyond
Yes.
what's in front of her?
Yes.
Okay. So there's nothing to object to at this time. Next question.
Yes, Judge. Thank you. Your Honor, I'm showing you, ma'am, one of the previous remarks, it states this is 137 and 138. Look at that, please.
Yes,
You recognize that?
I do.
But what is that?
That's Solo's gun.
Okay, and is that the black gun we've been talking about, the small black gun you said Solo had?
Yes,
And that's the one he had on him?
that's the one he had on him.
And that's the one you've seen him with him before?
Yes,
And just, Your Honor, the state moves to admit states 137 and 138 into evidence.
Any objection to the admission of 137 and 138?
There you go.
They're admitted.
And I will just publish, Your Honor. For the record, I will know that the gun is safe. There are no cases it's actually locked.
Good. And you won't point it at anyone other than yourself?
Out of the box. I'm just gonna
Okay.
Put it up far away from them so they can see it.
Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, assuming the gun is secure, and it sure looks like it, but Deputy Gordon will make sure you'll have that during your deliberation. So if it was kind of hard to see in the box, don't panic. You'll get it back there. Anything else, Ms. O'Connor?
No, Judge. Thank you.
Any recross?
No, no.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time that if you have any questions, you should jot them down. If you have already jotted them down, pass them forward. If you have none, that's okay too. They're not required. Is that it? All right. Thank you. Couple questions, more than a couple. Did Mr. Balai Solo, did he work?
At the time, no.
So do you know where the $1,000, whatever he had in his pocket was coming from if he wasn't working?
I think he was just doing like, street working.
Okay. Tell me what you mean by street working.
It's like selling drugs.
Okay. Did you have a phone when, I think you've already testified to this, when this shooting happened and you were in the car waiting for the dice game to end, did you have a phone?
Yes, I had my phone.
Any reason you didn't call 911?
I was too in shock. I was trying to make sure he was okay or alive or.
When you talked about doing the circuit around the block because of one-way streets and you came back and you found Solo on the ground and he was too heavy to pick up. When you were rendering aid to him, did you see his gun around him then?
No, I did not.
Tell the jurors how you were able to see the money that was part of the gambling that was going on from your perspective, if there were people crouched on the ground and you're looking through the side view mirror, et cetera.
So he was crouched, but the other people were like standing. So it was kind of like an area where you could kind of see what they're doing.
And part of that was you being able to see the money.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you put Exhibit 9 back up again, please? So in this picture, Ms. Casa, as I understand it, the Chinese restaurant, as we're looking at this photo, is to the left.
Yes, Your Honor.
All those windows, there are bars down, like it's not open. Was it like that at the time you were there, waiting for Solo to finish his game?
Yes, it was.
The bars were down, so you could not go into the restaurant.
The bars right here weren't the restaurant's bars. The restaurant was a little bit up in the corner.
Okay, so this is a little further down Bell Street. If we could somehow move backwards in the photo to the left, we'd see the Chinese restaurant and no bars there, at least when you were there that night.
Yes.
Okay. Last question from me. Do you recall roughly when you provided that other testimony? Ms. Feely started out asking you about that other hearing you were at and you testified. Are you able to pin a year, a month, how long ago from now it was?
It's been a while.
Okay.
About a few years.
Okay. At least a few years.
Yes.
Got it. Ms. Ocom, any follow-up based on those questions?
Brief moment, Judge. Not from the state, Judge.
All right. Ms. Feely, any follow-up?
You said you don't remember the exact date of the prior hearing.
I don't.
Would it refresh your memory to see that transcript?
Yes.
It was December 1st, 2050.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. President Nelson.
So like 7 years ago-ish.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Great. May Ms. Casa step down?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you so much. You are free to go. Appreciate your testimony. You can leave. The lawyers will deal with that as long as it's not your stuff. You grab your mask and your water. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break a few minutes early for lunch. This was a natural stopping point. When we get back, I'll expect that Ms. Ocom has the state's next witness ready to go.
Yeah.
Lunch will usually be about an hour, but because you're going to be exploring the environs around here for the first time, I'm going to say, let's try to resume at 1:10. If you're back before then, and I'll have the lawyers come back a little bit early, maybe we'll start a little before 1:10, but I'll expect everyone to be back by 1:10 with food in their belly. You are welcome to get food and bring it back. You don't have to stay out of the building until 1:10. And you may have brought your own lunch. That's fine too. It's okay to eat as a large group, a small group. You don't have to be with each other at all. The one rule is don't talk about it's 2 rules. Don't talk about the case and no outside research. This is how you get your questions answered. Write them down and voila, the witness answers your questions. Any logistical questions? Please, when you're together, confer about whether 1 to 6 on Wednesday works, because I'm going to ask you about that when you get back from lunch. 1 to 6 tomorrow. Thank you. All right, couple quick things before we break. One, make sure we don't say trial. And 2, I will make every card that is submitted, whether the questions on it are asked of the witness or not, part of the record. So every card jurors submit will go into a collective courts exhibit 1, regardless of whether the questions are asked. Ms. Ocom, anything from the state before we break for lunch?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly, Mr. Huggins is going to be testifying and he's in the back. So we have to do it at some natural break so that they, because he's in custody, so the sheriffs will be okay for him to get to the stand. And then we probably have to take, I don't know how that works, but then like my last trial, they took a break again for him to go back there.
So thank you for flagging that. Is Mr. Huggins here? Would he be right after lunch?
No, there are 2 witnesses before him, but I just
Okay.
wanted to let the court know.
Are the first 2 witnesses shorter in duration than Ms. Casa?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe we just do our afternoon break after those 2. But what I'm wondering, is it going to be something not shared with the jury that Mr. Huggins is in custody? Or is he going to come out in a blue jumpsuit?
In a jumpsuit, yeah.
Okay, then you guys can talk amongst yourselves. As long as Mr. Huggins is ready, I don't have an issue keeping the jury in here because it's not a secret he's in custody. If for some reason it was being masked from them,
No,
don't
it's
know
not.
quite how the defense would let that happen, then yes, we would need to get him on the stand. But let's get through the first 2 witnesses. If it's not a natural break time, just once you say Huggins, I'll say, all right, Deputy Gordon, let's get him out. And as long as Deputy Gordon has a partner helping, then we'll do that. And it doesn't, he's up. So it will take probably less time than when you guys are like, where's my witness out there? So I don't know that we'll need to break.
I just wanted to flag so the sheriffs will know that he's coming out from back there.
Yep, he's up and he'll testify this afternoon. Any issues with handling it that way, Ms. Feely? Okay, if you would make sure that the folks who are here for Mr. Beard's phones are on silent, that would be great. Anything else from the defense? All right, thank you, everyone. Is Ms. Wood coming in or? Okay. Ms. Feely, we've got a plea right now or Ms. Primovic with Ms. Wood.
I'm doing it.
You're doing it. Perfect. Don't go anywhere then. All right. Then we need Mr. Whitenauer.
I will text him.
Great,
We'll text him.
great.
I'm here, Judge.
All right, we've got Mr. Whitenauer. Excellent. I don't know how he got this Zoom number. Here you go. Ms. Primovic, are you ready for Mr. Kendrick? Let's bring him out, please.
cheating.
I'm gonna go back. Yeah. You are too? No. You sure?
You need anything?
Are the podium on? Yes. You should go. Yeah, everybody wants to go back. So
Wait, Flax, wait.
oh, look. They're looking back.
Wait. I'm in so much pain.
Come on, take your phone.
Like both phones.
Remind me to get my charger.
For what?
My phone. My phone charger.
I am reading that, I just need my laptop.
Yes, Ms. Tucson is on.
Hang on, guys, hang on.
Okay, Ms. Rivers, are you ready? All right, we are pivoting away from Mr. Beard to handle pleas with Mr. Kendrick. How are you doing, Mr. Kendrick?
Doing all right, sir.
You have two cases, and one of your lawyers, it was Ms. Wood I was working with before, but she is a direct colleague of Ms. Primovic, told me that you were prepared to enter pleas in both the case ending in 553 as well as the case ending in 487. Is that right, Ms. Primovic?
That's correct.
Okay. In a moment, Mr. Whitenauer, who you see on the screen there, he's the prosecutor handling your cases for today, is going to put you under oath. Once you're under oath, please answer all of his questions and mine truthfully and completely. And Mr. Kendrick, if you have any questions of your own, you can't hear Mr. Whitenauer or someone says something that is different from what you were expecting or just doesn't make sense, please let Ms. Primovic or me know, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Whitenauer, when you're ready.
Yes, Judge, thank you. Sir, my name is John Whitenauer. I'm an assistant district attorney with the Fulton County DA's office. If you would, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please lower your right hand. Please state your true, correct, and legal name.
Justin Kendrick.
Please spell it for the record.
Sir.
Please spell it for the record.
JUSTINKENDRICK.
And how old are you and what is your date of birth?
21, and it's 12/17/2001.
Are you now under the influence of any medicine, drugs, or alcohol?
No, sir.
How far did you go in school?
8th grade.
Did you read, can you read and write in the English language?
Yes, sir.
And have you had an opportunity to review the documents that charge you in the two cases? You had one case that was already indicted, 22 SC 184553 for the family violence battery on July 5th. And you have another case that I accused after I received a waiver of indictment from your attorney. That has now been filed as 22 SC 185487 for an incident on July 24th. Have you had an opportunity to review those two documents?
Yes, sir.
Do you fully understand the nature of the charges pending against you?
I do.
And by pleading guilty today, you need to understand that you are waiving or giving up certain rights. I'm going to read those rights to you. And after each one, please let me know if you understand that you were giving up that right today. By pleading guilty today, you're giving up the right to a trial by jury. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
The right to be presumed innocent.
Yes, sir.
The right to confront any witnesses who may testify against you.
Yes, sir.
The right to subpoena any witnesses for your defense.
Yes, sir.
The right to testify yourself and to offer any other evidence in your defense.
Yes, sir.
the right to have an attorney to assist you throughout the trial proceedings,
Yes.
the right to not incriminate yourself.
Yes.
Do you understand that by entering these pleas today, that you're giving up all of those rights?
I do.
Do you understand that if you were to plead not guilty or remain silent and enter no plea at all, the state would be required to have a trial on these charges by jury?
I do.
All right, sir. In indictment ending 553, you're charged with 1 count of battery family violence. It is a felony and carries a sentencing range of 1 to 5 years in confinement. Do you understand?
I do.
In the accusation ending 487, you're charged with entering auto, which is a felony and carries a sentencing range of 1 to 5 years in confinement. Theft by taking, which carries 1 to 10 years in confinement, and misdemeanor obstruction of law enforcement, which carries a maximum of 12 months in confinement. Do you understand?
I do.
All right. Are you now serving any other sentence in confinement, or are you on probation or parole for anything anywhere?
No, sir.
All right. Do you understand this is a negotiated plea?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty to both the indictment and the accusation, state will be recommending to the court that you be sentenced to 5 years to serve 6 months in confinement. You've already been in confinement for 190 days with your confinement beginning on July 5th of last year. The balance be on probation with the special conditions that you have no contact with the victim, Angelica Grant, that's Angelica, Grant, normal spelling, that you stay away from her residence and place of employment, that you complete the family violence intervention program, that you complete your GED, that you consume no drugs or alcohol and be subject to random screens, and that you, importantly, possess no firearms, and lastly, that you be gainfully employed. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand? The court is not required to follow that recommendation, but can sentence you up to the maximum sentence permitted by law, which I mentioned earlier.
Yes, sir.
Sir, should the court sentence include a period of probation, you will be required to obey both general conditions of probation and special conditions of probation. You will be required to follow the general conditions of probation that probation will give to you when you meet with them, including but not limited to that you are not to violate the criminal laws of any governmental unit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
There are also some special conditions that were mentioned. Do you understand that a violation of any of these conditions could lead to a revocation of your probation?
Yes, sir.
Sir, are you entering your plea of guilty with an understanding of everything we just talked about?
I am.
Has anyone used any force, threats, or promises which caused you to plead guilty against your will?
No, sir.
Are you satisfied with what your lawyer has done for you in this case?
I am.
Do you have any more questions for your lawyer before we go on?
I do not.
Have you understood everything I have asked you so far?
I do.
Understanding all of your rights, do you wish to enter a plea to these two cases today?
I do.
How do you plead to the indictment ending 553 and the accusation ending 487?
Guilty.
Is your decision to plead guilty made freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Are you a United States citizen?
I am.
Sir, if you wish to challenge this plea for legal error, you have one of two ways to do it. Your lawyer can explain what these ways are and how they work, but I must advise you of some time limits. The first way is a direct appeal. You have 30 days from the date the sentence is entered to file this appeal. The second way is a habeas corpus petition. For the felony counts, you have 4 years from today, and for the one misdemeanor count, you have 12 months from today to file that habeas corpus petition. Do you understand?
I do.
All right. Your Honor, if with respect to indictment ending 553, if that case were to proceed to trial, the state would prove beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about July 5th of 2022, officers with the Atlanta Police Department were dispatched to 1550 Melrose Drive, which is located in Fulton County. When they arrived there, they met with the defendant, Justin Kendrick, and Mr. Kendrick reported that he and his ex-girlfriend, the victim in this case, Angelica Grant, got into an altercation. He stated that he was watching over the house because his grandmother was in jail, and that he came to the house and found Miss Grant lying on the bed. That he asked Ms. Grant to leave, and that an argument ensued that then became physical, during which Ms. Grant, he stated, had bit him in his upper chest area. Redness was observed by the officers on Mr. Kendrick's chest. Mr. Kendrick stated that that caused him to black out, and he then began to punch Ms. Grant in the head. As they were tussling, a gun that was in Ms. Grant's purse discharged and caused a hole to be made in the wall. Ms. Grant, for her part, had driven to the police station, and she reported to officers that she went to that house to feed the cats and take Mr. Kendrick to get groceries. She reported that Mr. Kendrick didn't have any more money on his food stamp card, but pulled out a lot of cash. Ms. Grant asked him about that money because she believed he had access to his grandmother's bank account. That caused the argument between the two. And she reported that Mr. Kendrick grabbed her purse off her shoulder and slung it, causing her to fall, and then began to punch her in the head. The officer asked Ms. Grant about the bullet hole.
Hold on, can you hear us? Oh, no, what
On a
happened?
roll too, Judge.
Yeah, we're still communicating. I wonder what happened. Mr. Whitenauer. He's not even looking up. There was like an alert button.
Red.
Mr. Whitenauer. Poor guy.
Sorry.
Hey, it's okay. It didn't say mute on your side, but somehow you couldn't hear us either.
It's a special feature of my computer. It, without any warning, mutes me and turns off my volume.
Excellent. It probably hit because it has baby drool in it.
Probably.
So you had explained that the officers asked Ms. Grant, what's up with the bullet hole in the wall? And then we got to watch you sort of miming your way through the rest of it.
All right. Well, let me fill that in. I apologize, Judge. Ms. Grant stated that that the gun went off when Mr. Kendrick threw her down. She stated that she'd never had her the gun out, but explained that she did have her hand on the gun at the time that he was hitting her, stating that she just wanted him to stop hitting her. I then stated that officers did observe on Ms. Grant a visible black eye and a red bruise on the back of her head. And EMS that also arrived on scene noted that Ms. Grant had a lump on the back of her head. Next, I explained that this defendant does have two convictions here in Fulton County State Court for family violence battery.
How many teachers?
Those are 21 CR 000-0Y and 21 CR 000-419Y. Those appear to be family violence battery cases involving his parents, but perhaps defense can clarify that. In any event, those prior convictions does make this family violence battery the felony as it's indicted. Your Honor, then he did have a CP case that I then accused after receiving a waiver, and that is accused as 21-2 SC 185487, and that stems from an incident that occurred on July 24th, 2021. Officers with the Atlanta Police Department again came to 1550 Melrose Drive, and when the officer arrived on scene, he observed the defendant in front of a 2014 Kia Soul making a threatening motion with a gun that he had in his hand. The victim, Miss Angelica Grant, was the driver of the vehicle at that time. Mr. Kendrick, seeing the officer, took off running after slamming his hand on the hood of the car. Let's see. I don't believe that he was able to apprehend Mr. Kendrick at that time, but he did have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Grant, who explained that before the officer arrived on scene, Mr. Kendrick had entered her vehicle, that Kia Soul had entered that vehicle, Kia Soul, without her permission, using her car keys that she had left on the kitchen table, and had taken the gun that he had in his hand out of that car. Officers, when they did return to that scene, realized that Mr. Kendrick, before running from the scene, had slammed that firearm down on the hood of the car where it was found. Your Honor, we did have communication with Ms. Grant early last year in February, at which time she had recanted with respect to this latter case, claiming that that Mr. Kendrick was only going to the car to bring her gun, and then in a separate conversation asked that the charges be dropped. Despite those calls, we are here today for a plea on these two cases. We would ask that you accept the state's recommendation. Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Whitenauer. Ms. Mann, thank you for covering for this plea. Could you share with me what you've got in terms of criminal history for Mr. Kendrick?
Sure, I will, Your Honor. Thank you so much. Not much other than what ADA has given us, but there are 3 prior cycles, not including the case that's before you today, Your Honor. 2021 battery, 2021, 3 counts of obstruction, and battery family violence. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So, Ms. Primovic, I'd like to hear from you in your presentation, if you could help me understand a little bit better whose house this is at Melrose Drive. And then my understanding is that at least at some point, Mr. Kendrick and Ms. Grant were in a relationship as opposed to they're related.
It was his grandmother's house. Right?
It's Mr. Kendrick's grandmother's house. And so Ms. Grant's connection to it would be she has or had a relationship with Mr. Kendrick. Because she seems
to be there.
Okay. She, Ms.
Kendrick.
Grant,
Ms. Grant
doesn't need to be at Melrose Drive.
Correct.
So we don't need to keep Mr. Kendrick away from his grandmother's house, because if Ms. Grant were living there, it was only because of Mr. Kendrick. It's not her grandmother's house. It's not her mom's house, anything like that.
Correct. And that's where he's going to be living.
Got it.
So
there does need to be a stay away and a no contact, but it is person to person, not person to piece of real estate.
correct.
Got it. Okay. Anything else you want to add?
Yeah, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Kendrick has been in jail a total of the 2 booking numbers that he was under for 344 days for these 2 cases. So yes, consistently, as the state said, it was like around 180 or 150, but well up to almost a year collectively. He will be living with his grandmother, who Ms. Wood has spoken and talked to, and she is eager to have him return home. She wants him to do well. She's very excited about the family violence intervention program. She thinks that's where his issue is, controlling his temper as a young man. So the grandmother is excited with that. He will be working with temp agencies for warehouse jobs, plans on returning to do that. He's going to be working on his GED. He understands the no alcohol, of course, no illegal drugs, and no contact with Miss Grant. Your Honor, the family violence intervention program is a little pricey, I think, as you know. So he would ask if you could waive the probation fees for a while so that he could focus his money on paying for the family violence intervention program and giving his grandma some rent and money to live there. The warehouse job through his will not be paying a lot of money. So we would just be asked, if you lower the fees to $5 a month, to have him give some effort to probation, which is always a good thing, or to suspend it for a while for him to be able to pay for the family violence intervention classes.
Okay. That all makes sense. Mr. Kendrick, were you working before you went into custody?
I was.
Doing what?
I was working at DHL in Fairburn.
Okay, in a warehouse?
Yes, sir.
There you go. Okay. Do you have any kids?
I don't.
And Ms. Grant was for a while your significant other.
Yes.
When did you last talk to her?
Before I got locked up, the night of the incident,
Okay, so July of last year.
July of last year.
And no jail calls with her?
No, sir.
Okay. Any idea where she is these days?
No, sir.
Okay, that's good. All right. Anything you want to add?
No, sir.
You got through 8th grade, but one of the things that I'm going to be requiring is that you get your GED, which is basically high school. You don't have to go back to school, but you'll be taking classes and ultimately some tests. Is that a realistic requirement to put in your probation?
It is.
Okay. I think it's a good one. I just want to make sure if there was a reason you dropped out after 8th grade that had to do with, like I'm dyslexic or this or that, I don't want to put a condition in your probation that you've got a reason to believe, well, I couldn't do it if I tried. But it doesn't sound like that's the situation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Well, Mr. Kendrick, I find there's a factual basis for your plea in both cases. I also find that your pleas are knowing and voluntary. Voluntary means no one's forcing you to enter these pleas, but that you've decided after speaking with Ms. Wood and Ms. Primovic that it's in your best interest to go forward. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Then I'll accept your pleas. I'm sentencing you pursuant to the Probation Options Management Act. And all that means is that while you're on probation, which will be for 4 years and a little bit, if you have a minor or a technical violation, you and probation will see that through. You don't have to come back and see me. But if you violate the law, get arrested again, or any of the special conditions, and I'll tell you what those are in a minute, that comes back to me and we'll need to work through what happens.
Yes, sir.
So in the case ending in 487, so 22 SC 185487, I will sentence you on count 1, that's entering auto, to 5 years to serve 10 months with the balance probated. And you'll get credit for all the time you've been in. We'll get those dates to Ms. Nelson. So it's up to the 340s, but 10 months is less than 340 days. So you should be released in the next couple of days. In fact, if it's Friday and you're not out, you should call Ms. Primovic or Ms. Wood so they can bug me. We can figure out why you're stuck.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 5 years to serve 10 months. Mr. Whitenauer, is the theft by taking charge also a felony because it was a gun?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So same sentence for count 2, 5 served 10 months, balance probated. And then finally, count 3 will be 10 months to serve. Those all run concurrently with each other. In your other case, which is 22 SC 184553, there's only one count, it's family violence battery. And as you have now experienced, any other family violence batteries you have, which reminds me, Ms. Primovic, what does your client tell you about his 2 misdemeanors? Were those involving Ms. Grant or were those involving family members? Doesn't matter how you slice it. If you end up losing your temper, getting angry, and lay hands on mom, dad, uncle, aunt, grandma, or a significant other, a member of your household, that's going to be family violence battery. And for the rest of your life, it's a felony. That just makes life more complicated. You'll likely stay in custody till it gets sorted out. Your sentence in that case, ending in 553, will be 5 years to serve 10 months with the balance probated. And again, credit for time served. And in that case, no?
Your Honor, I just have an email that says 6 months. John, were you saying 10?
So I'm saying 10, but I'm giving him credit for 340 days.
Beautiful.
And so 10 more accurately reflects the severity, really on my mind, on the family violence battery side, because it's his 3rd. I do not intend for Mr. Kendrick to spend more than the next couple of days in jail as his paperwork is being processed. So Mr. Whitenauer said 6 months throughout. He did not change the deal.
Okay.
I'm saying 10 months because you told me 340 days.
Correct.
So 5 years to serve, 10 months, balance probated. Special condition number 1 in the case ending in 553 is no contact with Angelica Grant. That's the obvious. You don't find her and say, hey, I'm here to say I'm sorry, or I'm going to get you, or whatever you'd say. But no texting, no, if you find out where she is on social media, no reaching out to her directly or indirectly. If the two of you have a shared friend, you don't use that friend to say, hey, tell Angelica I'm sorry, or I miss her, or I'm going to chop her arm off if I see her again. Any of that stuff, if it gets back to the prosecutor and then to me, would be a violation of a special condition, which means I could revoke all your probation. I don't know that I would if what you were saying was, hey, I'm sorry for what happened. But if it was, I can't believe you got me into this trouble, I'm going to get you, I'm going to revoke a lot of it, because then you're threatening her and she's entitled to move in her own direction. Note, this is not meant to be a trap. If Ms. Grant is reaching out to you, she can't show the prosecutor, look, I texted him. You need to not respond, and you need to let Ms. Primovic or Ms. Wood know, hey, I'm stuck. This woman is bugging me, and I'm not supposed to have contact with her, because then I can get involved and say, Ms. Grant, unless you want to petition the state to change your probation so the two of you can be together, you got to leave Mr. Kendrick alone. I think she's going to be all right with that, because for 10 months, she hasn't been coming to visit you. So I'm hoping she's gone in her own direction. Special condition number 2, you will enter into and complete a family violence intervention program. That's not just one class, it's a series of classes. And as Ms. Primovic pointed out, it's not cheap, although I am aware of some that have sliding scales. And so it may be based on your income, but you're going to want to get back to work at a warehouse. Special condition number 3, get your GED. You're going to take your time with that one. You got to get back on your feet and working, but it's out there. So don't wait until year 4 to say, I'm going to start taking classes. In fact, probation will be bugging me if you haven't started your GED after a few months. And I will waive your probation supervision fees for the first 6 months of your supervision while you get reestablished working somewhere and get focused on what you need to do. Mr. Whitenauer, anything else on behalf of the state in Mr. Kendrick's 2 cases?
No, Judge.
Ms. Primovic, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Kendrick, do you authorize my staff to sign the indictment and accusation on your behalf indicating your guilty plea?
I do.
Ms. Primovic?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Whitenauer?
Yes.
Great. I'm going to excuse myself to go get on another Zoom call. You should stay here. Ms. Tucson, the probation officer, well, she's with probation. She won't be your probation officer. Is going to need to give you some reporting instructions and interact with you a little bit. Thank you, Ms. Mann, for parachuting in here. When everyone is done with Mr. Kendrick, you all are free to sign off. Okay? And something funny is going to be on the screen, but you all will be able to hear each other. But I just need to let everyone know it's a lunch break for the trial side.
She's going to give you when you live in Fulton. I'm going to write it down. You live in Fulton?
And not funny, haha. It's just the screen's going to get taken over. All right. Thank you.
Madam Probation Officer? You there?
Hi, good
Hi.
afternoon.
Okay, I'm ready
All
to.
right, I have some information that Miss Wood sent to me. So I just wanted to confirm that. She sent it over to me yesterday. Is your address 1550 Melrose Drive Southwest, Mr. Kendrick?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where probation is on 276 Memorial Drive?
I do.
Okay, and just to confirm, when is the anticipated release date?
Hopefully within the next couple days.
Okay, so that means he will need to report. And is your phone number 404-895-8894?
That's my phone number, but my grandmother took over that phone number. So you can get in contact with me that way.
So that is your phone number or it's not?
It's not.
It's his
It's
grandmother's.
my grandma. It's my grandma.
Okay, is that the only number you have at the moment?
I don't have a personal phone, but I do
Okay.
have my mother's number too.
Okay, what's that number?
678
Okay,
693
okay,
1233.
all right. So should I call, which number should I call just to confirm the reporting instructions?
You're more than likely going to get my grandmother first. The
Okay.
404, the 404
So
number.
call her first.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so make sure you report to probation January 26th.
Okay,
All right, and at 8 a.m. for intake.
yes, ma'am. And you said the Memorial Drive probation office?
276. You live- This is Fulton County, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this address is Fulton, yes. Then that's where you will be reporting. Where you-
You got yourself. That'd be great.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
She had sent it to me.
Did you already send it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's just on top of it.
She is.
She is awesome.
She is. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'll be doing the other ones you scheduled too, which is perfect.
I know, she's whacking them
Yeah.
out. I'm like, oh.
Give her a little time out of court, see what happens.
Yep, yep. You doing okay? Yes. It's helping a lot. Some, and I didn't call her, she was out. There's some of my business. Well, you need them in the future here. So I knew I had to go. She's fine. She's fine. Oh, I didn't even watch it. I was so mad at myself. I said I was gonna do it. I did too. I got home and I was like, I just saw the news this morning. It's like, oh, wow, that must be exciting. Go and beat them in their own stadium. Yep. All the way, though, many miles away. For me. Hey, is that King?
No, that's Royals.
Oh, hey, I was looking for Mr. King.
Hey, boo, quick question.
Uh-huh.
Is Asia in here on trial?
No, she was here only for yesterday.
Her trial's over?
Well, no, she was just sitting with Miss Ocon because Miss Green wasn't gonna be available yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, what are you
Okay.
doing here?
So I was looking for Asia Beja.
She's not here today.
Okay,
What do you need?
so here's what I got.
Okay.
I have a victim in the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
Asia has her trial next week.
Mm-hmm.
The victim wanted to watch Asia in action today. I think she thought that Asia was sitting.
She was just for one day. She was only here for jury selection. My second chair is actual Danielle Russell.
Okay,
So she's not in trial.
let me let her know.
She was only here yesterday. Mm-hmm. Oh, hello? Hey, is Mr. Huggins back there? Oh, my investigator has to be with me. Never mind. Let me call him here. Thank you.
How many of you guys do that?
110. I just realized I was about to go back there and I was like, they will shoot me if I go back there by myself. I'm an investigator.
You can't go by the Zoom.
Huh?
You can't go by Zoom.
Because the investigators I was supposed to be here apparently.
You gonna be with the officer?
Huh?
You gonna be with the officer?
No, because of what he said, so that I don't make myself a witness. So it's not a he said, she said. There's somebody else there that heard what he said. It's not the danger. No. I did, but I have to wait for my investigator, so no. Thank you. Sorry? Oh, I thought you said that.
question about Jeffries.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm confused because you didn't order him, did you?
Huh?
You weren't the one that requested.
No. So I was about to, and then I saw that they did.
Okay.
So there was no point giving you a second order.
Oh, no, I was just confused because I was like,
There was no point giving you
I
an
had
order
told
to.
him that he would be here tomorrow. And I said, why do they keep bugging me? That's not even her business. So, but, he was transported today, but he will be brought over tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. I was going to, and then I saw that they did, and I was like, there's no point giving you another order. To get
Okay,
the-
no, I was just confused because I was like, why are they asking for him early?
Get the same person back here for you.
What's that? Lunch?
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds good.
Where's the trash? Okay, thank you.
Smells good.
I forgot what. Well, I did not forget.
Forgot
It
what?
won't fit. My charger won't fit.
Fit where?
Like the lightning charger.
Oh, why won't you fit?
So
Oh, there are too many things.
I don't have a. Actually,
Oh,
I do have a lot. I don't know why. I'm gonna use the restroom. Who made this? It smells good. Who cooked it? Who did it? What is this? Oh gosh, it smells good. I know, well. Is Gordon here?
I'm sorry?
I don't know if Deputy Gordon told you.
Uh-huh.
He said he ain't saying nothing. So I don't know if you want to see me before he come out.
Yeah, I do. Let me call my.
He insistent that.
Oh. Hey, can you head over? We want to see Shane Hawkins because he said he ain't saying nothing. Okay, thanks. Bye. Thank you. I'm not surprised.
You got some lunch.
Did you get some lunch? No,
I
I can't eat. Did you get some lunch? No, I don't want anything. Marilyn knows this is how we roll. I just drink water.
Have a banana.
I hate you and your healthy
Right?
snacks. You are so, how do you deal with her?
Challenge.
All she has is bananas and
How do you do with me?
oranges.
I have nuts. Old. I have to start taking care of.
You are not old.
I can't eat this. Hot mic, guys.
Do you know
Hot
what
mic.
40 is the new 30?
Hot mic. Hot mic.
Every time we have a trial, she brings this disgusting snacks. She's like, would you like an apple?
Hey, you
Would
know,
you like a
I'm in the
nuts?
room.
Would you like, what was the other one?
I'm in the
offered?
room. She likes like frozen vegetables.
Like, it's disgusting.
And then I go home at night.
It's so
Nobody
disgusting.
believes that.
It is so
I have
disgusting.
to bring it up.
She never brings like a proper snack. It's always, oh.
Seriously, you're not interested in like quick nuts. Exhibit one,
See what I mean?
because exhibit one.
Like, ew, like,
Yeah.
it's disgusting. And I'm like taking Skittles and Sour Patch Kids and like, I don't know how you do, I don't know how you put
Feel a
up,
little faint, your blood sugar drops down, I have a little banana.
I don't know how you put up with her. I cannot put up with, it's too much for me. Mm. So when's your next trial?
Who's your person?
Benny Martin, then Bailey, then the guy back there. Then I'm gonna call my DNA person today because she has a family holiday. Tomorrow, she's leaving. So they're gonna, so I'm gonna,
Did she say he's up yet?
He's here, he's back. I saw him. I don't know where he went, but he came back. So our other witness is back. They say he don't know nothing. He can see nothing. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah.
You talked to him?
No, that's what he told the,
Oh, perfect.
are you hard?
Yes, girl.
Did you have to buy this for you?
Yeah,
Oh,
to
show me
buy
pictures
it.
of your Tesla. What kind of Tesla did you get? Did you get the truck or the car?
The car.
No.
I can't afford the truck. I can barely afford what I got now. No, it was hot. um, black on the inside. Black on the inside. I think I have it in picture. I'll take more. It's not actually very basic thing. It's like to me basic. I mean, because it's nice, and I don't have to ever worry. I don't have to worry about gas ever again. So they can charge it. At my house, when we bought it, yeah, my dad installed it. I knew I was getting it for a while. So my dad installed it's how much it's been here, and it does actually electricity. I supposedly only adds $3. Not a lot. Just like it would happen if you could get the gas. Oh, like 300 miles? Yeah. Because I don't drive, but my husband, I'm sure, is gonna be driving. Like, I'm a passenger princess, so I sit.
So does he take you?
No. Besides going to work, but I'm only like 20 minutes away.
Really no questions for him.
Oh, you know, yeah.
Have you sold it?
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm looking. You want to sell it? I'm looking at. Maybe I'll ask one. Because sometimes we have things that you, right, no.
I just want to make sure my, for my team.
Yeah. Whatever you have to do. Right. It's not in this job. I go through all that. Well, all right. I'm gonna look at our looking, okay? So. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yes, I have to wear my shorts. But I just go back. That's quite huge. It's down and forward. Over.
Thank you.
That's the first time I've been back there.
Yeah, so it's nice. I was like, so that's what you're getting. That's my first time. Yeah. We need to get the person. Thank you. You want to? I've been to see what his own. What he said yesterday. Of course, that's gone. We're long. Okay, so. What do you have? Just the black. Okay, because it's been super easy. Everyone's sleeping. Okay. Yeah. And that's why. Yes, two jobs. I just one.
Do you mind replacing that? That lady was closer to it than any other man. I thought, hey, I'm out. Oh, we don't have a court reporter. Let me go see if I can find one.
He had to go get Miss Rivers. Okay.
You can, if it's water, you want to go down, stay there.
Oh my God.
Just finding the button. All right, Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Let's get back on the record in State versus Beard. Ms. Ocom, is your next witness ready to go?
Yes, Mr. I apologize, I mean, you should be out there, Mr. Benny Martin.
Mr. Martin? Okay. Anything else we need to talk about before we bring the jurors in?
No, Judge.
Ms. Feely, anything else? Everyone have a good lunch break? Great. We took 2 pleas. The jurors are ready, so let's bring them in.
I need to feel like I go. My legs. I go.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. How was lunch?
Good, sir.
Did anyone go to American Deli? Uh-oh, this will be a short trial. You all can be seated. There aren't a lot of options around here. Back in the day, there was, I mean, there are vending machines. If you want a Snickers bar, you can have that for lunch. But there used to be a cafeteria of sorts on the first floor here. But it kept not passing inspection and it's not here anymore. So American Deli and a few other places, but like going over like GSU Central on Broad Street, you can't really get there, eat and make it back in an hour. And I don't want to give you 2 hours because then we'll be here till August. It'll be like the YSL case. So sorry about that, but American Deli is super. That's Deputy Gordon swears by it. So. I appreciate everyone being back on time. We are ready to continue with the state's case. Ms. Ocom, if you would call your next witness.
State calls Benny Martin.
What is it? Can you raise your right hand? Well, testimony will be the host was not what two brothers. Yes, sir. Yeah, state and spell your name for the record.
Benny Martin.
Mr. Martin, good afternoon. I'm Judge McBurney.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you. It will help the jurors and the court reporter hear you if you don't wear your mask while you testify. But that's a personal decision. If you're willing to do it, that would help us. Thank you. Great. Ms. Ocom.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Martin, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Oh, can you introduce yourself? Can you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm a cook.
Okay. And where do you cook at?
SNS.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna need you to
Cafeteria.
speak up a little bit, please. That microphone does not
SNS
amplify.
cafeteria
And where is that?
in Augusta, Georgia.
Okay, so do you live in Augusta, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you lived in Augusta, Georgia?
About 9 years.
And I want to take you back to 2014, June of 2014. Where were you living at the time?
Over in, it was somewhere down here in Atlanta.
Okay. Can you just sort of tell me the geographical area about where in Atlanta?
Pretty much by over where I grew up at,
Okay. So where'd you grow up at?
both Ward,
Okay. And where is that?
Zone 6 area.
I'm sorry.
Zone 6 area.
Okay. Zone 6 area. Is that downtown Atlanta?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is it close by? Is it close?
Auburn Avenue.
Okay. So you grew up around Auburn Avenue.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you grew up in Auburn Avenue, how long would you say you stayed around there in the Auburn Avenue where you grew up?
All my life.
And then did you stay up there until you moved to Augusta?
Yes.
Now, back in 2014, you were right about Auburn Avenue. Do you remember where you lived?
4 Seasons.
And where is that in relation to Auburn Avenue?
Couple of miles away from there.
Okay. And did you go around Auburn Avenue a lot after you moved?
That's where I used to hang.
Okay. Who'd you used to hang with?
By myself.
Okay. Did you have any friends?
Associates.
Okay. Can you tell me who the associates were?
I couldn't recall.
You can't recall?
No, ma'am.
Did they grow up with you?
Yes.
Okay. Let me call a few names and you just tell me if you know them. Did you know Solo?
Yes.
Okay. How'd you know Solo?
Just from the streets.
Okay. Was he also from your neighborhood?
Pretty much.
So did he grow up there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
So can you tell me in terms of length of time, how long would you say you had known Solo?
About 4 or 5 years.
How about Deck?
About 4 or 5 years.
Was he also from the neighborhood?
He used to be around.
And what do you mean around? Did he come there often? Did he stay there?
He come and go.
He comes and goes.
Yes, ma'am.
But did he grow up in the same ward as you, like Solo did?
I couldn't recall.
You can't recall?
No, ma'am.
But you'd known him for 4 or 5 years?
Yes.
Okay, and he lived there?
Around there.
Around, he lived around there?
Yes.
So did you know Deck and Solo knew each other?
Pretty much.
What does pretty much mean?
And by. Pretty much.
Hey and bye?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know of any back in 2014? Do you know if they had any sort of beef, any animosity between the two of them?
No, ma'am.
But would you call them friends?
It was cool.
What do you mean by they were cool?
From my eyesight.
I'm sorry?
From my eyesight, I saw him.
Okay. What does they were cool from my eyesight mean?
Didn't seem like they were beefing.
Okay. And had you seen them together, Deck and Solo?
All the time.
All the time?
Yeah, they was cool.
They were cool. And so when you saw them together, what were they doing?
Pretty much just talking. Just
Talking.
hanging by. Talking, just hanging by.
Okay. And I want to take you back to that date, June 3rd of 2014. Do you remember that day?
Most of it.
Okay. Most of it. Let's talk about what you remember. Do you remember when you got to Auburn Avenue and Bell Street that day?
Not really.
Okay. Do you remember what you were doing that day?
Trying to buy my medicine. I pretty much had broke my ankle. So I was out there hustling to get money.
Okay.
How'd you break your ankle?
Running.
Running.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And so did you see Deck and Solo that day?
Yes.
Okay. Now we've been talking about Deck, right? The person that you know as Deck, is that person present in court?
Yes.
Can you please point to him and tell me where he's seated and what he's wearing?
Wearing a white mask. Sitting right there.
What is he wearing?
A white mask. Oh, that day?
No. What is he wearing right now, apart from the white mask?
A white mask and a gray suit.
You want to let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant as Deck?
He has.
So you saw Deck and Solo?
Yes.
Okay. And approximately, do you know what time you saw them?
No.
Was it in the morning?
Evening time.
So was it late evening or how late was it? Was it early 6 or was it closer to like midnight?
Oh, 5, 6,
And when you saw them about 5, 6 p.m.,
yes,
was it light out or was it dark out?
ma'am.
I'm going to need you to speak up. Okay.
Okay. So let me, so the microphone works really well when you're up close, and I just changed that protective cover, so it is brand new for you. And so I just asked Mr. Martin, when you are answering questions, if you just lean into the microphone a little bit. The chair doesn't have wheels. It does move forward, but you gotta, as long as your ankle's better, just heft it forward. Okay? Thank you.
So you said you saw them about 5?
Yes.
And so were they there the whole day?
I don't know was they there the whole day, but that's around the time I seen them.
Okay. And what were you doing when you saw them?
Going to the store,
What were you going to go do at the store?
buy some Red Bulls.
And were you practically buying the Red Bull for anybody or was it for you?
It was for me and someone else.
And who was the someone else?
Lee Bailey.
And how do you know Lee Bailey?
Just from around the hood.
Is it from the same neighborhood as well?
Yes.
And did he grew up in your neighborhood as well?
I don't know. He's older than me.
Okay. So how long have you been knowing Lee Bailey?
Around the same time.
What's that?
About 4 or 5 years.
4 or 5 years. Okay. So when you see Solo and you see Deck, what were they doing?
At the time they was talking.
Okay. I'm going to, in front of you is what has been marked as States Exhibits 2 and 3. They've already been admitted. Can you look at those maps for me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
One of them, yes.
Okay. Which one do you recognize? If you would look at it, they have numbers at the back.
Oh,
Which number is it that you recognize?
number 3.
And you don't recognize number 2?
So high, so no, not really.
I'm sorry, sir?
He said it's
Picture is
up high.
Okay.
Not really.
Okay. So we'll put 3 up. Please put 3 up. Sir, the screen is interactive, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to write something.
This one.
Is it working?
Yes.
Good.
Do you recognize this too?
Mm-mm. Okay.
So you said you recognize Sissy's bit too, right?
Yes.
Okay. So can you tell me where you were? You said you were going to the store?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So which direction is the store? Or where were you coming from to get to the store?
I was coming from up under the bridge.
Okay. Is the bridge in this picture?
Yes.
Where's the bridge?
This way.
Did it make a red mark when you touched it?
Yes, it did. Then it disappeared.
And it disappeared. Huh, disappearing ink is not what we wanted. Yeah, I saw a red line on his screen. Oh, it's back. Excellent. Okay.
So that's under the bridge?
Yes.
Okay. So which direction were you going to get to the store?
They just put a store like right in the middle from where the high rise is.
Okay. And so which way is that? What direction is it? Which way are you
Where I
going?
just showed you.
So you're going up, is the arrow pointing? So you're heading towards down from the
Downtown.
bridge to Auburn Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you see Deck and Solo?
At the time, they was over at the Black Line,
Which black line?
right across the street from Bell Street.
Okay, can you,
The Black Line, that's the name of a place?
Black Line. That was the name. I don't know what it is now.
But back then, what was the black line? A club?
Yes.
Is it on this map?
Can't really see it.
Okay.
So what street is the black club on? I'm sorry,
Auburn
black
Avenue.
line.
On Auburn.
It's on Auburn Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
At any point, did you see them on Bell Street?
No, not until later.
Okay, so you saw them later on Bell Street?
Yes.
And how many hours later did you see them on Bell Street?
I wouldn't say it was hours, a couple of minutes.
And so where were they on Bell Street when you saw them?
Let me see. It was like the front entrance right there.
They were right there?
Yes.
Okay, and what were they doing when they were right there?
It was talking.
Was anything happening? Was it just the two of them?
It was a couple of guys,
Tell me what a couple is.
6 or 7 other than them.
6, 7 guys?
Other than them,
Okay, and what were they and the 6, 7 guys doing?
just hanging out, talking.
Were they gambling?
They didn't start doing that till later.
So are you saying Deck and Solo and the other 6, 7 guys were there for a while?
Yeah.
Okay. So later, when they were gambling, approximately how long was that from the time you saw Deck and Solo earlier in the day? How long? How many hours or minutes? How long had passed when you saw them later?
About 30 minutes,
And what time of the day was that then?
7 or 8.
Was it 8 o'clock at night?
Yes, it was getting late.
I'm sorry?
It was getting late.
It was getting late?
Yeah.
So was it dark out?
Yes,
Were there street lights out there? Street lamps?
yes, it was.
Okay. And how many street lamps were out there?
I couldn't tell you.
Could you see them?
Yes,
It was well lit enough that you could see it was Solo and Deck and the 6 other individuals that were there?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so what were they doing? You said they were gambling later on. What were they doing? What kind of gambling were they doing?
I mean, you gamble, you use dice.
You use dice?
Yes.
Okay. And could you tell what dice game they were playing?
No, ma'am.
You can tell?
I don't know much about, are there lots of different dice games?
I thought it was only one.
Okay, so when you say, could you tell what dice game they were playing? If there's only one, is that the dice game they're playing?
Yes.
Okay.
And so what's the only one dice game?
I don't know. I don't gamble.
You said there's only one dice game, right?
Shooting dice. That's it. I
Just
don't
shooting
know.
dice. You don't know what the dice game is.
No.
You've never gambled before?
No, ma'am.
You've never played dice before?
No.
And the whole time you've known Deck and Solo, you've never played dice with them?
No, ma'am.
Have you seen them play dice together before?
Sometimes.
And is it in the same location they play dice?
No.
Do you know if money is involved when they play the dice?
Yes.
And is it on this day, June 3rd, was there money involved?
I guess it was, ma'am.
Did you see the money?
Yes.
Where was the money?
On the ground.
Okay. Could you tell how much money there was?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see, was it a pile? Was it a single amount? What kind of money was there?
There's a couple of 20s here, a couple of 5s there. I couldn't really say.
Was it a pile?
I wouldn't say a pile. Just a couple of bills on his side, a couple of bills on Solo side.
So there were 2 piles?
Yes.
So tell me which side Deck was on and which side Solo was on.
I couldn't recall.
You can't recall?
No, ma'am.
So you said you were going to the store to buy Red Bull for yourself and Lee Bailey?
Yes.
So were you buying 2 Red Bulls?
Pretty much 3. I drink 2.
Okay, you drank 2?
Yes.
A
And
big Red Bull guy?
Yes, sir.
so you drank 3. Where did you drink your Red Bull?
I was walking and drinking it.
Walking which way? Walking away from Bell Street or walking back towards Bell Street?
After I gave Lee Bailey his, because he was up under the bridge, I started walking back the other way.
Other way, meaning back towards the dice game?
Back, yes, sir. Towards the store.
So where was Lee Bailey? Under the bridge?
Yes.
Can you show us where he was?
It's the same place where the red mark is.
Are there 2 red marks? So which one of them? Top one or the
All of
bottom
them
one?
going the same way.
I'm sorry?
All of them going the same.
Yes, I know they're going the same way, but that's where Lee Bailey, the circle is where Lee Bailey was. Okay. And so then you're going back.
Mhm.
And did you hear anything?
I didn't hear shots until I got like in the middle of the street
Which middle?
right here.
So were you heading down
I
Bell
was going
Street?
back towards the store. When I gave Lee Bailey his drink, I turned around and I was going back to the store
Okay. So
towards that direction.
but the store is on Auburn Avenue, correct? And you said in the middle of the street. So the middle I see that you marked is Bell Street.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you were going back to the store, did you cut through Bell Street?
Yes, you have to cross the street to get there.
But so you're on the crosswalk or you're further
the
back
street.
in the streets?
I was in the street,
Auburn Street or Bell Street?
Auburn Street.
Okay.
All of that run in together.
Right. I'm confused. When you heard shots fired, you were on Auburn Avenue, but near Bell Street?
I hit the ground.
Okay. Before you heard shots fired, you were on Auburn Avenue or Bell Street, or you were in the intersection?
In their intersection.
So you could see down Bell Street, you could see down Auburn Avenue.
Yes.
You heard shots, you hit the ground.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And could you see who was firing the shots?
No, I couldn't.
Could you tell who was firing the shots?
No, I couldn't.
You said you were in the middle of the intersection and you hit the ground.
Yes.
How many shots did you hear?
Multiple ones.
What's multiple? More than 5?
Yes.
More than 10?
I ain't gonna say that.
So less than 10?
Yes.
More than 5 or less than 10?
Yes.
Do you remember the cadence of the shots? So was it pop, 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 pow, or was there a pause?
It just pow, pow, pow. I mean, it didn't stop.
You didn't stop, okay. So after you said you heard the shots, and you dropped, were you still in the middle of the intersection when you dropped?
Yes.
And then what happens after you drop?
Well, when I heard the shots, I laid there until they stopped.
Okay,
Then I got up and I ran.
which way?
Back towards where Lee Bailey was.
Back towards the bridge?
Yes.
And then what happens after you run back towards the bridge?
I went behind the building and I stayed there for like 3 minutes. Then I started feeling something wet and cold running down my arm,
Which arm?
my right arm.
Where on your arm?
It just started running down my arm.
Okay,
I didn't know what it was. So when I got out from behind the building, people just started screaming, saying that I had been shot.
so then what happens after you're told that you've been shot by people?
Passed out.
You passed out?
Yes.
Okay, and where were you when you passed out?
I was up under the bridge.
You were still under the bridge?
Yes.
And then did you wake up from, what happens when you wake up from passing out?
I was in the hospital.
What hospital were you in?
Grady.
And were you shot?
Yes.
Can you tell us where you were shot?
I was shot in my back. It came out my shoulder.
And where? I mean, you should point so that we all,
In my
where?
back. And it came out my shoulder.
So is that your arm, the shoulder,
Mhm.
from the back and through the front?
It came
Is that
out
a yes?
out the side. Came out the side of my shoulder.
Okay, and so is that your left or your right?
All right.
Your right,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. And do you remember talking to a detective? Detective Demista?
I do, but I was under the influence of the drugs that it was giving me.
Okay. When you talk to him? When you talk to him in the hospital?
Yeah.
But then he talked to you in person as well, right?
Objection, lady.
I believe so.
I'll rephrase it.
So just pause for a second. Given the exchange, I'm gonna allow questions like that. If you feel that it's going further than that, feel free to object again, but I think that's okay, given the way this is unfolding.
And he talked to you again, right?
Yes.
And he talked to you in person.
Yes, ma'am.
You remember talking to him?
I don't remember, but I believe I do.
Okay, so that means you talked to him twice then?
I believe in more than that.
Okay, more than that?
Yes.
Okay, so the first time you remember, when was the first time you remember talking to him?
They came and got me from jail.
Okay, and took you where?
I'm placed down here.
Downtown?
Yes.
And he, did you know he was recording you when he was talking to you?
Mhm. Yes.
Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you knew you were being recorded?
They told me I was.
Okay, and he was asking you questions?
Yes.
And it was about the shooting as well,
Yes.
and about how you got shot? You remember talking to him?
Not exactly. I know I talked to him, but I don't remember what we talked about.
You don't remember what you talked about? Do you remember that you talked about the shooting?
Yes.
And so the reason he was coming to speak to you was only about the shooting, right? About you getting shot?
No, they was trying to solve the case, I guess.
You were trying to solve the case?
Yes.
So your understanding, he was trying to investigate and find out what happened?
Exactly.
Okay, so you talked to him. Did you tell him who shot you?
I told him I didn't know who shot me.
Okay, did you tell him? Let me rephrase that question. Let me scratch that. Did you see Deck with a gun that night?
No, ma'am.
Had you seen Deck with a gun before?
No.
Did you tell the detective that you had seen Deck with a gun?
No.
You never told the detective that? Did you tell the detective that you had seen, had you seen Solo with a gun?
No.
Did you tell the detective that you had seen Solo with a gun?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell the detective that that they had been gambling?
No.
Overruled. Answer was no.
You didn't tell him that?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell the detective where the shooting was coming from?
I told him it happened on Bell Street.
Did you tell him who was shooting first?
No.
Did you tell the detective how much was involved, the money that you saw?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
So you didn't talk about how much money there was?
No, I didn't have nothing to do with that.
And you didn't know how much there was?
Ma'am.
Did you tell the defendant, I'm sorry, did you talk to Detective Demise about all the people you saw out there?
Yes.
And so who are the people that you saw out there? Can you tell me their names?
Who said? Lee Bailey.
Apart from Lee Bailey, who else did you see out there?
He said.
Sorry, Judge.
Okay.
Apart from said, who else did you see out there?
That was about it.
Just Lee Bailey and said.
Hmm?
Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've seen, well, not today, but you've seen the transcripts of when you talked to Detective Demise in a prior court proceeding, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in that court proceeding, you were under oath?
Ma'am?
You were under oath?
I guess.
Is that a yes?
He said, I guess.
Okay. And when you got there, did somebody, a sheriff, a deputy, not our deputy, tell you to raise your right hand?
Yes.
And asked you, would you promise to say the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. And
Okay.
I told him I didn't even want to be here.
Okay.
Is that still the case?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't want to be here.
All right. Fair enough.
And you were asked questions, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now, and you said you did not tell Detective Demise that you had seen Solo with a gun before?
No, I didn't.
You did not?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to show you your control and read lines 10 to 14. And then go up to the next page on page 13.
Mayor,
I'm sorry?
can you come in for a second, please?
Well, you guys don't get a chat. So
Hold on.
if you need help reading it, we can help with that. If you've got a question about it, you don't really get to ask questions. It's a transcript. And so you can say, this is what it says. That's not how I remember it. You can say, I don't remember what your question was. What is you gave him a part to read?
Yes, and the question was, he said that he didn't remember telling the detective that he had seen Solo with a gun.
Okay. And he said, I know his answer, because you've asked him that several times, and you've given this to him to see if it refreshes his recollection.
Since he
Okay.
said he doesn't remember.
Okay, so having read that, you still don't recall ever seeing Solo with a gun? Okay,
And so if the transcript says you said that to the detective, you're denying that that
Ma'am.
happened?
I was taking medication, all that stuff.
Okay, and so
I
what
mean-
medication were you taking?
Ma'am,
What medication were you taking?
I take medicine for high blood pressure.
Okay, but what medication
And-
was it?
Ma'am,
What's the name of the medication?
ECTZ.
Okay, and so you're saying that, go ahead, so that you were taking medication?
Well, around that time, I was on drugs.
Okay,
I'm just gonna keep it real.
what kind of drugs were you on then?
Crack cocaine, sir.
Okay,
And
and taking medication or just using crack?
just using. I don't recall this.
you don't recall,
No, ma'am.
you don't recall saying that to the detective?
And every time they done brought me to court, I have told them I don't want to come to court for this.
Okay, I understand that.
Yeah, y'all still have me here.
We understand that.
They're clearly not listening to you.
Yes. It's clear? You don't want to be here. We get it. So you're saying you don't recall telling Detective Demeester that you'd seen Solo with a 40.
No, ma'am.
Now, you read the next page as well. I saw you flipping over. Do you recall telling Detective Demeester that the defendant's there blasting?
Ma'am?
Say that again?
That Dex there blasting? Do you say that to Detective
no.
Demeester?
No.
Do you recall telling Detective Demeester that Deck was intoxicated?
Stop for a second.
Leading at this point.
I don't think in the context of this it is. So he can answer whether he recalls that or not.
Thank you, Judge. Do you recall telling Detective Demeester that?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. And it's page 14, if you look at that and tell me if that refreshes your recollection as well.
I don't recall none of this.
You don't recall telling Detective Demeester that?
No, ma'am.
So you don't recall telling Detective Demeester that Let me ask you this. Did you recall telling Detective Demisa that his car was parked right there?
Whose car?
Deck's car was parked right there.
Yes, I do.
You recall that part?
Yes.
But you don't recall,
No,
I'm
I
sorry,
don't.
you don't recall the prior statement of saying that Deck was blasting.
That he was blasting.
I'm asking you.
That's a lie.
Okay. You don't recall that?
No, I don't.
But you recall saying that his car was parked there.
His car was parked there.
Do you recall saying that he leaned off in the fucking window?
Who?
Deck leaned off in the fucking window. Do you recall that?
No, I don't.
You don't recall saying that?
No.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Demisa that he shot the boy up close range? That Deck shot the
Hell
boy?
no.
You don't recall that?
No, I don't.
Would you look at page 15 as well, please?
You just put some shit on paper. I don't remember none of this.
You don't remember, you remember it? And you said you'd been taking, I think you said it was ETCS. Correct me in the name of the drug.
Easy teasy.
Easy teasy. Thank you. When you talked to Detective Demista on that day back in June of 2014, did you tell him that you were taking easy teasy?
Yes.
You told him you were taking.
Dale told him. They came and got me from Fulton County.
You told him you were taking easy teasy.
It's on my paperwork, man.
I'm not asking you if it's on your paperwork. I'm asking you, did you tell Detective Demista that you?
Yes.
Did you tell Detective Demista that you didn't recall anything because of the drugs?
No, I didn't.
Okay. In the prior court proceeding after this statement with Detective Demista, he said he brought you in and talked to you.
Yes.
The prior court proceeding, did you tell anybody that you had been taking easy teasy and that's why you don't remember anything?
And no one asked.
No one asked?
No.
So you didn't volunteer the information?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell anybody in the prior court proceeding that the reason you don't remember is because you were doing a combination of the drugs and the easy teasy?
I didn't.
You did not?
No.
And is that also because nobody asked?
Pretty much.
Okay. And did you recall telling in the prior court proceeding that Deck had a revolver?
Hmm?
Did you recall saying in the prior court proceeding? No, we Detective Demista now. In the prior court proceeding, because you said you come to court multiple times, right? So in the prior court proceeding, do you remember telling while you were under oath that you'd seen Deck with a revolver?
I say I seen him with a gun before. I didn't say that he had one that day.
So have you seen him with a gun before then?
Before that day? Yeah.
Okay. Have you seen him with a revolver before that day?
I couldn't recall what type of gun it was.
Do you remember what color it was?
No.
So if I show you a transcript of your prior court proceeding, would that refresh your recollection?
No, it wouldn't.
It wouldn't?
No.
You don't even want to look at it to see? So I'm going to show you anyway. It's page 489. First couple of lines tell me if you remember that.
No.
You don't remember that?
Mm-mm.
No.
You remember saying in court that it was a brown and silver revolver?
Nope.
No? Do you remember saying in the park while you were under oath that they had been in an argument, Deck and Solo?
They had been arguing that day.
Okay. Tell me about the argument then. First, let me rephrase that. When was the argument? Because you said you'd seen them a couple of times, right?
Mm-hmm.
You'd seen them the first time when you were going to go get the Red Bull.
Yes.
You'd seen them again when you were giving the Bailey the Red Bull, and then you saw them again after they were gambling, right?
Yes.
So at which point were they arguing of the 3 times you saw them?
They was only arguing one time, and that's when I had came back.
At which points? Is it the returning on the Red Bull or is it the going back to the store?
Going back to the store,
So was this at the point that they were gambling?
I guess.
Is that, you guess? Okay, so what were they arguing about?
I don't know. I just know they were arguing.
How many people were involved? I'm sorry?
I don't know about what.
Okay. And how many people were involved in the arguments?
Now,
How many people were involved in the argument? Was it
Just
just
them
Deck
two.
and Solo?
just them two,
Okay. And what were the other people doing when they were arguing?
just standing around.
Standing around?
Yeah.
Do you remember? What? You said they were arguing, so Solo was arguing with Deck. Do you remember what Solo was saying?
No, I don't.
I'll show you again. Transcript, page 40.
Man, it's been so long. I don't really recall none of this stuff.
So we're hearing you and you're being very consistent with that, but lawyers on both sides are allowed to show you something to see if it, and it's also cool for you to say, I've read that and I still don't remember. Maybe you'll read it and ding, and you'll remember something. So it's clear Ms. Ocam's going to keep trying and she's going to show you some things and you need to indulge us and read those and then let us know that doesn't help or, hey, it actually does help. Okay.
Page 486, the first couple of lines, 1 through 9, that please.
Don't recall.
So you remember saying after you been placed on the oath,
Mhm.
you swore to tell the truth
Yep.
and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You remember saying that Solo was arguing with Deck because Solo said Deck was cheating.
I mean, yes and no, because some of them words on there have been put on there. Some of that stuff I didn't say.
Okay, so tell me which part is the yes and tell me which part is the no.
About them arguing, yeah. I mean, about the rest of it, no.
So the yes is that they were only arguing about the cheating part that Deck said, I'm sorry, that Solo said Deck was cheating, no.
Yes, but all at the same time, I don't really recall any of it.
You got shot, right?
Yes,
In the shoulder?
yes,
And you went to the hospital?
yes, ma'am.
And you don't recall any of the details of how you got shot?
Ma'am, I done been back to the hospital for eye surgery. And pretty much it's a lot of stuff I don't remember.
And this is all because of the drug taking or because of the drugs you're taking for your high blood pressure?
Over the years, using drugs, you will have memory loss.
But all of this happened back in when you had the statement, it was 2015, correct? When you prior court proceeding?
I guess.
And then when you talked to the Demista, it was a couple of days after the shooting in 2014, correct?
Yes, I was incarcerated.
And that was when you told him all of that you don't remember today.
Yes.
And you said you saw when you gave Lee Bailey the Red Bull, it was right under the bridge, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You remember telling why in a prior court proceeding that you gave Lee Bailey the Red Bull by the Chinese place.
That's right by the bridge.
So where's the Chinese place? Can you show me on State's Exhibit 2 where the Chinese place is? Can you clean that off, please, first?
He may not know how to remove the stuff.
I don't.
Can you show us where the Chinese place is then?
Right here.
So that's the Chinese place.
Yes,
So then the bridge would be further down from the Chinese place, right?
yes,
And was the Chinese place open?
yes,
So when this argument was going on, the Chinese place was open?
yes, it was.
Do you know who BB is?
No,
You've never heard of or seen her before?
it's a female.
I'm asking. You tell me.
I don't know.
You don't know who she is. Okay. And also the prior court proceeding, remember saying that they were arguing about the money?
I thought it was about the money.
You thought it was about the money?
Yes.
And what made you think it was about the money if you didn't hear what they were arguing about?
If you're gambling, pretty much that's all the argument would be about.
About the money?
Pretty much.
It couldn't be about who won?
Pretty much. Yes.
It couldn't be about it's a dice game, right? It couldn't be about what number actually showed up. It has to be about the money?
I don't really know. I don't gamble.
Okay. But you said under oath that it was about the money, correct?
Pretty much.
Okay. And do you remember telling Detective Demister who shot you?
I told him I don't know who shot me.
You didn't tell him that it was the Dexter shot you?
No, I told him I don't know.
A brief second, Judge, please.
Okay.
Just so I'm clear, are you saying that it never happened? Or are you saying that what's in here in the transcripts never happened?
What's the it?
Are you saying that I'll rephrase that. Are you saying that you never said any of these to Detective Demister? Or are you saying that you don't remember saying it to Detective Demister?
I don't remember.
So you're not saying that you didn't say it. You're just saying you don't remember.
I told him I don't know who shot me.
Okay. But I've asked you a couple of questions and I don't want to go over each one by one again. And you said you don't remember, but it's in the transcript. So I'm asking, are you saying you don't remember saying that to Detective Demister? Or are you saying that what's in the transcripts never happened?
I'm saying I don't remember.
So then it's possible that what's in the transcripts is true. You just don't remember saying it.
I just don't remember.
Okay.
Ms. Feely, questions for Mr. Martin?
Good afternoon, Mr. Martin.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing well, how are you?
I'm fine.
I think it's fair to say you have answered a lot of questions in relation to this case over the years.
Yes, ma'am.
I've got a few more for you, and if you don't remember, you don't remember.
Thank you.
The state asked you about, you thought the argument that you were hearing and seeing was about money.
Yes.
And she also asked you, could it have been about who was winning the dice game?
I really don't know.
Because it's fair to say who won the dice game is about the money.
Pretty much.
Because this isn't Monopoly.
Okay.
And you were questioned at Grady after you were seriously injured, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you were asked who shot you, and you said, I don't know, sir.
Exactly.
And you mentioned being taken from Rice Street, from the Fulton County Jail to somewhere downtown, right?
Yes.
And you gave a statement at that time too,
I don't know.
but you remember being taken downtown.
Yes.
Fair enough. And at that time, you told them that Solo felt like he was being cheated during the game.
Pretty much.
And the state asked you about giving testimony in a prior proceeding
I don't know.
in a courtroom like this. Do you remember
Yes,
coming to
ma'am.
court? And again, if you don't remember, you don't remember, but will ask you a couple of other things. After Solo accused people of shooting, it was like 2 seconds before you heard gunshots. Does that sound right?
Ma'am,
After you heard Solo accuse people of shooting, it was about 2 seconds after that that you heard
Shooting or
gunshots.
cheating?
Cheating, I'm sorry. That was my
Yes.
fault. You testified after Solo accused people of cheating, it was 2 seconds later that you heard shooting.
exactly.
And you testified at that hearing that you did not know who shot you.
Exactly.
And you testified at that hearing about seeing Solo's friends running with their guns.
Yep.
And you said, you testified at that hearing that they probably were the ones shooting.
Pretty much.
Thank you. No other questions?
Okay. Ms. Ocom, any redirect for Mr. Martin?
Yes, Judge, just briefly.
Oh my God.
So I'm clear. When I asked you, do you remember the argument and what it was about, you don't remember. But when Ms. Feely asked you that it was about cheating, you said, yes, you remember.
Who's on trial here?
I'm just,
So you don't get to ask questions, Mr. Martin, until you are the prosecutor or the defense attorney. Today, you're the witness, so just answer the questions.
Yes, sir.
Why don't you ask your question again?
so when I asked you what the argument was about, you didn't remember.
I didn't.
Okay. And when Ms. Feely asked you that it's about Solo saying that it's cheating, you remember that.
Yes.
When I asked you what happened, you don't remember any of it. But when Ms. Feely says the shots happened 2 seconds after, you remember that as well?
It was more than 2 seconds.
Okay. So how long was it before Solo said they're cheating, which you remember now, right?
Okay.
No. Yes. So you remember Solo saying they're cheating.
Yes.
So how long after when Solo,
4 minutes after that.
it was 3 or 4 minutes. So it wasn't 2 seconds that you said yes
No,
to?
it wasn't 2 seconds.
Okay. So you also remember being talked to at the hospital when you said you were drugged, but you don't remember talking to Detective Demisa at all?
I remember his face. That's all I remember.
Okay. And you remember that at the prior court proceeding, you were supposed to tell the truth. You don't remember any of that, but you only remember now that it was 2 to 3 minutes before the shooting happened?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any questions from the jurors for Mr. Martin?
I have just a very brief.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Martin, we don't know each other, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Have we ever spoken before?
No.
And so I've never asked you questions in this setting before
I don't believe so.
or any other setting.
I don't think so.
Thank you.
Okay, now jurors, if you've got any questions. Deputy Gordon, when you're ready to work this way. You. All right, counsel.
Sorry.
Mr. Martin, few more questions. I'm going to let the lawyers take a seat and then I will ask you. Just getting them in order here. All right. Tell the jurors, please, if you remember what you and Lee Bailey were doing under the bridge away from the situation on Bell Street.
Just talking?
Okay. And I guess you delivered a Red Bull.
No. He asked me to go to the store for him.
Right. I thought you said you got 3 Red Bulls and you gave one of them to Lee Bailey.
Yeah.
So you delivered a Red Bull.
Mhm.
Then you're going back to the store.
Yes, sir.
All right. What time was it, as best you can recall, the night you got shot, when you got shot?
Can't recall.
Okay. Was it dark out?
Yes.
You testified about being in the intersection of Auburn Avenue and Bell Street when you heard the argument. But you also just testified that it was maybe a couple minutes between the argument and you getting shot. Well, bullets don't turn corners, so you needed to have been in the intersection when you got shot. So did you stop in the intersection because you heard the argument, or tell the jurors how you spent those couple minutes between you hear the argument start and then pow and you're shot?
It was like I wasn't in the intersection. Now, if you look right on Bell Street, where the Chinese place is, that's where I fell flat, right there in the middle, in the middle of the street. That's what I meant by the intersection.
Okay.
I really can't recall.
Okay.
It's a lot on me.
Did the shooting limit your use of the right arm, or does your right arm work as well as it did before the shooting?
Got a pinched nerve.
So that means there's something that hurts or that there's numbness?
It's numbness sometimes.
Okay. You explained to the jury that you've testified in court under oath before in connection with this situation. Were you in custody at the time, or were you coming in through that kind of door at the time?
I was in custody.
All right. And at the time you were in custody, when you testified in court under oath, were you using drugs, or you didn't have drugs while you were in jail?
Yes, I was taking medication.
Okay, I need to be clearer. Good point. So you were taking medication while you were in jail.
Yes, sir.
That's the blood pressure medication.
I was taking more than that.
What else were you taking?
All type of pain medicines.
Why were you taking pain medicines?
For ulcers.
Ulcers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this was when the time you were in jail and got brought over to testify?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At that time, were you using crack?
Yes.
In jail?
Yes.
Okay. So you were somehow able to get crack in jail?
You can get whatever you want in the chain.
It's not news to me. I just want to make sure you're being clear. How long had you been in jail when the detective that we're talking about came to get you to ask you questions?
2 days.
2 days. And why were you in jail?
I sold the undercover some weed.
Okay. After you got shot, or you were wanted for? Okay. So you got shot, got out, and then got arrested for selling marijuana to an undercover police officer.
Yes, sir.
You're in jail for those charges. And that's when the detective said, can we talk about the shooting?
Exactly.
What does blasting mean?
I don't even know where that word came from.
Okay. If you were to say blasting, what would you mean if you say blasting?
I don't want to talk like that.
Okay.
That's what I'm like. I don't even know where that came from.
All right. So that's not a word you use.
No, sir.
Have you spoken with Deck since you were shot?
No, sir.
Ms. Ocom, do you have any questions that follow up on those questions?
No, Judge.
Ms. Feely?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Martin, you're done with this time. Maybe we'll see you again. Be safe out there. Don't shake your head. You never know. Look forward to seeing you. May not be optional. Be safe in Augusta. at SNS. Next witness.
Stay called me Bailey.
Okay. I know one of you had like a last minute card. If you weren't done, wave your hand. We shouldn't leave. Well, I mean, it may have been these questions came to you after we left, but if you were still writing, tell Deputy Gordon to hold on. Is someone getting Mr. Bailey?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Here's a blank one. You can replenish their stock, or they wrote in invisible ink. Whoops, before you sit down. There you go.
You swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be true, the whole truth, that's what it's up. So you have a seat. State and spell your name for the record.
Mr. Bailey, I'm Judge McBurney. It's nice to meet you. If you're comfortable having your mask off while you testify, it'll be a lot easier for us to hear you. If you're not comfortable taking it off, then you're going to need to get extra close to that microphone, okay? And if you just scoot your chair up, it doesn't have wheels, so it's going to be a little bit of a workout. Well, but I need you to be good and near the microphone so people can hear you, okay?
That's good enough.
That's excellent. Keep it up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bailey.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
All right.
Okay. Mr. Bailey, can you tell us where you're from?
Atlanta.
Where in Atlanta?
Fourth Ward community.
Sorry?
The Fourth Ward community.
Okay. And where is that exactly?
Auburn Avenue in Jackson.
Okay. And how long have you been in that area?
Born and raised.
And are you familiar with people in the area as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to high school over there too?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you still live there?
Yes, ma'am.
And how old are you now?
50.
Okay. So for 50 years, you've been in that area.
Yes, ma'am.
So did you know, I'm going to throw a couple of names at you and you tell me if you know them, okay?
Yes,
Do you know Mr. Benny Martin?
ma'am.
Benny Martin, do you know him?
No, ma'am.
Do you know somebody called Lil B?
Yes.
And would you surprise you that Lil B's name is Benny Martin?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So did you see the person that walked out before you walked in?
No, I didn't.
But you know Lil B.
Yes, I do.
I'll throw out another name at you. Do you know who Deck is?
Yes.
Okay. How about Solo?
Yes.
Let's start with Lil B. How long have you known Lil B?
Maybe a year or so.
A year or two from now or a year or two from back then? In 2000?
Back then.
Okay, back in 2014.
Mhm.
And so you went in the same ward?
Yes.
So he was in the ward with you?
Mhm.
Okay. Yes, sorry. Is that a
Yes,
yes? Okay. And that was, so if we're going from 2014, you'd known him from a year, so that would be from 2013.
Yes, ma'am.
How about Deck?
For a while.
What's a while?
From back then, probably 5, 6 years.
Okay. What about Solo?
From back then, probably maybe about 15, 20.
Okay. So Solo grew up with you.
Yes, when they moved in the neighborhood, I was always living there.
I'm sorry. When they moved in the neighborhood?
Solo.
Okay.
Mhm.
So what about Solo and Deck? Were they about the same age group?
I can assume because I don't know either one age.
Okay. What about you? Are you in their age group?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You were older than them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you'd seen Solo for 10 to 15 years, is that what you said?
Yes.
And Deck for about 5 years?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
and Lil B for about a year.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a nickname?
Ma'am?
Did you go by a nickname back then?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you went by Lee Baby?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I want to take you, did you know, if Deck and Solo knew each other?
I can't really say, but I can say they've been
Alright.
around each other.
Okay.
They're not strangers. They'd recognize each other.
Yes.
Solo would say, that's Deck. Deck would know that that's Solo.
Yes.
And that's because if you do the math, they have in a lab for at least 5 years. Would that be correct?
The same area.
Okay. And so was Deck living in the same area as well?
I really can't say because I never knew where he ever stayed at, but I know he been around, kind of like been in the area for ever since he was young.
Define young for me. How old?
Teenage,
About 10 years old?
teenage years.
Teenage years.
Just from when I started seeing before I kind of really met after he done grew up.
Okay. And have you seen, you said they know each other. Have you seen Deck and Solo interact?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But you are sure that they know each other?
Yes.
Did you know if there was any sort of animosity, beef, or anything between Deck and Solo?
Not that I can ever know.
Okay. As far as you know, there was nothing going on.
No.
Can you tell me a little bit about the area, Auburn and Bell Street?
Well, basically, from me growing up, it's always been like the clubbing area, bar type area. Used to walk up when my mom used to go to what we call the Curve Market. You might know it as the Municipal Market.
Okay.
So they used to be able to route going to the Municipal Market. So I kind of like been in the area right there for all my life.
So is it normal for people to be out at night?
Yes.
Okay. About 1 o'clock in the morning,
Yes.
2 o'clock in the morning,
Yes.
3 o'clock in the morning,
Yes.
4 o'clock in the morning,
24 hours.
24 hours?
Yes.
Okay. So there are always people there?
Mm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I know I keep saying, doesn't work because Madam Court Reporter is taking it down. So it has to be a yes or no. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want you to look in front of you. You have Stacey's with 2 and 3 in front of you. Would you look at those maps for me? No, right on your table, right in front of you. You recognize them?
Yes.
Okay.
Ma'am.
Okay. And so now let's rewind back to June 3rd of 2014. Okay, you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you get shot that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now let's start with where you got shot. Where did you get shot?
Elbow.
Where?
Arm. Left arm.
Okay. You have to show us. So your left arm?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Left
Where? Points.
Went through my elbow and came out of my forearm.
So it went through the back
Yes, ma'am.
and came out the front?
Yes.
Okay. So do you remember what time of the day was it?
Middle of the morning.
Okay. So we're
Maybe
talking
3, 4 o'clock.
right about that time in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm gonna put up, let's start with the big one, the one that has a. And this is pretty cool.
Mhm. Okay.
So do you remember using that? If you can spread it, where, about what time, what were you doing that night? Before you got shot?
Was I?
Yes.
I was at home
Okay. And which direction is home using the map?
on the map. It'll be down Auburn Avenue, up under the bridge, like right here across from the park.
You tap pencil first before you start writing?
Yeah, I'm trying to actually see exactly where is that. Let John Wesley go. It'll be right there in that area. Did you see it?
We're waiting. I think we have a delay.
So, but then erased, how did you fix it for Mr. Martin?
It's up there now.
Oh, it's up there
It's
now?
up there.
Okay, it just
Okay.
must swallow it for a little while.
Okay,
All right.
so that's where your house is.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said you were home?
Yes,
Okay. And you leave your house, obviously.
yes.
Okay, so where are you going when you leave?
When I go, I'm going to the Auburn, going straight up Auburn. So I'm walking. You want me to?
Yes, please.
I'm walking straight up on the sidewalk. These going across. So I'm going to the store in that area right there.
And the store is where you stopped?
Yes, ma'am. That's
Okay.
where I was headed.
And you said you left about early in the morning hours. Why were you going to the store that, I guess, early in the morning?
I hadn't too long had a daughter and needed Pampers.
Okay. And is that store open 24 hours?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you go to the store?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you're going to the store, tell me what happens as you go to the store.
As I shown you on the map, I'm walking up. I'm up under the bridge. I get right there by the light on the corner of Butler and Bell and Auburn. Because you got a club right down the corner, then you have a restaurant right down the corner.
You have to show us, sorry, where is the
Okay.
restaurant and
Let
where's
me
the
erase
club?
that so you can see.
Okay.
It didn't erase, but
Russell is going to be our able. There we go.
all right. Once again, I'm here as I walk up under the bridge. I stop. I'm at a red light. Like I said, that red light, there's a club on that corner. There's a restaurant.
So we're
So-
looking on Bell Street, right?
Right.
Okay. So you said there's a club on one corner and then the restaurant on the other corner.
Yes, ma'am. You have Pals, and then you had the restaurant, like a Chinese restaurant. It was named like Walk and Roll,
Okay.
WOK Roll,
Okay. So the Chinese restaurant.
ROLL. And it kind of have like a crowd right there all the time. So
Why is there a crowd always there by the Chinese restaurant?
because of the club and I guess the restaurant, but I know it's kind of always packed like in that little area right up in there.
And is the restaurant open?
Yes, it was open 24 hours.
Okay. So there are always people there and people on the other side with the club.
Yes,
Okay.
it
Do
was
you remember
always,
the name of the club or no?
it was Pals.
Okay, Pals. Now was
That's
Pals.
what I know it as, but you know, the names has been changed.
Okay. Back then in 2014, it was Pals.
Some lounge, it was, I can't think of the name.
Okay. Was Pals also open 24 hours?
Kind of like closed down a little bit, but at a certain time. I think that was when time changed, but it used to be a 24-hour place.
Okay. So you said, so now there are people there because the Chinese restaurant is open, and then you're heading towards the store that's further down. Auburn.
Yes, I'm on my way to the store. As I walk down, there's another red light. I pays attention, look both ways, and I go to the store right there.
And were you only going to the store to buy Pampers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you buy anything else for anybody?
I never did get the Pampers because they didn't have the size. I ended up buying a Red Bull.
Okay. You bought a Red Bull.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the Red Bull for?
It was for me.
Okay. So you buy the Red Bull.
Yes, early in the morning, tired, baby crying, need Pampers. So trying to energize myself, get myself up.
All right. So you buy the Pampers.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So then what happens after you come out and you buy the Pampers?
Do I need to erase again?
Yes, please. So as did you erase?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Maybe Miss Russell would help us with the erasing, and you don't bother about the erasing anymore. My abled co-chair would do it. Okay. So you weren't able to buy the Pampers, they didn't have the size, you buy a Red Bull for yourself.
Yes, ma'am. So now I'm at the store here and I walk back down, cross over again, walk down again. And as soon as I get to the red light, I just start hearing gunshots.
Okay, as soon as you get, so the red light you get to would be the intersection of Bell and Auburn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you are on the Auburn side of the street, not on the Bell side.
I'm at the corner at the red light.
So you're at the intersection of, right at the intersection of Bell and Auburn.
I'm walking back down the street. Same side I stay on, same side the store on, so I'm on that same side.
Okay. So did you see anybody out there?
Like I told you, before I walked, as I was going by, it was a crowd.
Did you recognize anybody in the crowd?
Well, I've seen a couple of people that I know.
Okay, can you tell me?
Well, a few. Dead Solo, Keon, New York. Well, I didn't see New York. It was a lot. It was like I told you, it was a crowd. You had a couple of females out. You know what I'm saying? People sitting in cars.
So there were people in cars?
Yeah, I did see, as you glance, because I'm looking for cars. Like I told you, I'm crossing the street. It's a one-way street.
Did you see Lil B?
Yes, I did.
Okay, where was Lil B?
Kind of like near me.
What? So he was on that intersection as well?
Yes.
So were you facing each other? How?
I had said something to him. That's how we got stalled. Speaking to him.
You were talking to him?
Yeah, I did speak to him.
Was that at that intersection that you stopped to talk to him?
Yes.
Did you give him your Red Bull?
No. I probably did. I'm not recalling that, but I know I bought the Red Bull.
Okay.
Everything happened so fast.
Okay. Did he give you a Red Bull?
Not that I can recall. He probably did because he know I like to drink.
Okay.
I like some people bring the 4-pack. That's when they had the 4-pack for sale.
Okay.
And I might buy them.
Now, the individuals that you saw, you said there's always a group of people there, right by the Chinese restaurant that's open 24 hours. Could you tell what they were doing when you walked by?
Some people will be in the restaurant because I have done it and just walk on the outside and stand on the outside. And you have people that's in the club that be just mingling, Then you have your people that's parking, just out and about.
Did you see anybody gambling?
I don't gamble, so I don't go near gambling games. My focus was to go get the Pampers.
Okay, I understand. You don't gamble.
Mm-hmm.
You don't go near gambling games. But I'm asking, did you see anybody gambling?
No, ma'am.
Did you see Dead gambling?
No, ma'am.
Did you see Solo gambling?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But they were out there.
Yes.
And were Deck and Solo together? Since you said there were different groups of people, were Deck and Solo on the same side on the same group, or were they on different sides?
Everybody was like on the same side, same area.
And
the ones that know each other, that's familiar with the area, been living in the area.
And so Deck is familiar with the area?
Yes, ma'am.
Solo is familiar with the area?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we'll be talking about Deck. The person that you know as Deck is the person present in court today.
Mm-hmm.
Can you please point him out and tell me what he's wearing?
He's got on a gray suit.
And G point? Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant as Deck.
He has.
So you said they were on the same side. So it's the side by the Chinese restaurant then?
Yes, ma'am.
And you stopped to talk to Lil B, you said?
Spoke to him. Didn't necessarily talk, but
so
what's the difference?
Well, hello, and as you saying something, I might keep walking, but not really trying to hear what you're saying.
Got it. It wasn't a stop and how you been, man? Tell me about. It was just, hey.
Yeah.
Do you remember them arguing?
Who?
The people, Deck and Solo arguing.
No, ma'am.
Do you remember talking? Okay, before I go back there, do you scratch that? So you say you stop quickly, you talk to Lil B, and then you hear the shots.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what happens when you hear the shots?
I take off running.
Which direction?
Going back west.
I'm directionally challenged, so please show me on the map which way that is.
It did erase quick. So I'm right here. And I went right there.
Towards the store.
Yeah, I'm going back towards the store, but the building is Odd Fellow building. And they have like two entries. And they kind of like, the way the building is, you can step on the inside. So as I turn around, that's the first place I went.
But right before you hear the shots, Lil B was beside you.
Yeah, I'm like I told you, I'm kind of like moving on.
Okay.
But I remember speaking to him, hey, hello, whatever.
Okay. And you head back towards the store, the other direction.
Yes.
Okay. And then what happens after that?
I realized I've been shot.
At what point did you realize you'd been shot?
After my two fingers, my pinky finger, and next to that was feeling numb, feeling crazy. Then I realized blood was dripping from it.
Okay. And then what happens?
I guess I'm starting to go in rage or panicking or whatever. Oh man, I've been shot. So
And did you end up at the hospital?
yes.
How'd you get to the hospital?
Ambulance.
And while you were at the hospital, do you remember, did you speak to Detective Demeester?
So many folks there, I can't tell you who I really spoke to.
Do you know who Detective Demeester is?
No.
Do you remember a detective talking to you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. A white male detective?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember him coming to the hospital
Yeah.
at Grady?
Yeah, I told you a couple of.
Okay. And then after you got out of Grady, do you remember Detective Demeester talking to you again?
I guess I told you too many people. But I don't remember names.
Okay, that's fine. But I'm talking specifically of on June 6, 2014. So a couple of days after. You remember talking to Detective Demeester?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he was asked, what was he asking you about?
About the situation of what happened on Bell Street.
And he was asking you about how you got shot?
Yes.
Now, before I go into that, do you remember how many shots you heard? You said you heard shots. How many shots did you hear?
Multiple shots.
What's multiple? More than 5?
Maybe so. It was so quick. After I realized I heard the first shot, I took off and it was like boom, 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 boom. And I'm not hearing it no more.
Was it more than 10?
I can't really say, but I know it was more than 5. It was too quick.
It was
too quick.
It was too quick. So now what was the cadence then? Was it boom, 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 boom until it came out, or was there a stop or pause in the cadence of the shots?
I can't really tell because like I told you, once I heard the first boom, I'm ducking and running.
Did you ever make it onto Bell Street itself?
What you mean?
So you said you were on Auburn, the intersection. Did you ever actually walk into Bell Street?
Have I ever walked Bell Street?
On that day, June 3rd, right before you got shot,
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever walk on Bell Street? I know you've been talking about the intersection, but did you ever make it into Bell Street?
No.
You never made it in there?
No.
Okay. And could you tell, you said there was a crowd. Could you tell what the crowd was doing while you were passing them, either when you were going back, when you were going to the store, or when you were going back to your house when you didn't find the Pampers?
Like I told you, it was a crowd, like a nest full of people, so I really can't tell what they was doing, but I know it was crowded.
Could you tell if they were arguing?
No, I couldn't.
But you said you saw Deck and Solo there.
Yeah, I saw a couple of people there, just by face recognition.
Okay. And had you seen Solo with a gun before?
Yes.
So what type of gun had you seen him with?
Automatic gun, handgun.
Okay. Was it a small one or a big one?
Like a 49, whatever.
Okay. What about Deck? Had you seen Deck with a gun before?
Yes,
I'm sorry?
yes,
What type of gun?
a revolver.
Do you remember what color do you remember what kind, the color of the revolver?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but you've seen him with a revolver.
Yeah.
After you talk to, when you talk to Detective Demeester after the hospital, so you said you talked to him a couple of times.
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
You remember talking to him not at the hospital a couple of days later. When did you get out of the hospital? Do you remember?
Not sure. Maybe the next day or day after. Not
Okay.
sure.
So you got out of the hospital the next day or the day after. Do you remember talking to Detective Demeester on June 6th?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Do you remember telling him that Deck and Solo were arguing?
No, I don't.
If I show you a transcript of your recording, would that refresh your recollection?
I guess. Hello.
Okay. Do you remember saying that
Yes.
Deck and Solo were arguing?
Yes.
That refreshes your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember what they were arguing about?
No.
Okay, but you just know that they were arguing.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if anybody was out there drinking?
Probably everybody.
Okay. So where was the alcohol coming from?
Yeah, bootleggers.
Okay.
Then you have people that go to the store.
Okay.
When
let
you
me
say
not-
a bootlegger, tell me what you mean by
A
that.
man that's selling alcohol as a solo person. If I want me a shot, I can give him, buy one from him.
Got it. So he might just be out there in the mix and he's like, hey, if you want one of these, and he maybe has a bigger bottle and gives you.
Hey, he saved me a walk.
Pardon me?
He saved me a walk.
Yep. Got it.
So you said, so the bootlegger, right? Now that we know what it is, selling shots?
Yes.
Okay, what is a shot?
It's a shot of liquor. It come in vodka or gin or whatever you choose. Long Island tea, whatever. It's a small bottle.
Okay. So it's
Hand size.
hand size.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cowboy style little glass.
Okay. And how much were they going for back then in 2014?
Probably $1.
$1. And so is there a nickname for it?
A shot.
Okay. Are they called dollar shots?
Yeah.
Okay. And so everybody was drinking?
I'm not around like that, so I didn't know.
Okay. But the bootlegger was out with the alcohol.
They always out everywhere you go.
Okay. But you did not, I'll rephrase that. Did you join in the gambling?
No, I don't gamble.
Okay. Is that a personal preference or is just not a thing?
I don't know. I'm thinking about trying lotto. Everybody say it's my first time playing, I might hit.
Okay. A brief second, Judge, please.
All right.
Nothing further from the state judge. Thank you.
Ms. Feely, any questions for Mr. Bailey?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Bailey.
How you doing, man?
Doing well, how are you?
All right.
So you were able to confirm when you walked by this intersection a couple of times, a few people who were out there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you mentioned Solo,
Yes.
Deck,
Yes.
Keon,
Mhm.
and someone you know as New York.
No, Lil B.
Lil
It probably
B.
was in New York. We have all these different alias name and where they from, so we call them by that.
And there were people in cars,
Yes.
but you did not see the dice game.
No.
And you spoke with the detective a couple of days after you were shot on June 6, 2014.
From the day I got shot, all the way probably to then.
You've answered multiple questions about this case.
Yeah, they was on me like a set of keys.
And you told them you did not see who shot you.
No, I didn't.
You didn't see, or you didn't?
No, I didn't see.
You did not see who shot you?
So
Because
yes, you told, every time you were asked, you told the police, I didn't see who shot me.
Yes, sir.
that's my fault, Mr. Bailey. That was a poorly worded question. But you didn't see any of that.
No, ma'am.
You didn't see either of them with a gun that night.
No, ma'am.
You don't know what type of weapon it was.
No, ma'am.
Now, you confirmed with the state after they refreshed your recollection that you did hear the arguing, right?
Yeah, it was like I told you, it was a lot of people. So I heard an argument, and Mary would call me because I see that I said this lady, she was an old lady. She had called me, and that's what made me pay my attention to her. So I'm not paying attention to the argument or what they had going on, and I heard boom, 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 boom.
Didn't see who fired first.
No.
When you spoke with Detective Demeester the second time, and I know just if you don't remember, you don't remember, but you told him at that time that you heard Dex say it ain't that serious. You remember saying that?
Yes, I remember saying that.
Thank you. And you never told any detective on the phone that you saw anybody shoot.
No.
Right? So not even just in a statement, but not on the phone.
No.
Not ever.
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Just one brief question, Judge. When you were shot, was it true and true, or there was any fragments left when you were shot on your shoulder?
I'm not sure. I don't even know what I got hit by today.
Okay, but it was a true and true. You went in and it came out.
Yes, ma'am. And they was on me about going to the hospital. I had almost fell out, and I was surrounded by a bunch of officers, EMS, detectives, and everything. And they was telling me about one dead and one looked like he ain't gonna make it, and my record, I might be charged, and I don't know. I'm just going through a whole lot. Everything was so fast.
And do you know who are all the people that were shot?
Yeah, from hearsay.
Okay, no, don't tell us.
Me, Lil B, Sid, and Solo.
Okay, you will be set on solo.
Yes.
That were shot.
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Feely, anything else?
To clarify one thing I thought I heard you say, Mr. Bailey, did somebody from law enforcement tell you that you could be charged because of your record?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Jurors, any questions for Mr. Bailey? Nope. Yes? Okay. All right, store's closed. Counsel?
Thank you. So nice.
Thank you.
Mr. Bailey, a few more questions. Did you see, I think you were calling him Lil B, we've called him Benny Martin, but did you see Lil B earlier the day we've been talking about? I know you said, hey, we pretty much passed each other, said hello, something to that effect, at the intersection of Auburn and Bell. But rewind, at any point that day, do you recall seeing Lil B?
I had been seeing Lil B before then, like on the regular, but like after that, I don't know what happened to him.
Okay, I didn't ask my question well. So on the day you got shot, was the only time you saw Lil B when you guys were in the intersection together, or did you see him other times on that day?
Probably seen him earlier before that day.
Okay, and what would you guys have been doing on that day when you hang out?
Too much of nothing, too much of anything.
Okay, but like specific, like you
drinking, that's about it.
Okay.
Lounging around, hanging around.
When you saw Lil B just before you got shot, so not hanging around earlier, lounging, but when you saw him just before you got shot, did he appear to you in any way to be wobbly, intoxicated, high, or just you guys walked past each other?
Probably so.
Which one?
Probably was intoxicated. Like I told you, we drank.
Okay. The club, which you've referred to as Pals, and I know the name may have changed, but the club, so across Bell Street from Walk and Roll, was it open at the time you got shot?
I'm not sure.
What is your best estimate as to what time it was when you got shot? I think you had said mid-morning, which made me think you and I live different lives. Like, oh, like 10 a.m.
Like
you said
maybe 4:00 a.m.
a.m.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Any follow-up based on that?
No, Judge.
Ms. Feely? No? All right, Mr. Bailey, we appreciate your time. You are free to go.
All right, thank you. Yeah, have a nice day.
You too. Your next witness, Ms. Okam.
Would be Shane Huggins.
All right. How long do you think your examination of Mr. Huggins will go?
30 minutes tops.
Okay. Do you all want to wait till direct exam of Huggins is done and take a break, or do you want a break now? Break now. That's all it takes. One vote. Got to be unanimous verdict time, but for break, one does it. So we're going to take our break now. I'm going to try to get you back by 3:10. If that's not enough time, just pound on Deputy Gordon and that'll extend the break. Don't talk about the case. No outside research. Yeah. He's next.
Oh, sorry.
No, he's done. He's right after the break. He's done.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Okam, anything we need to talk about before the break?
No, Judge.
Ms. Feely?
There you are.
Before we bring the jurors back out, so at like 3:09, if you want to get Mr. Huggins out here, we won't take a break when he's done. He's going to be in shackles and whatever color outfit he's got. We'll take him back and we'll just go. You've got witnesses after Huggins.
Yes, Judge.
Good. All right. So enjoy your break. Be back in 10 minutes and let's just get Mr. Huggins out. You got someone. Good. We're all set. All right. Thank you.
I saw it, but I saw it. I mean, there was an hour. Oh my gosh.
No, it's all good. Take your time.
Who's on trial here? We're sending him on like a 7 o'clock flight back to Augusta. You don't even know what time it is.
Right.
Yeah. He's like, I've never flown on a plane. Huh? No, we're second back. We're dropping him off there.
This is my son. It's on.
That was. We dropped off the airport.
Wait, he's shooting blind.
2 of us.
Why did he pick him up?
I had to.
No, he didn't look like that, right?
Nobody said that was a thing, so.
I didn't really get him back on the flight.
Raymond knew we were gonna get people to take him back. Because we wouldn't can. He does now, he's like, under a phone.
I mean, it's like an hour. It's like 20 minutes.
That's less than an hour. I think this one's a little bitty.
It's gonna be a 6-seater.
It's gonna be here, it's high. Let's go.
This is so hard.
Yeah, the timeline doesn't care. It's right after he got shot. Everybody has we'll come together. So everybody comes together at 12 years.
No, this is cute. They may remember.
Remember.
Oh, I think they'll remember that.
They'll remember our. We have to try something else. You always use what they wear.
No, everybody remembers that.
That's what I'm saying. Remember what you wear.
No,
What you were wearing.
No, do you remember where you were September 10th?
No.
No.
Big feet shot.
Right.
You remember. That's what I'm saying.
No, but they obviously don't. because they're wrong. They're talking about this. No. When's September 11th? I don't remember what time it was. Oh, I remember what time. Oh, I remember that. Oh, yes, I have time. I used to, yes.
I was walking to the media center in sixth grade.
I guess I still have a memory in high school. Because I remember the date, I remember where, I remember the time. I remember we all just stopped. We were like, ooh, get to a TV, and so we all figured out, get it to the TV. But I don't know if every day was on it.
I was in a hotel.
See,
I didn't have, they had the time, yes, I got American.
No, I remember. Okay, I had me. And I had to say, I went to high school.
Oh, no, I didn't.
I came from first grade.
I was in sixth grade.
I was a freshman.
It didn't hit me at all. I was like, ooh, why is everybody? I'm like, ooh, I was like, what happened? Like,
I didn't think it was much of a big deal.
So I'm just like, okay, you know what I remember? I remember when they said the Nigerian. Remember that Nigeria was saying kids to try to hijack the plane. I remember in class, we were talking about
They did say.
like this Nigerian guy, I'm like, absolutely.
Okay, you were like 2.
You were 2? Were you born? Were you born? Are you sure you were born? It's a class, because I feel like you were born yet. When the Nigerian guy tried to have that.
I see that big guy out over here in Fulton. Oh, down there, they line you. You want them big bills.
Remember that? Okay. I was like, sure, the one. He said.
Yeah. It's a terrorist supporting terrorist support. You're like, what?
Even though it's like,
I remember that. Vividly. Vividly. This is a funny thing, you know.
yeah. But then some people don't remember certain things, so.
I like Mr. Bailey. He's so cute.
I like Mr. Bailey too. Yes.
Yeah.
But everybody lives.
Share the joke. You can't just start laughing and not tell us right now. That is unacceptable. That is like, that's not good.
Are you Mr. Huggins?
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
I'm all right. How you doing today, Your Honor?
I'm Judge McBurney. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, sir.
We ready?
Yes,
Ms. Rivers is ready, so you need to be ready.
I'm ready, yes, Judge.
Great. Ms. Feely, where's your client?
Oh, my bad, that's my job.
All right. Ms. Primovic, where's Ms. Feely's client? Mr. Huggins, it's your call. I'm asking, not directing, but it will help the jurors and the court reporter hear you while you testify if you take your mask off. That may be, I don't know if you can reach it. You can reach it. Perfect. All right. Great. There's Mr. Beard. Anything before we bring the jury in, Ms. Okam?
No, Judge.
Ms. Feely? Let's get the jurors, please.
All right, the jurors.
No, you're good. Don't worry.
Jurors are present.
All right, you all can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The state advised me that its next witness was Mr. Huggins, who's seated there, and he'll introduce himself in just a minute. As you can see, he's in custody, and so we use part of the break to get him in from over there. But let's make it official. Ms. Okam, call your next witness, please.
The state calls Shane Huggins.
And voila, he is there. So we're going to swear him in. If you'd swear him in, please.
I do.
Raise your hand, say your name for the record.
Shane Huggins, Shayne, last name Huggins.
Good afternoon, Mr. Huggins.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Not good.
Okay.
Why are you not good, Mr. Huggins? Well, I mean, you're in jail, so let's check that box. Not happy about being in jail. Is it beyond that?
Yes, I already told the defense that, I already told the district attorney I don't know anything further than making the call that I made. So I've been.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let Ms. Okam ask her questions. I just want to make sure if you were not good because it was too hot or too cold, we could address that. But if it's not good, sort of existentially, you don't want to be here. We've been hearing that a lot today. So you're not the first. Ms. Okam.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Huggins, you don't want to be here today, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I understand you don't want to be here, but I need to ask you a couple of questions, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And Mr. Huggins, could you tell me what you're obviously in custody, correct?
Yes.
And what were you charged with to make you in custody?
Drugs and a gun.
Okay. And that has nothing to do with this case, correct?
Nope.
Okay. Mr. Huggins, if you would speak up, please, so that Ms. Primovic and her co-counsel can hear you, okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. Mr. Huggins, can you tell me back in 2014 what area you used to live?
I lived in Stone Mountain.
Okay. Did you happen to be in the urban area when this incident occurred?
Yes.
Okay. What were you doing over there?
I was going to a bar or club. I can't remember. It's been 9 years ago. I don't remember exactly.
All right. So you were going to the bar or the club, and what happened?
I heard some gunshots. After the gunshots stopped, I looked. I saw somebody on the ground. I made a 911 call.
Okay. And had you been in the area before?
Just walking through, like I said, it's a lot of bars and clubs. So I was just going from club to bar and bar to club.
Okay. About what time of the morning was this when you heard the shots?
I don't remember exactly, maybe 2 o'clock. I'm not exactly sure. 3, might have been a little later than that.
Okay. And do you remember the cadence of the shots?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me the cadence of the shots?
There was 4 or 5 shots, a pause, and then maybe 9 to 10 more shots after that.
Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong. You said 4 or 5 shots. So it was boom, 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 boom. or maybe another boom, you're not sure, 4 or 5, then a pause. How long was the pause?
3 seconds, 4 seconds.
So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the last 10 shots, was it consecutive, boom, 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 boom?
Consecutive.
Okay, so was it the boom, 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 or was it faster, boom, 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 boom?
The last one was faster.
Okay, so it was, just correct me if I'm wrong, it was boom, 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 slight pause, then boom, 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 boom.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Now, did you know Deck? Do you know Deck?
I know him. We went to school together. We went to elementary school together.
Okay. And where is that?
John Hope.
Okay. And was the is that close to the Auburn area as well?
Yes.
Okay. What about Solo? Do you know who Solo is?
Yes.
Who's Solo? How do you know him?
I met him probably in 05, 06, something like that.
And he moved from somewhere?
Indiana.
Okay. Did you know Solo's real name?
Solomon.
Okay. Did you know Deck's real name?
I can't recall.
Okay. So you know Solo, you know Deck. Do you know Lil B?
What? No.
Okay. Do you know Lee Bailey?
Yes.
Do you know Said?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know Keon?
Which one?
There are multiple?
Keon is a very common name.
Okay. Let's go with the Keon that's around the Auburn area, the same kind of,
There's a few.
there's a few of them as well?
Yes.
Okay. So that night, let's concentrate on June 3rd of 2014 when you had the cadence of the shots. Did you see any of these people I have mentioned out there?
I don't recall who I saw.
You don't recall who you saw? So you said you saw somebody shot, right?
Yes.
Who was the person that you saw shot?
That was Solo.
Okay. And where exactly was Solo?
He was like right in across the street from Pals
Across the street.
on Bell Street.
Okay. There's 2 maps in front of you. Let's go with the small, that one. You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Orient us. You said you heard the shots that we've done the cadence, and then you saw somebody on the ground. Now, all right, can you, the map, so where exactly, are you on the side of the pals or on the other side where you say you see Solo and you call 911? What part are you from? Across the street on the Auburn side, or are you on the Bell Street side?
Where was I?
Yes.
I was on the Auburn side.
Okay. And were you on the Auburn side close to Bell Street, or were you on the other side of the street?
I'm not understanding the question.
Are you on this side or are you on that side?
The other side.
This side. And where are you looking when you see Solo?
When I saw Solo,
Yes.
I had actually walked down to Bell Street to see him.
Oh, so what building were you in when you had the shots?
I wasn't in the building. I was coming from the store.
Which store?
Up a little bit more.
The store up Auburn Avenue?
It should be like a little bit to your right, a little bit.
Oh.
Not right, I'm sorry. A little bit more that way. No, back down a little bit more right here.
Okay, right there. And so you heard the shots, and then when you come up, you see Solo.
I get to Bell Street, I saw Solo. That's not Bell Street. That's something else.
Okay, Bell Street. And where's Solo?
Right in there where your finger is.
Right there. And what position was Solo when you see him?
He was laying on the ground.
Did you see anybody beside him?
No.
Did you see, was anybody around where Solo was?
Everybody scattered. I saw everybody running away from that area.
And then you called 911.
Yes.
And did a Detective Demista try to get a hold of you?
When?
Did a Detective Demista call you on the phone?
Like, you mean recently?
No, back in 2014.
I don't remember any calls from a detective, but if I did get one, I told him the same thing I told you.
Okay. Did you see any of the individuals? Did you see Deck prior to seeing Solo on the ground? Did you see Deck that day?
I don't remember.
Did you see Solo?
I don't remember.
Okay. Were you involved in the gambling game that was going on back there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And have you seen Deck and Solo gamble together before?
No, ma'am. I mind my business a lot. I just stay to myself.
Okay. Were you friendly with either Deck or Solo?
With Solo, I was.
Okay. But not with Deck?
No.
But you went to high school with Deck?
Elementary school.
I apologize. Elementary school with Deck. 1 second.
So, Mr. Huggins, back in 2014, when this happened and you called 911, were you living in Stone Mountain and you would just occasionally be in this area?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this just happened to be I'm gonna call it night. I understand it was early in the morning, but that night was a night you were, I know you say you stay with yourself, but I assume you were out there hanging out with people in that neighborhood.
Actually, no, I was just going from this bar right here.
Yeah.
And then this one across the street, and there's one up here by the store. I was just hanging out.
Okay, that's all I meant, but that's why, but if you were to tell your friends, hey, I'm going home now, that would mean you're going all the way to Stone Mountain.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Thank you.
And when you approached Solo when he was on the ground, did you see a weapon by him?
No, ma'am.
I never even further, Judge. Thank you.
Ms. Primovic, do you have any questions for Mr. Huggins?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
This was around 4 a.m, correct? Ish?
I'm not sure. It could be that. It
All right.
could be right.
Late night?
Yeah.
When did you start your night?
Started that night probably around 10, maybe.
Okay. Did you start hitting the clubs then?
Yes.
What all were you drinking that night?
Maybe I had a Corona. That's about it. I don't drink.
Okay.
What do you do in these places?
Try to pick up women.
Hey, you're under oath. Thank you.
Were you smoking or doing any drugs?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You said you're in jail now for marijuana, trafficking marijuana,
Trafficking cocaine.
trafficking cocaine. Were you out there selling cocaine?
No, it's personal use. I just buy in bulk so I don't have to keep going back and forth.
Kind of the Costco thing, just buy a
Yeah.
bunch? That night, were you doing cocaine?
No, I just started that recently.
When you were, could you put the map up on me, please? Thank you.
Which one?
The one he was using. How old are you, Mr. Huggins?
34.
34. And back at this time, when you saw Solo on the ground and called 911, what were you doing for a living?
What was I doing for a living? I wasn't.
Okay. How are you affording to go out to the clubs and meet women and drink Corona?
The women,
The women? Women funded you?
of course.
I want you to look up on State's Exhibit 9. 3?
2 or 3.
3, thank you. You stated you were down here. You went to the store, correct?
Yes.
And then you came here. And where were you when you heard the gunshots? Approximately.
Go to the left a little bit more. I was about right there.
Right here? Okay. Now, at that time, did you see people at the club down here, outside,
I saw people running off that side street.
running off of Bell Street? Okay. About how many people did you see running?
Maybe 8 or 9, somewhere, something like that.
And did they run past you?
Some did, some went the other way.
Some went down toward the bridge? Got to say yes or no.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, sir. How about when you came down here, did you see anybody running this way?
Once I saw Solo, I really just panicked and turned around and called 911.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to
And you saw
investigate.
no one there?
I didn't say that. I just said I didn't pay attention. I just panicked and turned around.
When you saw him, was there anyone standing next to him comforting him?
No,
When you were standing there, did you see a car pull down Bell Street and park in front where he was laying?
I don't recall that.
Okay. When you were walking down Auburn, did you see a car come out and go around? Did you see a car speed past you?
That was what, 9 years ago? I'm not sure.
Here. And you don't remember ever talking to the police and taking a recorded statement or anything?
I never did. Only recorded statement you have is the 911 call.
Okay.
Never.
And you've never testified at a hearing before? Ever?
Never.
Okay. So this is, 24, many years ago, 8 years ago? Okay. Did you see any money on the ground?
I did not.
Okay. No guns? Do you remember if you looked down Bell Street to see if you saw anybody running down Bell Street?
I didn't look down Bell Street.
Okay.
Once I saw Solo, I turned around and called 911.
And when you called 911, where were you?
I was back on Auburn, headed back up towards the Peacock, Royal Peacock.
This way? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I was on Auburn, headed back towards the Royal Peacock.
Is that where you were all night?
Like I said, I went to different clubs that night, but
Okay.
that's the way I ran.
Okay. And did you drive that night?
No,
Okay. You started out around 10. Did you start with someone, with some friends, or was it just you by yourself?
just me by myself.
Okay. How long have you known Dex?
Since elementary school.
Sorry about that. Did you live in Stone Mountain back then? Did you live ever in the 4th Ward or ever?
Yeah, in elementary school, I lived right on Auburn Avenue. Elementary school, middle school, part of high school.
And you knew him when he went to prison?
When he went to prison for what?
All right. Do you know him to go to prison more than once?
Nah, I don't really know
You don't
much
know,
about
okay.
his adult life. Like I say, we knew each other in school. I don't know much
So in
about
your
his
adult life, you didn't really know him too much.
Nah, just cordial, hi,
Okay.
bye, that's it.
I want to rephrase. Did you know Solo? You were raised with Solo?
Nah, I met Solo in 05, 06, somewhere
Okay.
around there.
So it was Dexter that you knew and was raised with?
Right,
Okay. So you just met Solo in 2005?
right.
Okay. So when I said about prison, I confused you. Did you know Solo when he was in prison, when he came out of prison?
Yes, he came out right before this happened.
Okay. I didn't mean to confuse you. Thank you for straightening that up for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Ocam, any follow-up for Mr. Huggins?
No, Judge.
Any questions from the jurors? Thank you. Counsel?
Oh, we can't let ourselves.
Press the little black button. Don't hold the big blue one. Yeah, that's when I need to leave. Mr. Huggins, did you know if Solo had a girlfriend, was talking to someone at the time he got shot? I don't mean like that moment, but in the days leading up to it, did he have a special someone?
Not that I know of.
Okay. I think you've already answered this, but please answer again. When you were focused on Solo, there'd been the shots fired and you saw him there. Did you notice any cars near him? So in other words, cars parked on Bell Street drive off. They would have been, I guess, driving towards you if you were going down Bell Street.
I never actually went down Bell Street, but I don't recall, that was so long ago.
Okay, could have happened, may not have happened. You don't have a specific recollection.
Correct.
So I then want to go back to something you just said. You didn't actually go down Bell Street. Was Solo all the way to the corner of Bell and Auburn, or you could just see him a little ways down, but you never went up to him like, do you have a pulse or let me give you CPR?
No, I never went up to him.
So you knew it was your friend Solo on the ground there, but you stayed back.
Correct.
Okay. Did you see anyone else around him at that time that you glanced at him?
No.
Did you keep your eyes on him the whole time once you noticed him there?
No.
Okay. You went and then made the call.
Yes, sir.
When you made the call, did you move away from where you were?
Yes, sir.
So whatever happened around Solo after you saw him and realized I'm gonna make a call, you weren't there to see it.
No, sir.
Understood. Thank you. Ms. Ocom, any follow-up based on those questions?
No, Judge.
Ms. Primovic, anything else?
No.
All right. Deputy Gordon, if you could help Mr. Huggins get back there. Who's the state's next witness?
State calls Gretchen Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. Huggins.
Sorry.
You raise your hand. Do you swear affirm testimony you will give to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth so help?
I do.
Can you lawyer can have a seat? State and spell your name for the record.
My name is Gretchen Weiss, Gretchen. Last name is Weiss.
Ms. Weiss, if you're comfortable removing your mask, that helps us hear you. If you're not comfortable, then just make sure you're belting it out.
I am losing my voice at the moment, so I will
Okay.
take this off for you.
Excellent. And feel free to get close to the microphone because it'll help you too.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us, please, where you're employed?
I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in their Division of Forensic Sciences, specifically in the forensic biology section.
Okay. And what do you do? What is your
I'm-
position?
I'm a forensic biologist there. I receive evidence from local and state agencies that are looking to identify biological stains for blood, semen, or saliva, as well as performing DNA testing on those stains.
And what is your title?
Forensic biologist.
Okay. And how does one become a forensic biologist?
I received my Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science, both the biology and chemistry options from Eastern Kentucky University. Following graduation, I underwent about a year-long training program at the GBI. This is done in-house. We have a trainer who is there to give us lectures, to teach us the material, as well as other analysts who are performing the science that we're learning. So we observe them in the lab so we can learn the techniques that they use, as well as how we're supposed to perform that from the lectures. We undergo different written tests to ensure we've learned the material, as well as work practical samples to show that we can do the testing as needed. At the completion of the training, we undergo a competency test. This test must be passed with 100% accuracy, and then we are released into a period of supervised casework. This is working directly with one mentor, and they're there to let you ask case questions, but it's ensuring when we're working on casework that someone is checking us after every step. When we've sufficiently shown that we could handle cases on our own, we're released into independent casework.
And how long have you been doing this for the GBI? How many years?
10 years.
Okay. And have you previously testified in court before?
I have.
And have you been qualified as an expert in forensic biology?
Yes.
And have you testified in Fulton County as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state asked that Ms. Weiss be qualified as an expert in the field of forensic biology.
Ms. Primovic, you have no objection?
No objection.
Okay, all right. That means you don't want to ask any questions at this point about Ms. Weiss's qualifications. Ms. Weiss, for purposes of this trial, you are qualified as an expert in the field of forensic biology.
Ms. Weiss, just give us a brief sort of educate us briefly what DNA is.
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the basic building block that makes up an individual. You receive half of your DNA from your mother, half of your DNA from your father, so it begins at conception. That DNA will remain relatively the same throughout your lifetime. The reason we're utilizing DNA in forensics is the principle that no two individuals, with the exception of identical siblings, will have the same DNA profile. So DNA that may be left behind at a crime scene could then be tested at the crime lab. We obtain a DNA profile and then could compare that back to a reference sample from an individual. That reference sample, we know who it came from, so we can determine if the evidence from the crime scene belongs to that individual or if they're excluded.
And you said you test an item for DNA, correct?
Yes.
And how exactly do you go about testing an item for DNA?
Typically, we receive swabbings, so similar to the Q-tip that you may use in the mornings. Swabbings that will have a biological fluid on them or looking to obtain skin cells or touch DNA. We also can receive clothing items or other things that we may take a cutting of. So we take a cutting of that swabbing or this material, add it to a tube, add chemicals that will break open the cells and release the DNA into solution. Once we have the DNA, we're interested in knowing how much is actually there for downstream testing. So once we know the amount of DNA that's there, we can also target specific locations. Since your DNA is about 97.7% the same from person to person, that doesn't really help us. So we're going to focus in on that 0.3%. Sorry, 99.7% is the same. So we're going to focus in on the 0.3% that's different. In that, we target some of those locations and make millions of copies of them. This helps us to generate that DNA profile. Once we have the DNA profile, again, we can do the same thing with a reference sample from an individual and compare it back to the evidence. We issue reports based on our findings to let people know if we found a match or if someone has been excluded.
And when you're extracting the DNA, is there a particular process you use to do that?
This can be done robotically. So with the use of a robot or an instrument in the lab, it can also be done manually. So there are a couple of different ways that it can be done.
And so in this particular case, Department of Forensic Science case number 2014-10133769. Did you actually work on this case?
I did not do the physical lab work in this case, no.
So what did you do?
I instead was a peer reviewer for this case.
Tell me what a peer reviewer is.
So as an analyst who completed the steps just previously described, they will write a report based on their findings. Once they're done, that report must undergo a peer review process. That means another analyst who is trained in those same techniques will review the report, all of the notes the analyst generated, and has to make sure that they're coming to the same conclusions that the analyst is reporting out. Should I find a typo, for example, maybe they have 2 eyes instead of 1 in their report, I'll let the analyst know that they need to make an administrative correction, but I'm also making sure that I'm reviewing the case file for any technical corrections that may be needed. If something was done incorrectly, if I disagree with their findings, and all of that gets documented in there. So once we both agree with how the report is stated, it will be released, and then that goes to the investigators.
And so who was the actual DNA analyst on this case?
The analyst in this case, her first name is Meredith, but she goes by Brooke, which is her middle name, but it was Brooke Oliver.
Does Brooke Oliver still work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
She does not.
Okay. And you're her peer reviewer in the case and you still work there?
Yes.
Okay. So the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, probably called the crime lab?
Could you say that again? I'm sorry.
The GBI?
Yes.
What is it popularly called, the crime lab?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the GBI?
The Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. And do you only work on cases from Fulton County here, or do you walk across the whole state?
Across the state.
Okay. And so basically every police department in the state of Georgia sends you their forensics for you to analyze?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you actually review in this case? What were the items that were received and you performed the DNA testing on?
May I reference my report real quickly?
Sure.
Thank you. So evidence that was submitted to the crime lab included bottles of liquor. The 2 that were tested in this case include 2 different Jack Daniels bottles of liquor. And then there was also a Glock pistol that was submitted for testing and a Ruger Magnum revolver. With those two firearms, we did make swabbings at the crime lab. So an analyst took a cotton tip swab and swabbed areas where we believe someone would have held the gun. We're looking for contact DNA, so the skin cells that would have been left behind. In addition to that, there were reference samples that were collected from, and I'm sorry because I'm going to pronounce this incorrectly, but Selimon Belli. It's Selemon Belai. The reference sample in this case is a bloodstain card. So with an individual, when someone takes blood from them, we add blood that was from that tube to a specific type of paper that will remain at the crime lab with us. So we can use that for testing as a reference sample, and it preserves the DNA as an individual. The other sample is a buccal swab. This just refers to the cheek cell, the buccal cell, and it's a reference sample from Dexter Beard.
I'm now going to show you all of the items that you just called. It would be 7E, which is the Jack Daniels, that's State's Exhibit 100.
Okay.
The other Jack Daniels, 7O, which is State's Exhibit 101. The samples from 100 and 101, which is 135 and 136. The buccal swab of the defendant, which is 143. The revolver and the casings, which are 139 and 140. And the 40, which is 137.
Okay. Something you would like to start with first?
Yes, so let's start with what is your 7E and 7O, which came from State's Exhibits, I think I called you 100 and 101.
100 and 101.
Yes, and you said you things were lifted out of 100 and 101 to give you another swabbing for your DNA analysis, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that would be 135 and 136. Why do you extract from the Jack Daniels bottle into 135 and 136? Why did you do that? Why is that done?
The Jack Daniels bottles were submitted to be tested for saliva that could have been left behind from the individual who used the bottle to drink. So as an analyst, when we are looking to obtain that saliva, we can't test on the bottle. So instead we'll take a swabbing and swab around the top where it would generally hit someone's mouth to try and collect any DNA that was left there. Those swabs are then used to test during a serology service. So can we first identify that there is saliva present? If it is, those samples, that swab that was created at that time is eligible to go forward for DNA testing. So that swab is what is included in the State's Exhibit 135 from 7E, sorry, our DOS number 7E, and then 136 from 7O.
Okay. So now, what exactly do you do to 130 State's Exhibit 135 and 136? What's the test?
This is just going to be DNA analysis. So steps previously described where we're taking a portion of the swab. We don't take all of the swab unless there's a reason to do that, because we would like to try and have some left over for testing. But during the serology service, we might see that there's a very faint stain there, or that there didn't appear to be a lot of saliva when they did their testing. So as a DNA analyst, that individual could make a choice to take all of the item that's there to try and obtain the best result possible.
And what was your result on State's Exhibits 135 and 136?
Am I still allowed to reference my report?
Yes. Okay.
So when we've tested an item and we've obtained the DNA profile from that, at that point, the analyst is going to analyze the data, determine the number of contributors that are there in a reference sample. We expect the DNA profile of one person because we know who it came from and there should be no other DNA there. But in evidence samples, you may not always have one person there. You could have a mixture of multiple people. Sometimes you could have a mixture where there is a major donor, or you could have a mixture where the two donors are donating equal amounts of DNA. And that makes my job much more difficult. So when we're performing the interpretation, we first identify number of contributors. So from States Exhibit 135 and 136, these are two separate swabs from two separate Jack Daniels bottles. They each contain the DNA profile of one individual. That profile was then compared back to Dexter Beard, and a match was identified. When we issue a statement that says we found a match, a frequency must be applied for that. That frequency is there to let someone know how rare is this DNA profile that we obtained from the evidence. If we told you there is a match and we're looking at, we'll say 16 locations and only one location matched, that is going to have a very low frequency. It's not useful information for us. In this case, the reference sample from Dexter Beard matched the evidence sample obtained from those swabs, and the frequency of that is that we would not expect to see this profile again in 1 in 2 quadrillion African-American individuals and 1 in 8 quadrillion Caucasian individuals. Now, this is separated into 2 different racial groups for the database that we ended up creating in-house at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. We collected samples from multiple contributors, looked at their DNA and added it into this database to help us come up with these frequencies. So again, what we're saying with this is we wouldn't expect to see this combination of markers in the DNA profile from the Jack Daniels bottles again in
More people than there are on Earth.
Yes.
Okay.
Earth's population right now is about 7.8 billion, and this number is quadrillion. So that is 2 sets of zeros after that.
Now, what about the weapon? Let's start with the revolver and the casings, which is 139 and 140. If you open the box.
Thank you.
Okay.
One moment. 11. Okay. So this item was requested for contact DNA. So swabbings, again, were made of that to collect those skin cells. That does not become, so this case was tested in 2014. At that time, if we were collecting swabbings from an item for contact DNA, they were not made into a new item like we did with the swabs that were collected from the saliva exam. So there is not a envelope that contains these swabbings. They are also consumed during analysis because we are testing for contact DNA. So just to clear that up, there will not be swabs for this, but the results from that. So we did attempt to extract DNA from those swabs, and after performing the second step where we're determining how much DNA is present, it was determined that there was an insufficient amount of DNA from the swabbings collected from the revolver. This means when we are doing that second step, looking at how much DNA is there, there needs to be a certain threshold or an amount of DNA to go forward in the DNA testing process. This can happen with contact DNA. It's not unexpected because you're looking at a smaller amount of DNA that may be left behind on an item. So this item did not continue on in the DNA testing process because it did not contain enough.
And so that I'm clear, so contact DNA is different from DNA from saliva and say semen?
Yes.
Okay. And is it rare that, I'll rephrase that question, is it that you expect DNA more in the liquid substances, so the semen and the saliva, as opposed to touch DNA? And is touch DNA, explain it to me, is when you touch something?
Yes. You guys will have, I put gloves on my hands when I came on the stand before I handled the evidence items. This is to prevent any of my skin cells from coming into contact with any of the evidence items. If I hadn't, when I adjusted the chair or the microphone when I sat down, touching those items will have left some amount of skin cells behind. I handled the microphone very limited, so there isn't going to be a lot of my skin cells. However, the cover that's currently over the microphone right now may have my saliva on it. And if someone were to come in here and test for my DNA following me sitting here, the best evidence item they could test is going to be the cover that's on the microphone. it's not changed out in between individuals, you likely will find a mixture of people there. So with that, if you have blood evidence that's collected, there are a lot more DNA cells that are in the blood, and you can visually see that stain. But with skin cells that are being left behind, it depends on the contact that a person has with an item, what type of item it is. Is it porous? Is it non-porous? Can the skin cells rub off on it if there's friction on that? So the handling of an item depends on how many skin cells are left behind, how long the person handled it. Whereas we also don't see that where we might see it with a blood stain. So to answer your question, contact DNA typically will contain less DNA than a blood sample or a saliva sample or a semen sample that may have been collected.
And for contact, for touch DNA then, so if I rub the item, does that remove so if I wipe it down?
So when I'm in the lab, in order to use my utensils, they need to be cleaned. They undergo a multi-step cleaning process, and this is ensuring DNA does not remain on them. If someone is an avid gun collector who likes to keep care of their guns and clean them, they may use a polish or a cleaning solution on that. So any DNA that's on that gun may come off with that cleaning, but they likely aren't cleaning their gun with gloves on. So they're going to leave their DNA on the gun wherever they're handling the gun. So yes, if you wipe it down, especially if you're wiping it down with chemicals that can break down the DNA, you can remove DNA from an item.
What if you leave the gun out? Not the gun. What if you leave the item? So Stacey's bit that we've been talking about, 139 and 140. Let's start with the revolver itself, 139. If you leave it out in the elements, does it affect the touch DNA? So if I leave it outside overnight?
It can, yes. Going back to my example of the microphone, at the moment, this is inside at ambient temperature. It's not exposed to sunlight, water, or rain that might wash it away, or chemicals at the moment. A gun that may be left outside, I believe you said?
Yes.
If something's left outside, sunlight can start to break down DNA that might be present. Similarly, rain, water, dew, anything that might cause liquid to come into contact with that firearm could also potentially dilute or minimize some of the DNA that's there. And then again, rubbing it with clothing, if it was put in a bag or wrapped in a towel or something, could potentially take off some of those skin cells that may have been left behind.
Now, what about 140 with the shell casings from the 357? Did you do any testing on that?
No, there was no testing done on that in this report.
And what about 137, which is the other weapon, the Glock?
Okay. Yes, testing was performed on the Glock.
Okay. And what were the results for that?
This again was swabbed for contact DNA. This sample did contain sufficient amounts of DNA to move forward in the testing process. However, there was a complex mixture with very limited data. So again, if we're looking at 16 locations, there are DNA markers present, but they're below an interpretation threshold for us, and there's not anything that we can do with that. So our reporting statement would say, due to limited data, no conclusive determination can be made as to the donors of the DNA alleles. And again, alleles is just referring to the markers that we're looking at, the DNA markers that are present from those swabbings. It doesn't matter how many reference samples are submitted into us. We would never draw conclusions on this item because it's too limited data. We can't do anything with it. So that's why we say no conclusive determination.
And then the complex mixture means that there are multiple individuals?
Yes, there was more than one individual detected, but again, it's very low level. It did not meet our interpretation threshold. So we're not drawing conclusions on the number of contributors that are there or making determinations on who it could have come from.
I think I failed to admit it, Judge. The state asked to admit states exhibits.
You didn't admit anything yet through this witness.
I would ask to admit states exhibit 135 and 136, which is the swabbings from the Jack Daniels bottles. And I will have, I think 139 and 140 already admitted.
So not 100 and 101. You'll do those
coming through. Yes.
Okay, so 135 and 136. Any objection, Ms. Primovic? Those are the swabbings.
The swabbings that she created.
Correct.
No.
All right, 135 and 136 are admitted. And then what was next?
And it was 135 and 136.
Okay.
But I said the Glock had already been admitted through Miss Casa.
It has. The other firearm has not.
Yes, Judge. The other firearm has not, and then the Jack Daniels bottles will coming through the investigators and the crime scene tech. Got it.
Okay.
So that we're clear, so I understand. The Jack Daniels bottles, the DNA gotten from that belonged to the defendant, Dexter Beard.
Yes.
And the gun, well, the 40, it was a complex mixture, so you could not come to a conclusion.
Please, I will apologize. I am unfamiliar with firearms and I have to reference this every time. You said the 40.
Yes. So the one that doesn't have the spinning, the revolver is the one that spins.
18. And you asked no conclusive determinations.
Because of the complex mixture.
Yes.
So then the other weapon, which would be the revolver, there was just not enough DNA.
Correct.
A brief moment, Judge, please. I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 190. You said you've been referring to your report. Is this report you've been referring to?
Yes, it is.
You want to state who said it 190 for the record? 190?
190. It says 911 calls on. Okay. It's Ms. Weiss's report.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Any objection to the admission of Ms. Weiss's GBI report?
No.
It's admitted.
Does it need to be clarified that it's?
Technically, it's not your report. It would be your colleagues. Good point. I'm misspeaking. It's the report that you were the peer reviewer of.
Yes.
Got it. It's still admitted.
I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you.
Ms. Primovic, questions for Ms. Weiss?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi there.
I want to show you State's 190. So you only test things that the detectives ask you, correct?
The detectives are the local law enforcement agencies that are submitting the evidence to us. When they submit evidence, they do request certain types of testing. So they could be broad or general, specific or general in what they're asking. We typically will triage or read through the case file to determine what evidence items we can first test to determine what is the question where it's trying to be determined. So yes, they are asking specific questions of the crime lab and we're seeing if we can answer those questions.
Okay. And in your report, do you see where they asked you to test 3 swabbings of reddish stains that were found on a crime scene? Do you have any of that was requested for you to test DNA on?
If that had been requested, it would have undergone a serology service first. A reddish stain, they're likely looking for blood. For the DNA component of this, I only would have reviewed items that were going for contact DNA or that had the serology service tested on it. So I cannot say it was or was not requested. I just don't know.
Okay, but you can say what you tested.
Yes.
And did you test those?
That was not tested in this DNA service.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other questions. Thank you for coming.
Any redirect, Ms. Ocon?
Just briefly,
You receive testing from, like you said, give me a ballpark of how much DNA testing is requested from GBI on any given day.
I could not answer that, even giving you a ballpark. I'm not sure. I don't know the numbers. Our supervisors are the one that deal with case numbers. But to provide some type of answer for you, within a month, analysts, I'm sorry. Within a month, analysts are asked, oh my goodness, are asked to complete, on average during the 2022 fiscal year, from 17 to 19 DNA cases. So that is what is expected of me. I can always do more if I'm able to, depending on what I'm working, but that is as one person working that many cases. That operational decision changes from year to year and also changes dependent on the number of analysts we have at the crime lab. So I don't think I can accurately answer your question just because I don't know those numbers.
Thank you.
Any questions from the jurors? Nope. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Do you know, Ms. Weiss, if the GBI crime lab tested anything that was submitted for gunshot residue?
Gunshot residue is done by the trace evidence receiving section. I am not acquainted with what they may have tested.
Okay, so you don't know. It may have happened. It may not have happened. That wouldn't have moved through your channel because it's not a biological fluid or whatever you described.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. You are, any follow-up based on that, Ms. Ocom?
No, Judge.
Ms. Primovic. All right. Thank you so much for being here.
There, garbage can?
I don't know. Do we have? Yes, there is. So when you get up, if you just go right in front of Ms. Rivers on the other side. Next witness.
State calls Fitzroy McCoy. Sit down, please, raise your right hand.
Fitzroy McLeod.
Can you spell your last name, please, sir?
McLeod, McLeod.
Mr. McLeod, if you don't mind lowering your mask, it'll make it easier for us to hear if you're okay with that. Oops. Got it? Great. Well, I'm Judge McBurney. It's nice to meet you. I appreciate you being here, okay?
Beg your pardon?
Yeah, I appreciate you being here.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Ms. Ocam.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. McLeod, sorry, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Okay. Do you go by any nicknames?
Car wash.
Okay.
Car wash?
Yeah.
Okay. Car wash McLeod? Or just car wash?
Just car.
Just car wash. All right.
And so why you call car wash?
I wash cars.
Okay. And Mr. McLeod, can you tell me how old you are?
64.
Okay. And where you from?
Originally Jamaica.
Okay. And how long have you been in Georgia?
How long have I been in Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Since 87. You do the math. I don't know.
Okay. I do math 90, so 34 years, 35 years? Okay.
Whatever 87.
Okay.
Yes, it is, yeah.
And so that's 35 years you've been in Georgia. Have you been in Atlanta for the 35 years?
Yeah.
Okay. And what neighborhood area of Atlanta have you been?
Well, I've been in Fort Ward. Yeah.
Okay. And is that the Auburn Street, Bell Street?
Yeah, that is, yeah.
Okay. And can you tell us where you stayed while you were at the Auburn Street and Bell Street area?
Where I've stayed?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes.
Well, a variety of places.
Okay.
You know, I live in a tent now.
Okay.
So
All right. Back in 2014, where were you living?
behind BQE.
And was that in a
restaurant?
the BQE restaurant?
Right.
And where's the BQE restaurant?
It's on Bell and Edgewood.
Right. And so is it closer to the Auburn Street side? What side of it is?
It's on Bell and Edgewood. Auburn's the next block over.
So it's behind. It's the.
Is Edgewood south or north of Auburn? Because Auburn runs east-west.
No, it's south of Auburn.
It's south. Okay. Got it.
We're gonna put up a map for you, sir. As we previously.
No,
did.
it's
Sounds like the map is more for you.
I am. Can you see that in front of you, sir?
I do, yeah.
Okay. So you see Bell
I do.
and you see Auburn, correct?
I see Bell. I don't. Yeah, and I see Auburn.
Okay. So where is the BQE? In which direction is the BQE?
BQE would be, you know, up like going to the expressway.
Okay.
South of Auburn.
Okay, so it's off the screen down. It'd be off the screen down because you're going south.
It's south of Auburn.
Okay.
I mean, you know, south of Auburn.
Okay. And is it close to Bell Street? Can you walk to, let me ask you this for, do you know where Chinese Walk is? Back that into 2014? The Walking Road,
What is that? The
Chinese
restaurant?
place, yes.
Oh, yeah. It's a block away.
Okay, so it's
On the
close.
corner.
What I'm
It's on the
trying,
next corner, yeah.
okay. And can you tell me how you found the weapon back in 2014?
Well, I was sleeping behind the restaurant and the owner woke me up and asked me if I heard all the gunfire the night before. And I said, no. And he was telling me that, you know, there was a lot of gunfire and a lot of TV crews there, which I wasn't aware of. And he would like me to shovel the mud from in front of the dumpster because they were expanding at the time.
Okay,
So I did, and in doing so, I found a gun.
okay.
Shovel out a gun from under the mud, you know.
Under the mud behind the dumpster?
Yeah, in front of the dumpster. I put the shovel in, pull it out.
Okay,
And there's a gun in the mud.
okay,
I don't know if I could be any more specific than that.
okay. And so you said you slept through it. So you were there the night before then? At the BQE, behind the BQE the night
Yeah,
before?
that's where I was sleeping.
Okay. And you didn't hear any of the gunshots?
No.
Okay, you didn't hear the TV crews.
See what?
You did not hear the TV crews.
I didn't hear a thing.
Okay.
All I heard was the owner waking me up that morning.
Okay.
I did hear.
Okay. Okay. And when you found the gun, do you remember what type of gun it was?
No, I don't. I'm not that well informed. I'm not a aficionado on guns.
Okay. So
I knew it was a gun though.
Okay. And do you know what color it was?
It was black
Okay.
and muddy.
Black and muddy?
Yeah, it was a mixture.
Okay. And so after you find the black and muddy gun, what do you do with the gun?
Me being an entrepreneur, I took it to True.
Okay.
So the owner of Mangoes.
True to the owner of Mangoes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Truly I did, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Did you know True's new real name, or did you just know him as True?
Well, as far as I know, that's his true name.
Okay. And then so you took it, did you try to take it to anybody else before True?
I did.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Well, I showed it to some other guy.
Okay.
And he said he'll be back and get it.
Okay. And were you, so this some other guy that you showed it to, were you trying to sell it to this some other guy?
Of course.
Okay. And did this some other guy promise you some money?
Well, yeah, but he never returned.
Okay.
So in the process, it's all the True. I went to True.
Okay. And where's True's place, Mangoes? Where's
It
Mangoes?
would be on Piedmont,
Okay.
left of well, if you're looking at the map, it would be left.
So is that the Mangoes right
Yeah,
there
yeah.
on the corner
So it
of
would
Auburn
be
and
west.
Piedmont?
It would be west on Piedmont, west on Auburn, on the corner of Piedmont.
Okay, right
By
there.
the historic what do you call that? Anyway,
Okay.
Peacock, Royal Peacock.
So did you walk from the
Yeah, I did
BQE
walk.
to
I did.
True's?
I did walk.
Okay. So what happens when you get to True's?
Well, I showed it to him, and I've got no use for it. Well, anyway, I forgot what exactly he gave me for it, but he took it.
Okay. And so when you say
Relieved me of it, so to speak.
he relieved you of it, and when you say you forgot what he gave you for it, was it money?
Yeah, he gave me money. Yeah.
Okay. You just don't remember the
Yeah, I
amount
think
of
he gave me $50.
He gave you $50?
Yeah.
Okay. And
then this guy that I showed it to initially, came along and wanted to know what I did with it, and I was like, well, if I were to sell it to you, I wouldn't let anyone else know. But I don't know how he figured it out. But someone may have told him they saw me going to and leaving Mangoes. And so he took upon himself to go to Mangoes and start raising hell about it. And True did what any business person would do, I suppose, trying to eliminate all this confusion in front of the business. He turned it into APD.
okay.
And told him I gave it to him.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just happily going along one day, and APD comes and sweeps me up. I knew one of the investigators. He used to work security at BQE when it was called the Harlem Bar, Officer Dennis, but he is now homicide. He's got promoted, and I used to wash his truck, and he would bring me shoes and all that. So we had a rapport, and the car picked me up, the regular police car picked me up one day, boom, takes me to homicide, it's like a movie. And here comes Officer Dennis, he says, you owe me one. So he and his partner, they did the Starsky and Hutch thing on me. And but to no avail, because all I knew was that I was sleeping.
Okay.
I had no idea of what occurred.
Okay.
And that was that.
All right. And so when you talked to the detectives, they grabbed you. Was it the same day you turned over the gun or the next day?
Who knows? I mean, a day or two later. I don't remember everything I did today so far.
Okay.
So my retention skills aren't that good. I'm
Okay.
64. I couldn't tell you everything I did a few years ago.
Okay,
You know, I'm trying to be as correct as I can.
I understand. So all your involvement is you didn't hear anything, but when you found the gun as an entrepreneur, you try to go get some money off of it, you give it to True, and then the police come and swoop you up.
And True discovered what?
And you gave the gun to True.
Right.
Okay. When you gave the gun to True, did it have the magazine, the part that goes into the?
Yeah, but I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
It wasn't that technical an exchange.
Okay.
You know, I handed him the bag with the, come on.
You had it.
Lady.
All right. You handed him with the bag. You got your money, and that was it.
If the next question is, do I know what color clothes he had on? I don't either. I don't recall that.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Ms. Primovic, any questions about the color of the detective's clothes?
Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Thanks for coming. When you were talking to the detectives, do you remember them, I don't know if it was Starsky or Hutch, but do you remember them saying, we have a bunch of cameras down there, and if we pull the videos and we see you, we're going to come out?
I do remember that.
You remember that?
And I wanted him to hurry and do it.
You wanted him to go and get the videos?
Right.
Did they ever show you any videos?
I beg your pardon?
Did they ever show you any videos from the
No,
cameras
no,
that were down
never.
there?
There's no need to show me anything.
Okay.
I wasn't there.
Do you know all the cameras that are down there?
I have no idea. Do you?
Okay, so they talked to you about all the cameras that were down there. You remember all
They didn't
that?
talk to me about all the cameras. They just told me there were cameras and they'll go to the videotape and check and see if I was in fact there.
Okay. All right.
To no avail.
Thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you.
Any redirect for Mr. McLeod?
No, Judge.
Jurors, any questions for Mr. McLeod? Yes. Deputy Gordon thought, maybe I can rest through this one. Thank you. Counsel, you can see that right here. All right, Mr. McLeod, be gentle with me because I don't know what you remember and you don't remember. But you told us a lot about this. You had a chance to sell the gun to the first guy and he didn't come back. So you sold it to True. Am I remembering correctly? Who was the first guy?
Who's the first guy?
Yeah.
Some guy they call St. Louis.
St. Louis. That's what you know him as.
That's all I know, man. Yeah.
Got it. Any follow-up about St. Louis?
No, Judge.
There you are.
St. Louis it is. Mr. McLeod, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
are free to go.
Thank you for being so gracious.
Yep. We're going to take about a 5-minute break and reconvene. Your next witness, though, just so we can all be waiting.
Yes, it's Mr. Matthew Nelson, also known as True.
True is up next. All right, great. You know what to expect. No outside research. Don't look up Mango's Restaurant. It's on the map. You'll hear about it from this next witness. We'll get you back in here shortly. What? Get the sergeant. In your defense, she had moved the chair because she's sitting in it. Like, what are you trying to break? All right, I'll be back in a sec.
Judge, you have any wipes? I just want white count. Do you mind if I wipe count?
I don't mind. If you look underneath there, there is a thing of wipes. I know it's kind of hard to reach. Maybe you can get the investigator to get them, but please, that would be great.
You want to get the vaccine down?
Sorry.
I'm about to wipe it down before you do it, but I'm gonna wipe it down. Get it right under here. Yes, baby. Ooh, strong. He sprayed some a little.
I can't even see it now.
I got microban. Hopefully everybody will have their mask on still.
They were like, yeah, can you please spray some?
Who said that? Oh, really? Did we change
Said
this?
what in our world?
No, not yet. I'm gonna grab it with this and.
Yeah, I'll get a new one.
There we go.
Pretty moving.
Oh, here's the breeze. Ms. Rivers, you all right?
Oh, that's my fan.
Just for a second. You don't know.
I knew what was going on. Yeah. I grabbed your wipes, I'm sorry. I wanted to wipe this area down.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. For me, okay? It's a lot.
It's a disaster waiting to happen. Oh, man. I need water. I need some blue balls.
No,
No, I don't do fancy. Here. I don't trust them. Okay.
Huh? Oh, I love you.
Wait, is that? Oh, drink bubble.
Okay.
Yeah.
It smells better. Yeah.
Who's spraying?
Everybody. They should be okay. I think it got stuck here in my mouth. Whoa.
When you guys get out.
Yesterday, or the other day, he was like socks off, so was that. He's everything. Everything.
Thanks for that.
So you got that word, but you do it.
Okay, that's not, yeah, so then we, then I'll do the guy who found it.
Oh, thank you. Let me see, what do I want? It would have been a disaster. I'm just saying, this was for the benefit of everybody. Is this a hard stop at 5? Because I'm running out of witnesses. Stop it. Do not. Don't you dare. He said 5:30?
No, we're good. We got story.
We have only 2 more. We gotta stop at 5:15 then. I got 8 people in here today. 8. That's a lot.
I think we're gonna be done this week.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I hope so. I think we do.
That's 8 people.
Your fan is killing me. It's killing me.
Oh, no, I need, because I am always hot.
I mean, no, though.
Oh, yeah, I am always hot.
I only have 2 witnesses. Do we need a sidebar? Let me let him know before we say next witness? She was talking too fast. I couldn't. Yes.
I'm used to that now.
I told her. She was supposed to be up there till 5. But she was like, because she wanted to go. She'd been out there since 2:30. I can drag Investigator Thorpe for 30 minutes. I can do that. They hate me, but I can do it. I can do it.
Thorpe was out there.
Yeah.
The dark green guys?
No, that's the guy that got the gun.
Oh.
No, I can drag it out. Since I only got 2 witnesses left.
Revolver guy.
No. But she said he said 5:30. I thought he said 5 o'clock. He said 5:30?
You gonna be done.
No, we still have to read the defendant's statement, remember? That's gonna take a while. Adam Abadi and Neil Affleck. That's gonna take a while. Read his statement from the last court proceeding. Yeah.
You are funny.
We gotta. Why?
That was entertaining. Thank you. I think Michelle came out and Ms. Hansberry. Yeah, okay.
She your assistant or she's your?
We call her JA, Judicial Assistant.
Judicial
That's what the title is.
Your Honor, I think we're still off the record. Just for the record, I only have 2 witnesses out there left. We're moving a little bit faster, so we might not get to 5:30.
It's all right. If we have exhausted your expected list of witnesses, then let's not exhaust them tomorrow. And we'll go. So these aren't long witnesses. They're not BBs.
No, they're not BBs. The long witnesses are all tomorrow.
Okay. All right. You ready for the jurors?
Yes, Judge.
And Ms. Primovic, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Great. You do your job, and one of you get Mr. Nelson right in the doorway,
Okay.
please.
Oh, this is car wash.
All right, let's bring the jurors in, please.
Oof.
She's not. I hate my bed.
Around the jury. Present.
Thank you, sir. Welcome back. What did you all decide about tomorrow? Can we go till 6? Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. I was just asking Ms. Ocom if she feels like the state's on schedule. She said yes. There are a couple witnesses left today. Probably won't get us to 5:30, but we'll have gotten through all the state's witnesses today. And I said, well, these witnesses are getting shorter. Tomorrow should go quickly. She said, no, tomorrow are long witnesses. But it really doesn't matter. We're filling the time. It could be 1 witness. It could be 11 witnesses. It's the time you're giving us from 1 to 6. So I appreciate that. Ms. Ocom, well, we know who your next witness is, but let's get Mr. Nelson in here.
The state calls Matthew Nelson.
You're like a walking billboard. Whoop, stand up.
He said, sit down.
No, he said before you sit down.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
So, my God.
The lawyer may have a seat. State and swear your name for the record.
My name is Matthew Nelson, MATTHEW, NELSON.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nelson. How are you today?
All right.
Okay. Mr. Nelson, do you go by a nickname? Do you have a nickname?
True.
Okay. And does everybody sort of in the neighborhood know yours true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you see your shirts, the Mango's Restaurants. Are you the owner of the Mango's Caribbean Restaurant?
I am, ma'am. Are you Jamaican?
Me? No, I'm Nigerian.
Oh, Igbo?
I don't think you get to ask me questions, but
You stick with the answers.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you were the owner of the Mango's Caribbean Restaurant?
I am.
Okay. And how long have you had that restaurant?
11 years.
Okay. We're gonna put up a map for you so you orient us and show us where your restaurant is. Now it's gonna pop up in front of you. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you show us where Mango's is? Sorry, I apologize.
It's on the,
Right there. And then to the pages.
sorry, sir.
That's the Mango's Restaurant. I'm gonna call a couple of names out for you and let me know if you recognize any of these individuals, okay? Do you know a car wash?
Ma'am.
Okay, how do you know car wash?
He's a local.
Okay, what do you mean by he's a local?
He's around a lot.
Okay, and do you have interactions with car wash regularly?
He washes cars.
Okay, and have you been knowing him the 11 years that you owned the Mango's Restaurant?
About 20 years.
20 years? Okay. So are you from, have you been around the urban streets, I guess Bell Street area for 20 years?
To be a promoter
Okay.
at the club, Peacock. And I started doing the promotion back in 2003.
Okay. And car wash was out there back then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then from was the club in this area as well? When you were a promoter?
That's the club.
Oh, so the club was right beside the restaurant?
Same building.
Same building?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you opened the restaurant after that?
More complicated than that, but yes.
Can you give your place up?
It's more complicated than that, but that's a short version.
Okay. Do you know somebody named Solo?
Not really.
Okay. Did you know Deck?
Not really.
Okay. So the person you knew was Car Wash?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did Car Wash come into your store at any point, at some point, with a weapon?
He met me outside
Okay. Do you remember when it was?
a couple of years ago.
Okay. Was it in 2014, right after the shooting?
I didn't really know about the shooting, and I didn't really know, and I didn't really pay attention to it. I just wanted to do what was right.
Okay.
He said he believed the gun wasn't a shooting. I said to him, best thing we could do is call the police and turn this in.
Okay.
So he didn't want to let it go. I paid him for it, and we called the police.
Okay.
Just that simple.
All right. So how much did you give him?
A dub.
$1?
A dub.
I don't know.
$20.
Okay.
I'm rolling on dubs. Never heard that before? That means I'm rolling on 20s.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So a dub is a 20?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
A W.
A W.
You know, like they call people at Golden State Warriors, the dubs.
Okay.
Because the letter in Warrior is a W.
20th.
Oh, got it. Okay. So you gave him a 20 for it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he gave you the weapon.
Sold me the weapon. Yes, ma'am.
Sold you the weapon. And after he sold you the weapon, what happened?
I turned it in.
You turned it in. Did you call somebody?
I called the police.
Okay. And did they come over?
Yes, ma'am.
And you remember the detective that came over?
No, ma'am.
And they took the weapon from you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you touch the weapon at all?
No, ma'am. I would never do that.
Okay. Was the weapon in how did he bring it to you? Was he holding it?
I made sure it was not touchable.
I don't understand what
Probably wasn't a plastic bag or a garbage bag or something. It wasn't something I could touch.
Okay. So you were the one that put it in the bag?
No, ma'am. I never touched the gun.
Okay. He brought it in a bag.
So I don't recall.
Either way, you remember that the weapon was brought and you didn't touch it.
That's right.
Okay. And when he gave it to you, did he tell you that the weapon was involved, or you just saw the weapon and decided we're not going to touch it? We're just going to call the
We had
police?
a brief conversation about suspicion about something, but I didn't want to get involved. All my farms I legally acquire, so I didn't want to be involved in that. So I just wanted to get the firearm off his hands, so he didn't get in trouble.
Okay. And so is it usual that when he has any issue, he comes to you? I'm just trying to figure out how you ended up with him coming.
I feed him, I clothe him, I help him. I help a lot of people.
Okay.
Advice wise.
I'm sorry?
Advice.
Advice.
I gave good advice to a good friend.
All right. And so,
Get rid of the firearm.
okay.
It's trouble.
So he brought the firearm to you. You told him to get rid of the firearm. It's trouble.
I bought the firearm from him and I got rid of it.
For $1.
For $1.
And
Sir.
did anybody else try to come to try to get the gun from you?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember somebody called St. Louis?
I don't talk to that guy.
Okay.
You know St. Louis, but
I know him, but I don't talk to him. His problems.
His problems? Okay.
He's my nemesis.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
He's my nemesis.
All right. Did St. Louis try to come and talk to you about the
He
gun?
would never do that. He's smarter than that.
Okay. So after the same day you got the weapon was the same day you turned it over to the police?
The same moment.
The same moment?
No time elapsed.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Primovic, do you have any questions for Mr. Nelson?
I do not. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, ma'am.
Before you go, jurors, any questions for Mr. Nelson? No? They're ready to let you go. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir. Appreciate you making it down here.
State calls investigator Thorpe. Detective Thorpe.
You're not gonna fall out when he comes in. Uncle.
I do. Go ahead and have a seat. So you swear to that the record. Yes, sir.
Detective J. Thorpe Jr., THORPE.
First name.
James.
Good afternoon, Detective Thorpe.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
How are you today?
All right.
Okay. Now, Detective, can you tell me where you're employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department Homicide Unit.
Okay. And how long have you been at the homicide unit?
18 years going on 19.
Okay. What does a detective at the homicide unit do?
We investigate all death-related incidents that happen through the city of Atlanta, whether it be a homicide, suicide, death investigations generally, and we also handle active kidnappings, stranger to stranger.
So this is a 2014 case, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
You were at the homicide, were you a detective in homicide back in 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how did you get involved in this case? Were you the lead detective?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So what was your role in this particular murder?
Yes, ma'am. We received information from a subject stating that he may have in his possession the weapon that was used in an open homicide investigation.
Okay. And so then what did you do when you got that information?
Myself and Sergeant Gentili went to that subject's place of business, which was located on Auburn Avenue, and began to speak with the subject about the weapon.
Okay. So you keep saying subject.
Yes, sir.
I know that's police speak. So can you tell us the person that you actually talked to?
I believe his last name was Monroe, something like that. I can't recall his name. I look at.
You don't remember the name? You want to look at your report and see
Yes,
who you
ma'am.
talked to?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Nelson, I'm sorry. Apologize for that.
That's fine. It was 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
I can imagine you had other homicides since then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you talked to Mr. Nelson.
Yes, ma'am.
You actually went to Auburn Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got there, what was the conversation?
The conversation was dealing with Mr. Nelson stated that a person that he know as Car Wash came into his place of business to sell him a weapon, which was a Glock 27 40 caliber pistol, semi-auto pistol. At that time, he began to tell us that he suspected the weapon may have been used in the homicide that occurred right around the location. At that time, he also wrote us out a statement about how he came possession to the weapon and that he has full intention was to turn the weapon over to the Atlanta police.
And did you collect that weapon from him?
Yes, we did.
And what did you do with the weapon after you collected it?
We collected the weapon. We took it back to public safety headquarters, the homicide office, and secured it in our evidence storage room.
I'm showing you what has already been marked as Exhibit 137, which is the weapon.
Yes,
The weapon that you took.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you took the weapon, did you do anything else as part of detective and homicide in this case?
Yes, we notified the lead case agent, which was Detective Scott Demeester, Demeester, that we perhaps have recovered the weapon that was used in this open homicide.
At the time you notified him, were you for certain that this weapon was in fact involved in the homicide?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you just suspected.
Yes, ma'am.
And you laid that information over to Detective Demeester.
Yes, ma'am.
After you did that, did you do anything else in this particular homicide?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Brief indulgence, Judge. I don't have any other questions for this witness.
Ms. Primvik.
Quickly. Good evening, Detective Officer.
Good evening, ma'am.
When you received the handgun, it had the magazine in it?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that magazine, it held 12 rounds?
Yes, ma'am. The 12-round magazine capacity.
And it was an empty magazine?
Yes, ma'am.
There was no bullets in the magazine?
No, ma'am.
No bullets in the slide?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Any follow-up?
No, Judge.
Questions from the jurors? No? All right. Thank you, Detective, for your time. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, we'll just stop a little early. We've gotten through the witnesses, and that's who you had. Tomorrow, have one extra, just in case.
Yes, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've completed your first day of receiving evidence in the case and listening attentively and shuffling in and out of the courtroom for all our breaks. We appreciate your service. You're going to leave in a moment. We need you back here at 1 tomorrow. Reminder that the shuttle in the middle of the day doesn't run as frequently as it does now and at the beginning of the day, where I think it's every 15 minutes. Around 12:30, that may be the last shuttle before 1 o'clock. So if you roll into one of those lots at 12:40, that may not get you here by 1. Please have had lunch if you're a lunch eater, whether you go back to American Deli or eat somewhere else, because at 1 we'll get going and we'll take a break, at least one in the afternoon, but it won't be one of those full-sized lunch breaks. Any logistical questions from anyone? Yes, ma'am.
Will it run that evening when you do this out?
It will. The shuttle goes till 7, I think. And if we ever keep you here past shuttle time, our very capable sheriff lines up a couple vans and you guys get back to that. So every once in a while, it's not, I wouldn't say you have to stay, but a jury's deliberating. And once you're deliberating, you really call the shots. Hey, we think we're going to finish. We want to stay. As long as you give us a little notice, generally the sheriff is able to line up a couple vans to get you back to that lot. But 6 o'clock is plenty of, even if we go to 6:10, don't panic. The shuttle will still be running then. Okay. Any other logistical questions? Take your notepads with you out of the room, but leave them in the jury room. So when you leave the building, you shouldn't have any of your government supplies with you. Okay. All right. Thanks. And you're free to bring a pen if you're not a pencil person. Mr. Shellac, everything going okay? Good. So far, that's all we can say. Yep. All right, you all can be seated. Ms. Ocom, you said tomorrow it may be fewer witnesses, partly because we don't have a full day, but it's witnesses who will take longer. And that'll get us through Thursday. What is Friday looking like?
At the pace we're going, I feel like I would rest by Friday. So we, depending on how tomorrow goes and all the witnesses, I have about, I think, 10 to go. And then we have to read the defendant's part of his statement in the prior proceeding. And after that, we will rest.
So Ma will take a long time. Demeester would take a long time. Any other witnesses that you have in pocket that would take a long time?
Dr. Sullivan might, we have to go through certain scenarios with her, but she will not be as long as Demeester and Ma.
Okay.
And then the rest are all, there'll be another doctor to talk about the defendant's injuries. And then the rest of them are forensic sort of people. And there's another crime scene investigator because there were multiple locations that they went to. Those are the only 4, I believe, that might be media. The rest should go pretty quick, which is why I believe that I should be done by Friday.
Okay, a couple more questions. the forensic information that I assume it's mostly GBI people will be presenting, is any of it hotly contested? Like today went very smoothly because it's Mr. Beard isn't saying I wasn't there. He got shot. So his DNA on the bottle, that wasn't controversial. Are there any, from your review of the previous trial, are there any of the forensic findings that it looks like if the defense repeats itself, they're going to try to pound on the GBI expert?
Not.
I mean, it's their call in the end, but I'm
I
asking.
don't believe that there is any sort of contention for the forensics people. And then I believe we still have to get through a couple of witnesses, Mr. Jeffries, who's coming down tomorrow. I think he might be lengthy as well for the defense because they called him as well. So
Okay.
we're going down this list.
Got it. If there's anyone who's in custody, we should do them ideally all in one day. So it would not be helpful to call Mr. Jeffries till 5.
He's going first. So he'll be the first person off once we start one.
Perfect. Okay. And then help me understand this, read into the record the defendants, as in Mr. Beard testified at the previous trial,
He did.
and you want to get his testimony in here.
Yes.
Okay.
Some of the things that he said. I'm not gonna read all of it here all day, but there's certain aspects that the state believes should. And if the defense obviously wants completion, then all of it comes in. I'm still debating back and forth how all that would work.
Okay.
I think it'd be a crier, I guess.
Pardon me?
A cry, well, we'll just call it a cry. Somebody else would be saying one.
We don't need anyone crying, but we might want someone other than you playing the role of Mr. Beard. Okay,
Exactly.
got it. Have you talked with the defense about this whole notion of getting in?
That's what we're gonna have a conversation after we're done for today.
Okay,
I don't understand.
okay. I mean, I think I now understand. I'm envisioning it in a civil case, the way you'd get a deposition in if it wasn't recorded is if you were the attorney, you'd stand up there and your co-counsel, you'd have Ms. Feely play the role of the doctor who wasn't recorded. And then what happened, doctor? And Ms. Feely's reading what's in the transcript from the deposition. I don't know how that works with a defendant's statement, but I also don't know how you'd keep out his statement if he said some things under oath. But I don't know. I'm going to let you all talk about it. And that's not anything that's coming in tomorrow. So I appreciate you flagging that, Ms. Ocam, so that you can have a back and forth and then share with me where you land on that. I see Ms. Primovic reaching for the treatise. So please do talk about that. And I will see everyone, be here a little before 1. I'll be taking a plea at 12:30, I think, again with Ms. Wood, unless Ms. Primovic is playing the role of Ms. Wood. All right. So Ms. Primovic can be here at 12:30. Everyone else should be here at 12:50-ish, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Rivers. And how do you want, we're off the record. And let me hold